Hello everybody and welcome back to the Next Level Racing 24 Hours of COTA, and we are here for the final part 5, Jacko. We commentated on the first part and now we're on the last part. It seems like it's gone way too quickly, but let's say we've still got some great action out on circuit.
Absolutely, yeah, and a big shout out to our commentators who obviously filled the gap. Both Hassa and Ed doing a sterling job with 2 almost back-to-back stints, and obviously Chazu ran the night shift on the cameras. I think he, by the looks of it, he didn't mind it too much, enjoying his sim setup by the looks of it and his broadcasting duties. So, yeah, we're back for the last 4 hours. Very much looking forward to it. A couple of things have changed as well, to be fair, as well, haven't they, since we left? Ben Cornett in the Apex Hunters United LMP2 car is leading the field like we left with SVG. He was at the wheel. But Peter Smith hasn't really been able to close the gap. In fact, they've actually, I think, been lapped by the lead cars. The lead cars actually pretty much lapped everyone. So that's a talking point in itself.
It is indeed. I'm just picking up a slight issue on mine where we don't have timing tower. Now we have timing tower. So everything should be showing up. Let's hope that hasn't affected your end in any way, Jacko. But yeah, like you say, lots
good to me.
Good, lots of chopping and changing throughout. Just before we left, we saw IRNL Blue come into the pit lane and swap drivers. So it's now Jamie Molima behind the wheel of the 222, very close to the tail end of his teammate there, almost going into the back of him. And I think that's just sort of brought me on quite nicely to the point I was going to make in a few seconds' time, that even though these guys are teammates, and some of the cars out on track obviously aren't teammates, they're starting to look a bit, I'm trying to pick my wording, second-hand. Now there isn't really a clean car on the grid if they're either peppered with bits of rubber and tarmac and whatever else gets kicked up onto the front of their car, or they've got little bits of damage, which is expected in a 24-hour race, because if you think you're going to get through an entire 24-hour race without making any contact, for me, you're going to be pretty naive.
Yeah, you got to be going into it a bit more realistic than that. And in fact, there's a Porsche in the background there that seems to have half a wing mirror, half a rear wing just missing or completely dented. So you're right, you have to be ready for a little bit of damage. You almost have to practice with a little bit of damage as well, I think. Yeah, making sure that you know how the car's going to handle if you get a little bit of a front end issue or a little bit of lack of aero in the background. So yeah, these guys I'm sure will be very experienced in that field, and that's why they're still running even at this late stage. We have had a whole host of drivers and teams pull out, unfortunately, with a few DNFs, shall we say. We got 3 in the LMP2, we got 2 in the GTE, and I think that's 2 in the GT3 as well. Read them off as we go. But yeah, there is the Porsche with the lack of rear wing, shall we say, a bit dented and bruised there, unfortunately. So he may be struggling a little bit with the aero, but he doesn't seem to be worried about it too much.
No, it's one of them things that, yeah, you've got to deal with the cards you're given, and I've got to say that is a very unique sort of damage, because normally you see the wing sort of jerk down halfway along and basically bend the carbon fibre, but that one, it's like the entire thing has moved in unison. It almost looks like the Porsche's got active aero, so around there he will be very quick. Through the right-handers, I'm sure it'll work for him beautifully. Through the left-handers, maybe not so much. We've now got our second place car in the pit lane, the CXR Project Black. Obviously, we saw the change in the first 4 hours, Jacko. We saw when it was Shane van Gisbergen behind the wheel of the Apex Hunters United LMP2 machine. He's been handed, or Ben Cornett has been handed the car over, or handed the car by SVG, and he is out and circulating at a very rapid rate, 154s. And looking at everybody else in his class, there is Lars Wieling in the Project Dynamic number 18 machine that's lapping just marginally quicker. However, those two are the quickest in class. And if you're the leader and you're the quickest in class, it's only going to add up to one thing.
Yeah, exactly. And it's amazing, really, isn't it? Because the CXR Project Black car, when we were obviously doing the commentary in the opening stages of this race, he was leading it by far and away. And yeah, at an early stage, that was 20 seconds, which now seems like a tiny gap, to be fair, with actual laps and minutes between each car in the class now. But yeah, SVG, he actually ended up catching up, overtaking, and then pulling a nice little margin. By the looks of it, they've only gone and extended that over the course of the evening shift. So Peter Smith, I'm sure, will be hoping to bring that car back in one piece and get their podium if they can't catch up to the Apex Hunters United car. But yeah, Next Level Racing SJS as well. I think they're a similar sort of gap back as well. in the third place LMP2 car. About 2 laps between the top 3, if you make sense. Like Ben Cornett's 2 laps ahead of Peter Smith, and Peter Smith is 2 laps ahead of Julian Rambo. So, yeah, there's a reasonable gap between the top 3. And like Hassi said before he sealed off the fourth part of the broadcast, it's going to take a big incident or something dramatic to shuffle this top 3 up. Although I saw in the chat before that they were praying that Hassi wasn't going to say that. Well, I've got to say it again. So double commentators, good.
Yeah, it's something that you've got to deal with. Obviously, you've got all the outside factors. You tend to think, oh, it could be weather. We could end up with traffic. We could end up with a little bit of damage, which could alter our strategy. Nobody ever remembers the commentator's curse because there is power behind that, and it will come and bite you. And yeah, like you say, Julian Rumble is quite the gap back from CXR, and CXR quite the gap back from our leaders. And this car specifically, the number 69, I'm not sure whether you've managed to do it, but while we were off air, I did get sent the livery. So it is just, it's exactly the same as far as I'm aware to this one here. Just, well, I say this one here, but the livery doesn't seem to have loaded on that one, on the number 77. So I am sorry, Next Level Racing. I'll take one away, but give you one back. So there is Jeffrey Coleman in the number 77 Next Level Racing LMP2 machine. A couple of LMP2s coming into the pit lane. The .exe Esports machine now in the pit lane. And in the tail end, by the looks of it, of Vincent Osmans in the Apex Racing team. The pair of them a lap apart. However, Jord van der Wijk, pardon me, for Kart Academy is on the same lap now as Vincent Osmans. So that could be a battle that hots up as the race wears on. And I'm just looking through at the various gaps. I had no idea how wide open this race has now become. The closest cars we've got on circuit, I think, might be Seb Herbera, 18 seconds back from Jeroen van den Berg for Trackside Wolfpack. And I've got a little tear in my eye because that SRW car, I think it might have had a rough night.
Yeah, it looks it. To be honest, I was looking at my timing tower, and until you said that, I hadn't actually seen what was on the screen. But the SRW car is looking a bit worse for wear, isn't it? And I'm sure the boss Ian Roots, he might even come in for an interview if he's not already sleeping his evening stint off. But yeah, it's looking a bit beaten up, shall we say? As you said, many of the cars on the grid, to be fair. So you don't get through 24-hour races with a clean-looking car. And these guys, they clearly used their fast repair up already, as a whole host of the drivers have probably already. So they don't want to come in and do 10 minutes worth of repairs and drop down the order if the car is drivable.
Yeah, that's something that we've spoken about briefly, that, yeah, you can go into the pit lane and get your damage repaired, of course, but if they are optional repairs, in iRacing, if you have required repairs, they are what they say on the tin. You've got to take all of the time allotted. So if it's a 5-minute required repair, you've got to sit in that pit box for a minimum of 5 minutes while the damage is repaired. If they're optionals, you can decide to take them or to not take them, really. And I know a few of the teams that I've been in, and specifically at Le Mans, we had about 10 minutes, and we just took 2 minutes worth of optional repairs every pit stop. So then, as the race went on, the car got better and started to feel a bit nicer, while obviously we were getting a bit more weary, which I think can really sort of affect your strategy in a good way. But if you do that too much, you can then go out on a damaged car, and yeah, it's a real dark zone. You can either decide just to take the lot and lose all the time in one big chunk, or start losing little bits but have more time to gain it back. So that's something that a few of the teams might have thought about as the race goes on. And you say Ian Roots might pop in for an interview. I don't think he'll have time, because looking at the various stint times that the drivers have been doing, I think Seb Herbera might come into the pit stop in a few minutes' time to hand over to Ian Roots, or maybe he just comes into the pits and remains behind the wheel. But I think Ian Roots has got another stint left behind the wheel, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see him in the car in a few minutes' time. I told you a lie. The closest cars we've got on circuit are 15 seconds apart. Now, this is Christian Furs in the Four Elements Racing Team Red, that one, and then Robin Menz for PM Esports. Got to remember, these guys were fighting for the lead. They were looking at the lead in turn 1, got a bit of a nudge, and they've just sort of can't really find their mojo ever since that point. They got back up to P2, some very, very good recovery driving from everybody involved, but the race really hasn't been theirs. They've had to deal with so much, and it's still great to see them out and rotating.
It is, yeah. They're clearly quick drivers. They've had a bit of unfortunate luck. I think we had a chat to a couple of the drivers in the sort of latter stages of our 4-hour stint earlier on, Jack, and they were saying about the penalties that they were given. I think they were given 3 penalties within the first 4 hours, and that's enough to stunt any team's development in terms of how they want to attack this race. You know, you say that one quick pit stop ruins strategy, or a bit of contact ruins a strategy. Well, if you get 3 penalties in the first 4 hours, your strategy goes completely out the window for the first stop, and then you've got to re-strategize, and then it goes out again after the second penalty, re-strategize, and do it again because you get the third one. So, yeah, these guys are just rotating, trying to get as many quick laps down as possible. And, yeah, as we said, they're quick drivers. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them catch up to Christian Furth and the 4 Elements racing team. But you know, it's always nice to see little battles developing and potential battles developing in the latter stages of the entire race as well.
Yeah, this is the point where we start to see what the teams are thinking about into the final 4 hours. This is when you go, right, okay, we've got this much fuel, which means we've got this long left on this stint. When we come into the pit lane, what are we doing? Are we taking tyres, or are we just going to start to leave them on the car for an extra stint? I know the LMP2s, with them being what, 40 to 50 minute stints, you can get away with running them for 2 stints, whereas on the GTEs at this temperature, we'll get that up on the screen. What is the track temperature now? 23 degrees, so it's getting hotter. They might just be able to get away with double stinting, but for safety, I think a few of the teams might just single stint the tyres, and that's something you've got to think about. The strategy now is what the teams will be working on. They'll start to figure out where they're placed. If they do this, how much time they'll be able to gain. If they lap at a consistent pace, where will they be in, what, 3.5 hours time? And that's what it comes down to. This is where, as another team member, you'd be looking and see, right, okay, they've come into the pit lane, which means they're going to pit now and now and now, and they've got a pit stop ahead of us, so we then need to alter our strategy. So it's quite interesting, really, because you've got different teams, or maybe unconsciously forcing other teams to do different bits just to try and keep the position. And at this point in the race, after 20 hours and 25 minutes of racing, to see strategy still playing such a big part, if not the biggest part it ever has done in this race, it shows that some of these teams, they might be taking it pretty seriously.
Yeah, and the fact that you've got to do that after, as you said, doing it for 20.5 hours straight, basically, I mean, your mind is also a little bit frazzled as well. Depends how much sleep each driver has had. I know the Simracersworld, obviously, we're very close to them, so we've sort of seen their potential strategy and everything like that. And I know they've got a mandatory 2-hour sleep period, because if you just try and do 24 hours straight and you're the last person in the car, that's just going to end in disaster. But even 2 hours of sleeping is not really going to make that much difference if you're having to jump in the car constantly. So to do, not only drive the car, but also to do all the strategy, like you were saying, Jack, is really very difficult. And it's a big up to the team managers. Oh, there's an incident now. Sorry, we're on a replay for an incident. My bad. Jamie Malema just turning into the LMP2 car there, but the LMP2 car really didn't sort of like force his way up the inside. It didn't really look like he was doing it with much conviction. So yeah, we'll see if that's caused any damage, but he looks all right, Malema.
Yeah, it doesn't look like much damage caused, if any, by that. I'm not sure why the replay swoosh didn't happen. I was expecting, you know, the very nice swoosh to go across the screen. I will try and fix that on the fly. Just looking at it, I have no clue why it's doing it, so you will have to forgive me on that one. But the gaps on the track are huge now. They're really starting to open up. There's Seb Herbert, still about 25 seconds back from Jeroen van den Berg. Also within a lap of Seb is Casper Engels in the CCTS Esports Endurance, a fellow Mercedes driver. So the field really has opened up. The gap we were looking at earlier has come out by about a second. Christian Furth pulling away from Robin Menz. And then a little further back, this is Andy Flint in the Digital Apex Academy, or Digital Apex Racing Machine, 4th in class at the moment. And he is 40 seconds back from Marius Brewer in the .exe Ford. And that's something that I want to bring up, Checo, because you mentioned it just before we went live. They've had a rotten night of it, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, something must have gone really wrong. We were obviously on board in our 4-hour stint with Neidhart, who had an absolutely unassailable lead, really. It was, yeah, it didn't look like anybody was catching him. He just kept pulling away from the rest of the field as well, especially his rivals in the Sim Controls Volante esports car. But it looks like he's managed to just catch up really and overtake, and obviously the .ex Esports car has suffered somewhat, and it'll be really interesting to know why. If anybody's in the chat, unfortunately we missed that one. If anybody's in the chat as well, they'll be able to fill us in. I think you might want to refresh the timing tower, Jack.
It has decided to stop. I'm hoping that it tends to bring itself back, so we'll see what happens there. There is, yeah, we're going to have to reset it. So the overlays will just blink off and hopefully back on stream and be all back and running live. There you go. We do have live timing once again. It might just be the replay on my PC trying to catch up, getting confused as always. But I think, yeah, we are back live with you with all the correct overlays. And we saw the incident for Jamie Malema, and bearing in mind he's just got in the car behind the wheel of that iRacing Netherlands blue entry. Having a mistake like that, I know obviously he did have a bit of contact with the LMP2, but having an incident like that, knowing full well you're in the closing stages of the race and your team's watching on, having put in those nice stints, it really can hurt. I know I've had a couple of mistakes and a couple of incidents at Road Atlanta, for example, in the 12-hour. Or the 10-hour, I think it is, isn't it, the Petit Le Mans? I was running that in the LMP2, and on the final 3 laps, my PC decided it didn't want to render the circuit as well. And I was skipping so many frames, it was just insane. I was losing frames everywhere, and for a lot of it, I just got my screen froze, and all the force feedback stopped, and then suddenly the screen had come back. Thankfully, we didn't lose any positions. We lost a hell of a lot of time, but we didn't lose positions, and we ended up finishing P5 in the end after starting 39th or something. But to have that happen and to have incidents this late on in the race, it really plays on your mind. As much as you just think, right, focus now, put both air cups on and just forget that the team's there and just drive my own race. It's so easy just to let a little thing like that under your skin, and then that can affect the rest of the stint. And bearing in mind it's this late, maybe the rest of the race.
Yeah, it's certainly something you don't want to happen. I think, obviously, a hardware issue like you had is probably an awful lot more scary than the issue that I imagined he had. Jamie, as long as he's looking in his rearview mirrors and he's sort of just bedding himself into the next couple of laps, I'm sure he'll probably eventually, just sort of get used to being around the car. Because look at the amount of gap that he's got just behind him, and that'll get closed down by LMP2 cars nice and soon. But he's probably, for me, the driver with the most amount of clean air around him at the moment out on circuit. If he started having hardware issues like you did, Jack, I'd be fearing for him, because I don't think I could. Well, I can't drive even with 60 frames per second. If I started skipping frames, that'd be terrifying.
Yeah, it is quite a weird sensation just driving around. You're doing north of 200 kilometers an hour, but then just to see, it looks like the scenery around you is a slideshow. It's just starting, stopping. It is, yeah, heart in your mouth moment. Project Dynamic leaving the pit lane now. That is Project Dynamic. That is Next Level Racing. That's just in Naya in the number 106. We'll get up to the Project Dynamic team. There is Lars Wieling in the Project Dynamic number 18 machine, heading through the first sector. It appears some of the paint possibly haven't loaded on mine. I saw a car in the background there just running one of the iRacing standard paints. There's nothing much I can do about that. I could refresh it, but it means that every car on the grid would go white and make it incredibly difficult to commentate on, and not that great to watch. So I think we just have to bite the bullet and deal with it for the moment. You can see there's a iRacing Netherlands Ferrari in the mix. That is Peter Kasbergen, and that car's had a bit of a knock on the front left. By the looks of it, the bumper tucked underneath the front wing, and that's just part of endurance racing. You see your car at the end, you look at it at the start and you think, wow, that's a proper race car, and you see it at the end and you think, well, that's second-hand race car. But in its own way, it looks even better because it's got those battle scars and it's got to the end of the race. I think that's something that I would probably take more photos and more screenshots of my car at the end, because yeah, that's ours. That's got our little battle scars on it. It's got little bits that we've caused, but in its own way, it's crossed the line. It's unique now. Yeah,
it's certainly something that you sort of look at your car afterwards, and it feels almost like yours. Anybody can go out and buy a $385,000 Mercedes AMG GT3 car, but it's not the same. You're the one who's dented that front bumper. You're the one who's got a nick in the door or missing a wing mirror all of a sudden, and yeah, you can sort of reminisce of all those sort of things. You can go around the car looking where, oh, I'm missing a wing mirror. When did that happen? You sort of remember when it happened and all that sort of thing. And if you still come out in a reasonable place and you're happy with your finishing position, they're almost like happy memories. If if you come out and you've DNF'd and your car's written off and split in half or something like that, obviously it's not such a happy memory, and you'd probably rather a brand new one. But yeah, often you sort of go around looking at those little bat scars and sort of quite pleased, almost with sort of the story that they tell. It's an odd thing, really. It's only something I've really experienced in real life, but. Yeah, you turn up at the next track in the next weekend, or if you're on the sim, you know, you refresh the sim or you load into a new session, and they're all gone all of a sudden. So it's something I would definitely be taking photos of, even if everybody laughs at you and says, "Oh, you shouldn't be damaging the car."
Yeah, it's not ideal. Obviously, you don't want to damage your car, but yeah, like you say, it's like personal little touches, and you think, yeah, oh, I did that, and that was then, and that was great, and well, sometimes it might not be great. Like you say, if you split the car in half, maybe not such happy memories. And that's one thing that we haven't brought up. Obviously, engine blow-ups. If you have that damage on the front of your car, that might affect the cooling. And initially, you might not feel too much of a difference. After what, half an hour, it might start to get rather hot, and you might lose a bit of top-end pace and acceleration out the corner. And then over time, that's just going to wear at your engine. And I don't think we've seen an engine blow up. I haven't seen one on the stream. If you are watching along and there has been an engine blow up, do let us know. I am interested. But an engine blow up around here, especially where these guys are now, it's going to be absolutely fatal, because the length of the tow that they might have to put up with, you're looking at a 5-minute tow, because it's just such a long circuit.
Yeah, it's the last thing you want to do, and I've actually been in a car when the engine's blown up. I would like to say it wasn't my fault. To be fair, it was probably partially my fault. But it's the worst thing in the world. All of a sudden, everything just goes extremely loudly. It just goes bang. It sounds like everything's just disintegrated in the engine. You've got no pull, and it's very, very difficult. So, yeah, I'll be honest, I haven't had it at the end of a 24-hour stream. 24-hour endurance event. I imagine it's heartbreaking in the extreme. But engine failures at any point is obviously not what you want. At least in sim racing, you do have the upside of not having to pay for a new engine, though. I mean, that's always quite a nice little upside for sim racing. But yeah, not ideal. It would be absolutely heartbreaking. That wouldn't be any kind of crumb of comfort to those guys if they had one now. And if you were the guy who was driving it and you were being a bit of aggressive on the downshifts, then you'd feel awful. You'd feel entirely responsible. So with any luck, these guys are sort of like coaxing their car home really nice and smooth.
Yeah, I think you make a good point there, saying you'd feel responsible. But a lot of the teams, even I know I've gone through my fair share of engines. I'd be in debt up to my eyeballs, the amount of engines and just various body parts and chassis that I've managed to break over the years on iRacing. But if you have that incident, that your first reaction is, I'm sorry, because you are, but then you feel guilty after that, and no matter how much your team say, it's all right, this happens, it will you always feel, oh, this is my fault. And I think that shows the marks of a good team, really, when they just go, it doesn't matter, we'll just, you know, put a new one in and carry on. And it's very similar to the Team Spa performance, the team I drove for. I didn't race there myself, but they managed to get through 3 engines, and one driver did 9 hours back to back of pure driving, because everybody went to sleep. They're like, oh, we've got through 3 engines, we're not in the race anymore, we'll just all go to sleep. And then one guy stayed in the session and turned laps for 9 hours. And that's I think that's a nice little dynamic as well. The fact that there are teams out there, and there's more than enough that would do that. They would just get one driver, not necessarily on purpose. They'd just leave him to it, and he would just go around lap after lap after lap after lap, and that shows the dynamic of a really, really good team. And that's nice to see as well. Just this major team turnout, and everybody sort of like gritting their teeth and going for it. And it looks like so far everybody's been enjoying it, because there's not been any sort of toxic comments anywhere, and it's not like anybody's angry at anybody else. Yes, there's been a couple of argy-bargy incidents and things that can be frowned upon, but all round there's generally a lot of respect on the grid.
Yeah, there is, and to be fair, as we were saying before, we're 20 hours and nearly 40 minutes into the entire race, and there is only, I think, 6 to 7 DNFs so far for Stage 1 Racing Junior, KF Motorsport. Sorry, in the LMP2s, let's go. It's Stage 1 Racing Junior. Stewart's 24 Hours of COTA, which never actually raced in the first place. Now I'm reading that out. Next Level Racing Endurance. And then the GTEs, you've got Apex Hunters United, who are their sister team, is currently winning the overall race. I'm sure they won't be too angry now they've processed it a little bit. IRNL Red, and then the GT3s, you got KF Motorsport and Bazinga Motorsport. So realistically, and there's six teams. out of 30, I think 40 nearly we started with that have DNF'd, and that's pretty good going. And as you said, even if there is damage on a couple of the cars, like we saw the Simracersworld car with an awful lot of cosmetic damage, not sure how it's handling quite so much, but you know, they're still pushing on, they're still putting the time in, and you know, at the end of the day, I mentioned it in the first 4 hours, it's all about enjoying the sim race and enjoying the fact that you've dedicated the time towards this project. You want to see it through, you want to see this weekend through and do the best that you guys can as a team. And that's really what it's all about at the end of the day. Yeah, there might be 1 or 2 prizes up for grabs, but if you're enjoying the race and you're just loving being out on this circuit with your mates, being the team, the challenge that comes with a 24-hour race, then that's what it's really all about.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's it can be forgotten. I know I sometimes forget that that's the reason why we're here. You get a community together. That's the car sideways in the middle of the road. I think that was Davey Reitzmer. Let's have a look. For some reason the overlay still isn't updating in regards to the replay screen, so I am sorry about that. There is, ignore that, that's not the number 101 machine, just a flick one way, flick the other, and there you go, into the, or onto the runoff. I think he might have had another little incident somewhere around here. He said he's had multiple crashes, and that will be the second one, just a bit too much power on the gravel. Rotates the car through 90 degrees. Was it Austin Foster that had the incident? I think it might have been, actually. Over the curbs one way, spits the car out towards the Armco. Does he keep it out the wall? That's a hit in the wall. It doesn't look like any major damage caused, and he should be able to continue on. I'm not sure why the replay screen isn't working as expected, so I am sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. We will try and get that fixed. But yeah, your previous point, we've got 2 retirements from each class we've got out there, and sometimes we forget that even though we are all here to enjoy the race and to well, you want to win, because that is just the competitive nature of sim racing, but you're all here for the same reason. You've got a big community together purely because you enjoy sim racing and you enjoy tearing around a circuit for 24 hours with your mates in a car you love, and that's what I think some of the drivers, admittedly I am guilty of this as well, you just forget that you're all here for the same reason.
Yeah, I think it's one of the best things about sim racing, to be honest, because trust me, if you're in a real life Mercedes AMG, oh god, these guys, I'll finish my point in a minute because these guys are getting very, very close. And these are 3 cars that are not fighting for position, by the way. David Retzmer in the IRNL white car, which we're actually looking at for the majority of this little stint, is not fighting for position with any of these 3 GT3 cars, even though they are all in the same category. They're actually he's getting lapped at the moment, but by the looks of it, he's trying to enjoy himself by pushing the car of Casper Engels as close as he can. So yeah, no, anyway, to finish my point, you know, at the end of the day, if you're in the real life sort of GT3 car, you may only get like 2-3 days of testing before you actually jump into a race like this. Obviously, you'll have had years of experience beforehand to help you along, but you know, it's a lot more. You sort of invest yourself a lot more because there's a lot more financially on the line as well with real life sponsors, and yeah, it's just an awful lot of money that sinks into an event like this, and there's an awful lot of preparation. It's years in the build. But with sim racing, you got to sort of keep in mind that one of the best things about it is the fact that you can just pick up a wheel for 100 quid, 200 quid or something like that, or whatever currency you're looking at. Obviously have a PC that's just about capable of iRacing. Realistically, all in all, you can probably get involved in this race for about £700 or whatever that is in your own currency. And, you know, actually racing these events, not only just this event, obviously you could have another one next weekend, whereas in real life you'd have to wait an entire year or 6 months or something. So yeah, everybody has to keep that in mind. I think the sim racing it's about the enjoyment, and yes, you want to win, but it's about just being involved and sort of getting that investment with your mates.
Yeah, absolutely. That's where I think it's got its major difference to motorsport. It tends to be you put in a load of money and you can get a hell of a lot out of it. Whereas iRacing, whereas just any simulator out there and just sim racing in general, you can put in just a comfortable amount, but get so much out of it, which I think is what makes sim racing so popular in the motorsport community, because you don't have to spend thousands of pounds to get to get incredibly quick. Like you say, you can just get not necessarily the bare minimum, but what you're comfortable with at a comfortable price. And then there are sims which are subscription based, much like iRacing, and there are other sims which you just which are like one-time purchases. And I think that just shows, yeah, that's where sim racing is, or why sim racing is so popular, because you can enjoy the same level of motorsport that you see on the TV and what's broadcasted elsewhere, and here on Simracersworld TV, of course, for what you're comfortable with in regards to financials. So yeah, it's a nice little concept you bring up there. Jacko. There is a race going on apparently.
Oh, is there? Oh,
yeah,
I'm looking.
Not sure what people are on about there, but we still got Sim Control's Exvolante Esports in the lead. They got back in the lead quite a while ago, I think. I think it was even before Hasse and Ed went off the air for the first time. I think Sim Controls were back in the lead. So they've definitely got themselves together. Clearly just taking their little incidents and coming to strife earlier on in the race. And like you said, we've had the .exe Esports family, the number 110, the 4GT, obviously previous class leader. They've had their incident later on, and obviously you don't expect that, and it's put them right back down into third position, which by all means is still a great position to be in. Where they've got a lot of time to gain, 4 minutes and 34 seconds up to the car in front, and then 11 minutes and 22 seconds up to the class leader. So 10-minute loss throughout the night is, yeah, it sounds like a lot, and obviously that's what, 4 or 5 laps around here. However, we've still got over 3 hours of racing, so that incident can happen to anybody else.
It can indeed, yeah. We already saw Malima. He came out and obviously had an incident with an LMP2 car as soon as he got into the car, pretty much. So, that could easily happen with another car. The likes of Sim Controls or Volante or Team DRC Red and .exe Esports will sniff that and see an opportunity and think, yeah, I've got an opportunity here to push my way back up the order. But it's one of them. 3 hours is a long time. Yeah, 15 minutes to the leader is it's about, well, it's a fair few laps, let's face it. It's about 7 or 8 laps, but it is possible, you know, one bit of damage, a 5-minute stint in the pits can really swing you off your game, and it can go into the advantage of your competitors like .exe Esports. You know, it swings and roundabouts sim racing, not sim racing, endurance racing of any form. So I'm sure they'll be hoping for another incident to their competitors, probably to bring them back into the mix.
Yeah, I think that is what you've got to hope for. It might not come, and the only thing you can do is just not drive on the ragged edge, but drive at your comfortable pace, keep it consistent, and the race should hopefully come to you. And you can see just negotiating traffic nice and easy, nice and cleanly. And I've got to say that livery, we see it whiz by again. It's so good. Not to take away from any of the other beautiful liveries we've got out on show, but that one, oh my God, I am properly jealous. I want it.
Yeah, I think Hasse has labelled it the purple raccoon, and I think a lot of people in the chat I know were saying, oh, it's just the LEDs on the Ford, you know, it just makes it look better. Well, I think, to be fair, oh, he's had a spin! No! Brewer, get that back on. He hasn't hit the wall, but I'd feel awful. I feel like that was a commentator's curse after we were complimenting his livery so much.
Yeah, it does seem that way, but yeah, that is a very beautiful car out on the circuit. I am a massive fan of that livery. Now, however, within a lap of Marius Brewer is Lucas Maruk in the Digital Apex Academy, or Digital Apex Racing. I'm going to keep on saying Apex Academy, but it's Digital Apex Racing, number 117. That is, they are now within a lap, 1 minute 42 behind, and you're looking in the GTEs about a 2-minute 5 lap as it stands in these conditions. And it's really starting to sort of slow down, because the gaps are only getting bigger, and I think there's, what, 2 cars or 2 battles on the circuit. I say battles. There are 2 positions on the circuit where cars are under a minute apart. Everybody else is over 1 minute apart. For example, Lars Velling is 54 seconds in front of Colin Furs. However, Colin Furs has dropped Robin Menz now as he goes into the pit lane. So I think Colin Furs was gaining on Project Dynamic in front. However, into the pit lane he comes for one of his pit stops. And then looking back, Seb Herber now 44 seconds adrift of Jeroen van den Berg for trackside Wolfpack. That's a car that we saw a lot of at the start, and they're now back up into 5th in class, so they're doing quite well, and good little comeback drivers on the cars, I think.
Yeah, they need to. Oops, sorry, I wasn't actually looking at my mic then, but yeah, they need to Yeah, just hope that there's one or two little more incidents. Obviously, they qualified on pole. They're obviously an extremely quick team. Vandenberg actually was the one who started the race, I believe. And unfortunately, what happened to him was obviously we saw him get an absolute unbelievable start in the GT3 pack. Obviously, the last of the 3 packs who actually start their race, and he was in the lead by the first corner by about 100 yards. And we're wondering, well, how on earth has he done that? We thought he just nailed the start, but he had nailed the start, but unfortunately he had nailed it about 50 yards before he was allowed to accelerate. So the way that these guys have done it is there is a green zone across the start-finish straight, and you're allowed to accelerate in that green zone. Vandenberg and the Team Wolfpack car did not abide to that, and they accelerated before the green zone, which meant that everybody obviously waited for the green zone, and they'd obviously sped up and gone away from the rest of the field before anybody else had managed to do it. So they got a penalty, and they've never really been able to sort of crack back into the top 3 since. They've had a couple of spins, a couple of incidents, maybe overdriving the car slightly. They're in 5th place. As we said, they always show good pace. They're about a second quicker than the guys just ahead of them in terms of their last lap pace. But unfortunately now, like we were saying before, they're about 2 laps behind. That's about 4 or 5 minutes, so it's going to take them an awful long time to maybe catch up just by gaining 1 second a lap.
Yeah, I don't think the race is going to come to them much more. They are obviously pushing, and they're on pace, if not a bit quicker than everybody else in class, which is always good to see. As Jeroen Vandenberg negotiates the pit entry, and you hear the klaxon go off. So into the pit lane is the trackside Wolfpack number 210 machine. There is Seb Herber, and I'm hearing off Ian Roots that he will be in the car very shortly. So I think in the next 10 minutes we're going to see Seb Herber peel off into the pit lane, hand the car over to Ian for an hour, and then it's back to Bod Boland, and then Ian has got the joy of bringing the car home and crossing the line at the end of the race. So keep an eye out for that. As much as he doesn't want us to watch, we're going to. And if all goes to plan, that means Ian will have done about 7 hours in the car, which is a hell of an effort throughout the race. There's lots of tyre smoke there on the exit of the penultimate corner. However, I can't see any sort of incident. Was it Nick Stoops that came to strife? This is going down the back straight. He just went off the road a bit. I think that might have just been running wide, very deep on the brakes, onto the marbles, and then gets back going again. This is, we'll try and get it up. This is Sander Luticius. This is the final corner. Is this where it all went wrong? Just ran wide. Nothing major though. So I'm not sure where the tyre smoke came from. We are back to live pictures of Aurora Chicken Nuggets. We've seen them have an amazing race. When we left them, they were in 3rd place, and they're now 9th in class, 21st overall, which is not what we like to see. It seems like they've had a rotten night.
They must have had a rotten night. Yeah, well, clearly their chicken nuggets don't have much preservatives in them because they haven't lasted long. They need to try and find a way of getting back up the order, but they are about 10. In fact, they're worse than that. They're about 20 laps down from 2nd place, over 20 laps down from the Sim Controls Volante car. So something major must have happened to them as they're about to hit a lot of traffic. And to be fair, if you look at their car, it doesn't look ideal, does it? That's the sign of a battle-scarred Ferrari. Multiple incidents must have come their way.
Yeah, they've clearly been in the wars throughout the night. Matthew Briggs in the chat saying the commentator's curse is real. Please start praising 1st and 2nd in GT. As much as I know that my commentator's curse is very strong, as Hasser always alludes to, with it being passed down from my dad as well, I think that the Porsches are out and away with it. The DRC Red, that is a very, very clean looking Porsche. I'm aware they've got one iRacing Fast Repay given to them, and it looks like they might have taken it. However, it's one thing to take it, but then if you've taken it at the midpoint in the race, you've just got to keep it clean from there, and it looks like they've done that. That car is very clean, and it's very quick at the moment as well, lapping just marginally slower than the leader, but quicker than everybody else in class by the looks of it. Actually, I say that, he's been lapping consistently quicker than everybody else in class. Last lap was a 201.96. Marcus Brewer in the Ford, 3rd place, a 203.40, and I think Daniel in the lead had a traffic-ridden lap because he did a 206.19. But Perry Pinnaken in the Team DRC Red, a 201.96. That's only 1.5 car set in the entire race.
Yeah, it's absolutely stunning, to be fair, and obviously the conditions will change throughout the race. So That's maybe why he just can't get it close. Maybe if he was running in the same conditions as when they set that best lap, he'd actually be a touch quicker. It's very, very impressive indeed. And essentially, well, he's got 4 laps to catch up, so it's unlikely, even with the pace that he's shown compared to the rest of the field, that he's going to be able to catch them up. But yeah, we got 3 hours, and fingers crossed, everyone, that we can see a little bit of a shake-up potentially. I know Matthew Briggs in the chat is one who's hoping for that to happen. So there you go, Matthew. I've tried my best. And here's a little... Oh, it's coming together. That was a replay of... I'm not sure who that was. Austin Foster, who has had a fair share of black flags come his way. Even since we've rejoined, Austin Foster's got a black flag, and now he's had a little bit more of an incident. And last place in the LMP2s for now, and really not enjoying himself. I don't think he's also about 20 laps down from the lead car.
Yeah, it's there's a few drivers which we saw going into the night stint doing very, very well, and it's just on an unlit circuit with lots of traffic, quite big speed differentials throughout the classes, and maybe just getting slightly weary as well. The mistakes really start to come to you, and that's just what happens. That is just the nature of endurance racing. We've said it so much, and we can't really reiterate it enough, Jacko, that is just sim racing. The mistakes happen, and you rise as you pretty much win as a team and lose as a team. If one of your drivers makes a mistake, you can't really be hard on them, because you know that you've made that mistake before. There's no way you can say, oh well, I haven't done that, because it's an endurance race. It happens to absolutely everybody. So it's so difficult to get through these races just alone, let alone without damage or without getting a penalty with off tracks. Various little bits can slowly start to take effect in your race. You can see that's quite a clear part of the circuit. The only other car in that shot there was the number 11 machine of Vincent Nussmans in the Apex Racing Team entry, the number 11. And I think we saw that car in 3rd place for a little while, but they've dropped now down to 10th overall. 10th in class, of course, being the LMP2 class. It seems like they might have come to strife at one point in the night, or this could just be strategy and they're starting to lose a bit of time.
Yeah, it may well be, but whatever they have to do, they have to get around this Porsche first. But it's an interesting point that you raised before, really, Jack, because everybody's made those mistakes and everything like that. And I'm a genuine believer in some respects, sim racing is it takes a little bit more. It's a different skill set. Let's put it the way. I find it harder to immerse myself in a sim than I do it in real life racing, because obviously all your senses are telling you that you're in a car in real life. But in a sim, you have to concentrate so hard on immersing yourself in this virtual vehicle, and you sort of don't get all the feedback that you may get in a real car. So actually those mistakes, I think, are actually slightly easier to make in a sim. They're slightly less catastrophic, but it's sort of more difficult to focus on the screens and what the wheel is telling you, because your body's not telling you all the sort of the different grip levels that your car has got, and the potential sort of real life danger, which takes your foot off the accelerator sometimes in real life. But in a sim, I think it's genuinely a bit more difficult to immerse yourself in that car, and I'm sure it's probably something that the likes of Adam Christodoulou and all them sort of thing are sort of very used to now, but being now quite experienced sim racers. But I do think it's sort of quite a hard transition, because all the sensory stuff that you get in a real life car, you don't have nearly any of it in the sim world. So to immerse yourself for a 4-hour stint, 3-hour stint, it's actually really difficult to keep your concentration up. So I do commend all these guys for putting in such consistent lap times, even now, this far in the race. It's a lot more difficult than a lot of real life racers actually think it is.
Yeah, absolutely. I know we've, as a sim racing community, we've tried so hard to get as close to the real thing. You've obviously got virtual reality, you can have base shakers and motion rigs, and you can have really strong wheels and vibrations behind your pedals, so you can feel the lockup in various locations. However, there's nothing like the feel through your body when you're in a car, and that fear factor that you mentioned, that is a really good point, because you can go around here and absolutely tear around and not be worried that if you hit a wall you could seriously injure yourself, or worse. In real life, that is a reality. That is what could happen. So that's why sometimes you think, oh well, I've lapped around here quicker than so and so in this car. However, if you're sat in a simulator, if you hit the wall at north of 200 miles an hour, you just go back to the pit lane and get a new car. You can't do that in real life.
No, exactly. I've had plenty of incidents, unfortunately, thankfully south of 200 miles an hour. Though I've just headed straight into the wall or written a car off or two, and it's that sort of responsibility you feel as well. That financially you've just basically bankrupt yourself or the team or something as well. So these sponsors. So it is sort of like there's a lot of pressure on that sort of fear factor in real life racing, which you don't get in sim racing, which is one of the reasons why it's very good sim racing, because you can drive towards your maximum for longer because you don't have that fear factor. But obviously, you know, it can come against you if you've got tyres that are sort of slightly wearing away. There's less feel in sim racing. It's obviously all done through your direct drive wheel unless you've got those base shakers and sort of clever pedals and all that sort of thing. So it's a different skill set, but it's one that is as equally impressive in my opinion. To sort of, as I said, immerse yourself and just get yourself into that zone for this amount of time, and the concentration levels required is the same, it's just in a slightly different way.
Yeah, there's definitely lots to think about when you're behind the wheel. And like I say, concentration levels, they are key around here, especially with it being such a fast and flowing circuit. Yes, you've got time to rest, you've got that long back straight and the start finish straight, but yeah, they might be what, a mile long on the back stretch. However, you've got traffic to think about, whether you're passing it or being passed by it. There's still lots to think about. You could think, oh well, just sit here, take a quick breather for what, 10-20 seconds, but you've got to make sure you're still hot on your mirrors and you know exactly what's happening. You've got to think ahead, like real motorsport, just like Justin Nye here. He's trying to think about how he's going to negotiate that Ferrari in front. I'm trying to pick out who that is. That's one of the IRNL, or that is the IRNL Ferrari of Peter Kasbergen in the number 112, and these two, they are battling for position. Peter Kasbergen in 5th place in class and Justin Nye in 8th place. However, Justin Nye could be maybe communicating with him, or he's just thinking, right, if I just sit behind you, we can work together, save a bit of fuel for me, while I'm also not trying to get past you and slowing you down. And I think that could be a nice little concept as he flicks over towards the AstroTurf. Well done on getting that stop. The Ford is, or the Ferrari, no, it's neither of those, Jack, it's the Porsche. And the Porsche is famously hard to stop, obviously with it being all the weight being over the rear. It's very easy to lock the rears up with a rearward brake bias, and it can just throw you around. So especially on AstroTurf, and especially carrying that extra speed from the draft. So great job, Justin Nye, for getting that slowed down. And that's something that I think can fail me definitely sometimes. If you're sat in the draft, you forget sometimes to account for that extra few mile an hour that you're carrying it come the end of the straight. So you've got to bring your braking zone back, sort of 10 meters per mile an hour. And if you're doing what, 15 miles an hour more, that's a fair bit of braking zone that you've got to bring up. It tends to be the highest speeds. Obviously you brake earlier, but it slowly starts to shrink the margin back the higher you get with the extra speeds in the draft. But I think Justin Nye, he did a great job of getting that slowed down.
Yeah, he did, and just like you were saying as well, the quicker the car is going, obviously the bigger the incident that could potentially have as well. But you're right, Justin Nye is doing a good job, and the Porsche is obviously circulating quite nicely. We actually now have a Porsche leading the race, obviously, with Daniel Nesserit and the Sim Controls Volante car. And yeah, because we were saying this GTE class is basically dominated by the Porsches. Got 1 Ford and 2 Ferraris in there, and it's no surprise to see the Fords on number 1 and 2. Obviously, there was a time where it was actually the Ford, the Ferrari, and then Porsche in third. And there is the Ford in the pit at the moment, Matthew Briggs. Let's see if he's gone for a driver change. He's certainly gone for a wheel change, but he hasn't. It's still Matthew Briggs, still in the purple Raccoon, and he's going to be able to potentially bring this to the next stint, and we'll see whether he swapped it out to let someone else bring it home.
I think there has been a driver change, because Matthew Briggs was messaging us in the chat, obviously not so long back. I think that this pit stop has brought into effect now. Lucas Maddock only 13.5 seconds back from Matt Briggs, and obviously Matt will take a little bit of time to get the car up to temperature, get in his rhythm, so we might see a battle on the cards in a few minutes' time.
Yeah, 13 seconds, that's positively nose to tail at this stage of the race. So we are hoping that maybe there is a little bit of a fight coming our way sooner rather than later. Obviously, with 3 hours to go now, it's getting to the sort of heated end. People are starting to feel the pressure now. It's they can see the finish line in touching distance. I always imagine that as soon as the sun comes up, you start thinking, oh God, it's actually coming round now, and you'll be able to sort of see the finish line before you know it. But at the moment, Lucas Maddock is it's a time not to get too ahead of himself. He'll know that he's towards the back end of Matthew Briggs. I'm sure his teammates will have been telling him that He now has to put some good lap times in while Briggs is on his outlap and see what he can get from it. It's 11 seconds the gap now, so he's certainly caught up a little bit while Briggs is getting his tyres up to 10.
Yeah, he's definitely getting close, and obviously this is a battle, or it will be a battle for the final spot on the GTE podium. And it means that you might also, as long as there's no more retirements further up, it may also be your ticket into the top 15. To still be running at this point is obviously very commendable, and it's nice to see so many cars are still out there. But to get a better, or to get a result on the podium is even better. Not to take away from any of the drivers that obviously do finish the race alone. That is, yeah, like I say, very, very commendable, especially on a circuit like this, which is unlit as well. I'm just looking around, and these two are the closest cars we've had on circuit for a long, long while. That gap now down to 10.5 seconds, so Lucas Murdoch definitely bringing that gap down.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I just noticed that we've got a very notable driver in the interview waiting room, so I'm going to bring in Adam Christodoulou. And Adam, if you're there, hello, how's the race going for you?
It is going very well, thank you. We are currently P2. Will's just posted in a pretty fast lap, and it looks like it looks like we need a bit of a miracle to take on the leaders. They are a whole lap ahead of us now, which is a real shame. We've had one or two little mishaps. We got taken out by the chicken car, which is a bit of unfortunate at turn 1. But it's been a good run since. I think I've had a lot of fun doing it. We've definitely had an entertaining race for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously bringing you in because we saw you in the car jump. I think you were the second stint in the car when we were commentating last. But you obviously were hustling it around really rather quickly, and it's a bit of a shame that you haven't caught up to the car ahead. But can you sort of shine a little bit of a light? We've spoken a lot in the last hour about sort of the differences between real life and sim racing. Obviously, you're a very experienced endurance driver, but what's sort of the differences between the sim world and the real life racing that you've been doing? Is there major differences, or is there slight nuances?
It's been great experiencing it. So like I got into sim racing basically at the very start of lockdown. So April the 1st was when I managed to get my hands on my rig and got myself all set up. And of course, to start with, it's a little frustrating because I suppose when you're near the top or at the top of your game in something and you jump into a sim, you think, right, okay, I know what to do. And of course, you lose, I suppose, some of the feelings with feeling the car twisting on the tyres, etc. And of course, there's no fear factor. So of course, it is very easy to go barreling into a corner far too fast and lock the tyres and spin. And so of course, it does take a little bit of taming almost to get used to driving online, but the online community has been great. A lot of us end up streaming, and from that you build up quite a big community pretty fast. And the amount of people that have helped me get to, I suppose, where I am with my online performance, it's been the support of all of those guys just giving little bits of input. Like I found out, obviously here is extremely tough with track limits, and I didn't get to do too much testing before this race, as I was testing for the digital Nürburgring Championship, which was yesterday. So I did that race before I jumped into this one.
Wow.
which proved to be a little bit of a challenge. And so I did a little bit of testing earlier in the week, but the guys were like, right, you can take a bit more curb. This was from the stream. The guys were saying you can take more inside curb. Going into the second from last corner, you can go up to the yellow sausage around there. And of course, without those guys, it might have taken me a few more laps to get into that groove and just realise that I'm losing a little bit of time there. And so the differences between real and online racing, obviously, like I said, you don't have the fear factor, which I think sometimes
it can be a good thing and a bad thing.
Yeah, I was going to say earlier when the Ferrari with the chicken sponsor on the side, I'm not sure which number it is. Obviously, in real life, I think there would have been a little bit of fear factor, and of course, obviously, if you do have an impact like that, financially, it can be quite expensive as well. So I think they would have taken it a little bit easier. Whereas, obviously, on the sim, there's less of a consequence financially and painfully, and so. Obviously, he just got a little excited and hoofed us off, unfortunately. And that's when we ended up going that lap down to the 216 car, which is our leader in class. But it is incredible how it's improved. The first time I suppose I had to go on a proper sim was maybe 10 years ago when I was racing in America, and I went to Mosport, which is in Canada, and then after that I went to my mate's place. He had a sim, and so we were practicing all week, obviously trying to beat each other's times. And actually when I went back to the circuit, there was one of the corners which I just kept on taking a little tighter than I should have. And I think at the time it's because I was on the sim, and of course we were trying to outdo each other with the lap times. And I know the tracks are scanned, but for some reason, whether it's just the point of view from inside the car, it did affect me a little bit. So at that point I was like, right, I'm not doing that again. But a lot has happened and changed in 10 years, and the cars and the sim, and I suppose the scanning of the circuits and everything has become a lot more realistic. And so it's definitely come a long way, and I still treat it like a separate car. Sadly, the Mercedes in this isn't as realistic as in real life or some of the other cars. I think from what I've heard, it might be based on the older SLS model, which would make a little bit of sense, that the old SLS doesn't have as much downforce, but the straight line speed of it is quite good.
Oh, it's quite interesting. Maybe you should send him a message, get involved in helping some of the developments out.
I'd love to. Like, to be honest, I've really enjoyed doing all the sim stuff, and it's like anything. It doesn't matter what you race, even in real life, whether it's on the sim or real life. As long as you're competitive, that's when it's fun. And so I'd love to get involved and to understand it more.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was involved with sort of a driving training centre called SimTrack in the UK, and yeah, their development behind all their cars, they're based at Ginetta, and their development behind all their cars is crazy with this sort of the amounts that they have to input to make it all physically sort of feel as real as it can be, and it can take years just to do one car. So yeah, the development. Yeah,
I bet. And I suppose, like, so AMG for 2020 brought out their new car, which is basically it's a facelift. It's got additional cooling. It's got a new look on the front, and they've made it easier for the mechanics and the crew to work with. And so hopefully at some point they'll have that in iRacing as well, and maybe at that point they might scan the car and do whatever background work they have to do. I'm assuming it has to go in a wind tunnel for them to get their figures and stuff.
Yeah, they do an awful lot. I think they do various weighing as well and stuff like that, and taking out on test track to do development. It's a crazy that goes into it. But is it something that you've now started to do to help at real life racing as well? Obviously, with maybe a more sort of honed in version of the Mercedes, and any kind of training center or anything. Does Mercedes have that sort of facility available to you?
So AMG have actually they've pushed us, and they've asked us to get involved if we've had sims, and it's one of those things that my biggest regret now is not getting a sim sooner. I feel like obviously from the start of lockdown I might have been a little late getting involved, and of course it is a little frustrating when you see your other teammates and drivers that you race against in real life having the edge on you in the sim. And so I've been chipping away. It's one of those iRacing physics aren't as good as maybe one or two of the other softwares, but the online and multiplayer community, the multiplayer platform for iRacing is by far superior, I think, to any of the others. And so it's one of those that for me, I don't know whether I'm allowed to say or not, but the Assetto Corsa, the AC software seems to be the most realistic in physics, I believe, like with how you can trail brake, and if you have a bit of a slide you can save it, whereas iRacing is a little bit more knife edge. Let's say that if you get it a little bit wrong and you have a slide, then more than likely it's very hard to save that spin if it's about to. And so for me it's more for, I suppose, trying to be competitive on here and get involved in events like this. Like last weekend I did the 24 hours of Nürburgring in the GT3, and yesterday I was also doing the digital Nürburgring Championship, which now runs, they're trying to run it parallel to the real life championship. They decided to do season 2 during the winter to keep us all occupied whilst it is probably more than likely going to be cold and snowy there in real life. So yesterday was round 1 and round 2 is in a few weeks time.
Absolutely awesome. No, it's interesting to hear about the sort of the way that they're organising their sim championships, as well as obviously because there's an awful lot of winter championships from all over the place popping up now, but also the sort of difference between the software and how you feel, because obviously iRacing was actually built around NASCAR and oval circuit originally, and then they sort of bolted this onto the side of it all, whereas ACC and AC are obviously the Blancpain sort of GT licensed cars, so that's obviously probably where the differences lie. I'm going to hand over to Jack Well now, because obviously he might have 1 or 2 questions for you, Adam, but it's been an absolute honour talking to you. I never thought I'd actually get to commentate a race with you involved, let alone interview you, so thank you very much.
No, it's been great chatting to you too. Thank you.
Hello, Adam. You'll notice I've just said a quick hello on your Twitch stream.
Yeah, thanks for subscribing.
No problem, no problem. Yeah, just one quick question. Obviously, strategy can play a massive part in a 24-hour race, and not just what you go into the race with. If you have an incident, that could affect the rest of your race. It could throw your strategy out the window completely. And then it's also thinking about what other teams do as well. So not necessarily the plan you have. You might formulate a new plan to alter for the incident, but then somebody else could go off, and then you think, hang on a minute, we could get a place here if we alter the strategy in various little bits. Is that something you've been doing throughout the race?
Yeah, we've been playing with it lots, and at one point it seemed to work really well, and we seemed to take quite a few. We took chunks of time out of the cars ahead of us. So I suppose it's now towards the end of the race, and the car ahead has got a lap on us, so it doesn't matter as much. But basically, we tried to double stint tyres a few times, and we were able to with the tyre wear figures that we were getting. And it's one of those, okay, you gain maybe 26 seconds from not changing tyres in the pits, and then you've got to figure out, well, do you end up losing 26 seconds from having an older tyre on the car? And so it's a tough call to try and figure out which you believe is the faster option. Like I said, the advantage of not having to change tyres jumps you 26 seconds from the pits, but then of course you also increase your risk of spinning, because the tyre window or the grip window becomes a little bit smaller, and it's easier to make a mistake or to lock a tyre. And so it is tough. Like we've ended up maximising our fuel runs all the time, and we just try and get away with whatever we believe we get away with the tyres. We actually got to a point where we just changed one tyre during one of the stints because we were wearing one of the front tyres down. So we've been playing with it, and it seemed to work earlier in the race, but the guys in front in the 216 car, they've been driving faultlessly, and they are, all 4 of their drivers seem to be rapid. I feel a little bad for my guys. I feel like I'm the weaker link out of the 3 drivers. There was meant to be 4 of us doing it, and then of course during the race I found out bless one of them isn't feeling so well, so there's just 3 of us, and so we ended up triple stinting drivers during the night, just so that at least we could get a 6-hour break to try and get 5 hours sleep.
Massive props to yourself and your team for doing a 24-hour on 3 drivers. I've done it once, and I don't think I will do it again. It was rather painful, and an interesting little insight into the strategy play that you've done throughout the race. And one final quick question, of course. You brought up tyres. Has the track evolved since the race has started and where we are now? Because obviously it's rubbered in. It is getting hotter once again as we go deeper into the daytime hours. But would you say that the track feels maybe slightly grippier with it being more rubbered in, or just because it's getting hotter it levels out to quite a nice sort of medium?
Yeah, it definitely makes a difference. So I jumped in a few hours into the race. So my first stint was, I suppose, during hour 3 to 4. And so maybe at that point it had rubbered in already, but definitely during the night the track grips up. It's the same in real life. So the cooler the conditions, the more power you get, the cooler your engine runs, it's cooler for the drives, it's cooler for the tyres. And generally in real life, I think optimum temperature is anything between 5 and 10 degrees because everything stays cool. So tyre degradation is lower at that point. So generally you can get more out of the tyres for longer, and you can lean on them a bit more. Now obviously it's warming up. I think the lowest I saw it was maybe 20-21 degrees track temp, whereas now it's at 24. So you'll lose a little bit of time from that. But it's been pretty consistent all the way through. The best time, I suppose, for anyone, and that's when most drivers set their purple sectors, is during happy hour, which is just as sunrise starts, just as it's sunrise, because of course the track is in its coolest state, but you can now see where you're going as well. And so I think if you look at most people's fastest laps, it will definitely have been just after sunrise. And again, that's the same in real life. We call it happy hour, so of course as drivers we always try and push for that period in the stint, because of course it's good for our egos.
And it's nice to see that the sim once again doesn't disappoint and relates to real life so closely. Thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box, but as is tradition here on Simracersworld TV, anybody you'd like to thank or shout out before we let you go?
Oh yeah, I suppose my teammates, both Will and Louis, have done a brilliant job so far, and I suppose yeah, everyone that's watching, I hope you're enjoying the show. I think there's quite a few people streaming during this race, and so it's interesting being able to jump between the few different drives to see how they're getting on. And of course things don't always go to plan. We ended up with a penalty earlier from a P2 car in the night. I didn't see that. Just sort of caught me by surprise. There was a bit of contact then, but yeah, I suppose thanks to everyone that's been involved, and for all the organisers for putting this event together, and
Great.
You guys, of course, for keeping us going throughout the whole race. I've got you in the corner of my stream chatting away, so I can hear you whilst I was driving as well.
Great stuff. We hope we didn't disappoint myself, Jelle, and the rest of the team, of course. Well, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box, and pass on my best regards to your teammates, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. See you guys in a bit.
Well, that was an experience, wasn't it, Jacko?
Oh, I'm still sweating, to be honest. No, that was absolutely awesome. As I said, I didn't think I'd ever get to commentate on a race with him in, let alone actually interview him. So yeah, no, absolutely awesome. It was great insight as well to not only sort of what you were talking about with me in terms of the real life sort of sim experience that he's had, obviously being a top driver, but also that the sort of strategy that he's playing into for this race as well, and how he's sort of correlating that back to his real life experience as well. So obviously he's very humble as well, must be, the fact that he's complimenting his two teammates in such a high regard. But yeah, absolutely awesome. Glad we had him in to chat, and obviously it passed a little time now. We're now into the final hour and 2.5 hours basically.
Yeah, that's why I really don't mind speaking to drivers, no matter what caliber they are, as long as they're in the race. I really don't mind speaking to them just to get an insight, because we're at that point in the race where it's started to calm down. So it's nice just to talk to the drivers, and it gives them a chance to unwind and maybe separate themselves from the race a little bit as well. So I can always make a lot of time for driver interviews. We saw a quick replay on the screen there of the change for position. Third in class, it's now Lucas Maruk. 5.25 seconds to the good over Matthew Briggs. So we have had a change for the final spot on the podium, and it's pretty much cemented already. Lucas is doing a great job behind the wheel of that 117 machine, and he's left Matthew Briggs, like I say, it was 5.25, now 6.25 seconds on the way through the through sector 2. So he's done a great job at already building up that gap. However, I've got a feeling that the .exe Esports family car will have maybe a slight trick up their sleeve as they go into the final few stages, because they're on a different strategy to both the cars in front of them, and that could play to their advantage. So are the leaders. However, Oscar Wilkins behind the wheel of the Sim Controls X Volante Esports machine, the 101 Porsche. Those guys are also on a different strategy by the looks of it, compared to second and third. So as it stands, the podium in GTE is still very much unsettled. We will only find out who's going to finish where as they cross the line. Absolutely.
Since we've been broadcasting, obviously Hatta and Ed, they passed over to us about an hour and a bit ago, and obviously I don't think that Lucas Merck has actually pitted since then. Obviously we saw Matthew Briggs jump into the pit, and he's obviously come into the car as well, but I don't think his competitor Lucas, who's just overtaken him with Digital Apex racing cars, actually pitted yet. So although Matthew Briggs, he'll have had the fresher tyres compared to Lucas, we will expect Lucas to come in and lose a lot of time from just being in the pits. So yeah, that's going to be a very interesting one to keep an eye out on. But obviously, pretty much nothing, touch wood, commentator's curse aside, is touching Oscar Wilkins right now in the sim-controlled Volante Esports car. And we said we thought when we were doing the first 4 hours that they may have just messed it up a little bit. It shows in the 24-hour race anything can happen, and it always comes back to you as long as you're keeping it cool, keeping it calm and collected.
Absolutely, they've definitely driven their own race, and it's put them in good stead for the final few hours. And I'm glad you brought up tyres, because Lucas Marek, I don't think he's on fresh sets of rubber, because the last time he went into the pit lane, on my screen at least, is lap 586. I think that might be a lie. I can't see him doing almost 100 laps on a tank of fuel, so I'm not sure whether it's missed a pit stop at some point, or my SDK software. Actually, of course, that is very much realistic. I'm thinking, oh, we're on lap 661, but it's the leader that's on lap 661. So Lucas Marek at the moment is on lap 609. He last pitted on lap 586, so not long ago really for him, just approaching 30 laps ago. He didn't take tyres, only in his pit box for 35 seconds. However, Matthew Briggs, who pitted 10 laps ago from now, spent an extra 30 seconds in the pit box, so he's definitely got fresh boots on that Ford. And to still be dropping back at this rate, you've got to wonder, is there something wrong with the car, or maybe Matthew Briggs can't quite find the flow?
Yeah, well, the car before you handed over from Brouwer handed it over, seemed to be doing reasonable lap time, so maybe Matthew Briggs just can't quite find that sweet spot with it yet. Maybe he's obviously the temperature's changed slightly, maybe he just hasn't got used to the traffic yet. We're not sure what kind of stints he was putting in before. Obviously, maybe he was in the car, well, he was pretty much guaranteed to be in the car when Hasser and Edward commentating, but we maybe haven't seen him. But maybe, yeah, he's just, the conditions aren't quite suited to him just yet, but I'm sure we'll see him come to the front a little bit more as the session goes on. Ian Roots here in the car, the big boss for Simracersworld, now loving life in amongst behind the wheel of his Mercedes AMG. Right, pretty much slap bang in the middle of the field for the GT3 cars. I think they're sat in 6th place at the moment out of the 11 cars that are currently running. So, Ian, I'm sure will be pretty pleased with this one. And, well, whatever happens, I'm sure they'll have thoroughly enjoyed the race. I think we spoke to Bod Boland in the our first stint. I think he was the first driver interview that we had, actually. And he seemed to be really enjoying it as well. He drove an extremely aggressive first stint, I think very memorable from Bod. After having a little bit of a spin on the first corner. So these guys, they've had to work hard to get into that midfield, and I'm sure they're enjoying every minute of it.
Yeah, they've really put in the effort to get back to where they are. We've seen them floating around the P5, P6 mark in their class, and that's where they still are, but they are in no man's land in regards to positions at the moment. 1 minute and 9 seconds back to Casper Engels in the CCTS Esport Endurance team. A fellow Mercedes driver, and then they've got a Mercedes in front, Richard Verschoor in the trackside Wolfpack machine, 1.7 seconds, that's wrong, 1 minute and 7 seconds in front, so definitely a big gap either way for Ian. And all he needs to do, I think, after speaking to him before the race, he's just trying to keep it consistent, maybe just getting used to the varying conditions. And he said he's done about 250 laps of practice, which around a 5-kilometre circuit is a hell of a lot of laps. That's a lot of mileage covered throughout, and obviously a lot of that will be compatible to the race. However, obviously the conditions have changed. The track will be rubbered in, having best part of 40 cars on it from the start, and now we've still got 32 cars running. The temperature will have changed drastically, and the car might have a bit of damage on it as well. You've got marbles to think about offline, so as much practice as you put in, only so much of it can be used. And of course, traffic, that can never really be predicted. You can simulate it. I think we heard from Bod Boland that he's done the ILMS races, and he's just got used to how the traffic will negotiate him. But you can't really predict exactly what it's going to do until it's right upon you. So Ian Reed's, on the face of it, he's got an easy job, but when you really get down to the nitty-gritty of it, he's got quite a difficult job, even though he's done all that mileage in practice.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how he gets the time to do all that practice either, to be honest. It's he's a family man, and he runs his own business. He runs 2 businesses, if you include Simracersworld, which obviously have to, because it's the best business out there. But yeah, and then he rotates for 250 laps. Speaking of rotating, who's that we're having a quick look at? That's Niels de Cooper, I think, in the Radeon Motorsport car in the back end of the GT3 grid. So he hasn't lost any sort of big amount of time, but he's had a little bit of an off moment there by the looks of it, which is why he's ended up behind the SRW car. But yeah, he's very committed to his events, is Ian, both in broadcast mode and in actually racing it. So he's doing a good job here, and I'm sure he's thoroughly enjoyed it. Maybe he'll even come out for a chat once he's out the car and everything's calmed down, even if it's not on stream. He can come and say hello to us, Jack.
Yeah, that would be great to hear. And like you say, he will be back in the car. He's got what best part of 40 minutes still left behind the wheel, and then it will be Bod Boland hopping in for the between the 22-hour mark and the 23-hour mark, and then it's Ian Roots bringing the car home. And like I mentioned on our first stint on Comms Tracker, that it really is an honour to bring a car home, whether you've had a rotten race and you're 50 laps down on the next car in front. However, just to bring the car home, to say you've done it, to say yeah, this is our car, I'm crossing the line to take the checkered flag, it really is something to behold. And I'm rather jealous of Ian Rees because he gets to do that behind the wheel of the beautiful SRW car.
Yeah, well, when you're the boss, you get some certain privileges, don't you? But he's not like that. He wouldn't pull a rank, to be fair, on his other competitors. So, as you say, it's a good one to always have that feeling of crossing the line, as I'm sure a whole host of these drivers will be feeling. But only one man can do it, or one person can do it, sorry, should I say? And at the moment, it's his responsibility. But Robin Mendes is actually jumping into the pits of PM Esports car, who hasn't seemed to have been able to recover from earlier incidents in the race, and they're sat in sort of mid-pack, but I'm sure they were probably hoping for more going into this race. But they'll still be, after everything that's been thrown at them, they'll still be really relatively happy, I'm sure, as the 4 Elements racing team just overtakes them in the pits.
Yeah, they've got to be happy with their performances throughout. They've really done a great job after the earlier incident, getting back up to 2nd place, then getting caught out with penalties, of course, as well. And then to still be continuing on at the rate of knots that they are, still in 8th place as it stands. I think if they work the strategy correctly, they might be 7th come the end of the race, but a lot can happen between now and then. We're saying hearing the live timing is down. What I'll do is I'll try and get that sorted for you. It's possibly because we had the slight technical issues throughout the stream, so the link might have very slightly changed. I do think it has. What I'll do is I'll get that updated for you and get it posted in chat. Just so that's sorted. And I'm still getting the issue on my end where the replay isn't quite transitioning correctly, which makes it rather odd. I've done what I can here, and nothing really seems to be fixing it. So you'll just have to forgive me on that one. But once again, the race is really starting to open up, and the closest cars on circuit are 9 seconds apart. However, it's just gone to 10 seconds, and I think you can pretty much guess which way that's going. That's Matthew Briggs and Lucas Murrock just slowly starting to separate now. So Matthew Briggs also getting caught up in little bits of traffic here and there, and yeah, like you say, struggling to find his flow seamlessly, and Lucas Murrock clearly absolutely on the ragged edge, on the edge of adhesion, doing a good job behind the wheel of that Porsche.
Well, if he hasn't got new tyres and he hasn't pitted and all this, that and the other, I'm honestly wondering how on earth he's getting the amount of time that he can out of that car. It's absolutely stunning, to be honest. And yeah, he'll be very pleased with how it's gone so far. He'll obviously be trying to get a gap worthy of coming into the pits and swapping those tyres, which obviously is a massive gap to be honest, to try and gain on the driver behind him, Matthew Briggs. But it's not one that is beyond the wit of man, I'm sure. And even if he can just get the gap up to 15 seconds, which is actually he's just gone and done. So he'll be very pleased with his performance so far. He is lapping consistently about half a second to a second quicker than the driver behind. I think it's going to be close going into the final couple of hours, but it depends on the driver changes, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot can change in the final few stages of the race. LMP2's coming into the pit lane, a few GTEs coming into the pit lane as well. That's something I want to pick up on. Team DRC Red and Team DRC Blue, both the DRC GTEs are now in the pit lane, so possibly team tactics there, both working each other's strategy to see what they can do in regards to the end of the race. And looking at it, yeah, the two LMP2s we've got in the pit lane. Here's Jason DeLille in the Kart Academy number 84 machine, and Christian Furs is now in the pit lane. So here comes Budwin Kuster to pass the pit lane now. and get that position back off 4 Elements Racing. We saw the position change a few moments ago, and we know what Boudwin's like behind the wheel of that PM Esports Dallara P217, and he is absolutely deadly, so keep an eye on Boudwin Kuster to pick up positions and pick up faster laps than we've seen compared to the field so far. And that PM Esports car is looking really, really aggressive and really, really clean, I think, more importantly. So I've got a feeling he's on an absolute charge up through the order again.
Yeah, I think Harry Pipes in the Project Dynamic car, who has just, I thought he'd just come into the pits, to be honest, but he's the car that is the next in the field for Kuster. I think he'd be slightly worried, because I think what they've just done there is stuck their star man in the car, because he started the race and he was absolutely electric in the car as well, to be fair. He had a few black flags and a few here and there sort of disciplinary issues, but if he can keep his nose clean and just keep rotating the car around the track as much as he can, he'll be absolutely fine. Harry Pipes just keeps flitting in and out of my timing tower. I don't know if that means he's maybe abusing track limits or if he's popping in and out of existence with connection issues, but that certainly won't be something he's very pleased with. But yeah, I think Kuster, he's going to be on a charge. There's no reason to hold back now, because obviously he's not quite exactly where they wanted to be in terms of the on-track position, as he's trying to carve through the GTE class, finding it a little bit more difficult. Hopefully he doesn't hit anybody. But yeah, with any luck, he'll be putting his foot to the floor and giving us a spectacle.
Absolutely, you'd expect nothing less from Boudwin Kuster, a name familiar to us here at Simracersworld TV. And we've got a lot of drivers out on circuit just turning laps at this point. I think that is the key part of this race, and something that I didn't notice as it happened. Obviously, we saw the 4 Elements car leave the pit lane, but the gap, when they started this lap, they had about a 6-second lead. Boudwin Kuster has now extended that to 11, best part of 12 seconds now. So clearly, Christian First struggling to carve through the traffic in the same way that Boudwin did. I think that's Max van Splutteren in the Next Level Racing Machine. It is indeed. So Max in the number 69 SJS Esports entry is doing well to carve his way through the traffic. And somebody we haven't looked at much is Ben Cornett, now 3 minutes and 30 seconds to the good over Paul Searle. And you think that in the first 4 hours of the race, we saw the lead for CXR Project Black extend to about 30 seconds, and we thought, my God, he's just getting away with this. And now look what's happened. Ben Cornett has proved us wrong. 3 minutes and 32 seconds to the good. Massively helped, obviously, by the night stints. And I think CXR Project Black may have had a few little incidents here and there, but just shows that keeping it clean and consistent, even if you don't start up there, it'll slowly start to come to you, and there you go, they're in the lead.
Yeah, it does help if you've got some absolutely rapid drivers as well to swap in and out. We said it at the beginning of the race, the entire race. It's all about, the average speed amongst all your drivers. Really, you can have one-star driver, but realistically, they can't do the entire 24 hours. So if there's a differential of about 6 seconds between your drivers, then you're going to suffer. And the sort of closer you guys are as a group in terms of lap times, the better chance you have of being consistent over the entire race. And that'll start to come back to you slowly but surely as you go past the .exe car with Marcus Goebel in it in 9th place. So that's another lap that Ben Cornett has put on those drivers. And it really is a very impressive thing. I mean, he was almost, I think, the only people that the Apex Hunters car hadn't lapped when we handed over after only 4 hours with the top 3 in the Next Level of Racing by SJS and the CXR Project Black car. They had lapped every single other car in the entire field within the first 4 hours, including their own field in the LMP2 class. So they're clearly the class of the race at the moment, but anything can happen in the final couple of hours. We'll see how they crack on, but at the moment they're in a strong position.
They really, really are. I'm going to have to leave you for a moment because I've had a bit of a nosebleed. So what I'll do is I'll leave you on most excited or most exciting, so you can see what's going on throughout the field. But I will be back with you in just a few moments' time.
Good luck to Jack. I think F in the chats for Jack's nose, unfortunately, but hopefully he can sort that out. But welcome to solo commentary with Jack Oliver. I hope everybody at home has been enjoying the sort of race so far. Obviously, our broadcasters, we feel, have done a decent job, and the drivers have done a really good job. And we just like to thank Next Level for getting us involved with such a brilliant event, to be honest. Here at Simracersworld, we do love our endurance racing. We do love our special events as well. So If anybody is obviously getting wins of anything else, then we'd love to be involved yet again. And I hope you guys have sort of, you know, even if you're watching this and you're not actually racing and you want to get involved in the race, and you think maybe this could be something that you'd be a part of, then Simracersworld have plenty of opportunities to get you involved in some endurance events or sprint racing or oval racing or basically anything you want to do. So if you want to have a look at what we've got on to offer, I think we pretty much have a league every single day now of the week. Then come over and just have a chat to us. Basically, it'd probably be Ian Roots or Chaz Draycott that you end up having a chat with, and they're both lovely guys, so it's okay. F's in the chat, lots of F's by the Mew. Yeah, plenty of F's, and hopefully Jack's all right, and he'll be back with us sooner rather than later as we're having a look at Ben Cornett here, just trying to carve his way through the traffic. Not really anything to worry about for this driver. And this is what happens, really. We mentioned it in the first 4 hours. All of a sudden, you can have all the space in the world for about 1.5 laps, and all of a sudden it's a traffic jam, and it looks like everybody's trying to get in to do their Christmas shopping in the 2nd of December in the UK, and it's quite an interesting one, to be honest, how it flows in and out like this. And yeah, there's probably a study to be done on it, to be honest. I think I saw that on Top Gear the other day, and they'd quite like to see it. And it is a sort of concept that is very interesting, really, as we see Joris Bloom going past, but also he's having to negotiate another LMP2 car, you know, and all very, very close. These drivers now should be fully understanding of how the traffic sort of comes and goes through them, how they should be attacking each car that they're coming up to. Now they'll be getting used to the drivers that are around them. Obviously, there's a new driver in each car every hour or so. But they should be aware of how to carve through the GTEs if you're in an LMP2, or the GT3s if you're in either of the other two classes. And you know, it's worth noting that is obviously something that you have to learn over the 24 hours. It's not just can you get your lap times better, how consistent can you be, what are your tyres doing, what are your other competitors doing. It's how to learn how to get through the traffic on this particular grid, because every grid that you go onto in an endurance event is going to be slightly different. They're going to have slightly different aggressive mannerisms. Some people might not be as aware in the rear view mirrors. Some people might be too forceful going through. It's all things you've got to learn. And as you're going through this, all the drivers will now see, if they see them in the rear view mirrors, a certain car like the .ex Esport car, they'll be thinking, oh, okay, I've got to get out of the way of him because he takes no prisoners, or he's on a charge, we know that, so let's just take half a second off our lap time and let them through. Well, all this sort of thing is all stuff that you need to be aware of. And I believe Jack Well's back, and hopefully he's got his nose attached to him. Jack, how is it?
No, I just cut it off, you know, I didn't need it, it was annoying me. But no, yeah, I am back with you. Sorry about that, I may sound a bit more nasally now because I've got half the bog roll shoved up my left nostril, but we are back, and we do still have this race going on. How was the most exciting camera? Because I heard in the background that it sounded like you were looking at some good, not necessarily battles, but interclass traffic, trying to manage what's going on.
Yeah, well, I mean, when we came on air, we obviously saw the RNL cars and stuff in complete bliss and a beautiful isolation, clear air in front and behind, and now they seem to be in a traffic jam. And it's these LMP2 cars, really, that probably got the hardest job of any of them, to be honest, because they have to carve through at varying closing speeds, don't they? I mean, if they're catching up a GTE car, it's slightly less of the closing speed and speed differential than it is a GT3, so it's always really difficult to make sure that you're being clean and getting through both of them, because obviously they're having their own little battles and carving through traffic as well. So yeah, just plenty of that, really, and it's always entertaining to watch.
Yeah, it really is. I think that's something I quite like to watch at Le Mans as well, just seeing how the LMP1s react to the LMP2s, and how then the LMP2s react to the GTE traffic, or GT Pro and AM as it is. And I don't think we're going to see LMP1s really ever again in the World Endurance Championship. I think we've got those new hypercars or whatever they are that are rocking up. Good traffic management from Matthew Briggs there. Found the gap, squeezed his way through, runs slightly wide. Let's hope that's not another off track. And that's something that we haven't mentioned. Was it 130 off tracks you're allowed, and then it's out every 20 after that you get the stop go penalty?
Yeah, and as we said on the race control, obviously we aren't really aware of how many 1Xs. I don't think we can have a look at that, which is a bit of a shame. But if we see any stop-go penalties, it's probably a pretty good reason as to why, isn't it? It's a pretty good guess.
Yeah, absolutely. This is Brian Peters with a bit of an incident, over-rotating the car, bounced over the curbs, stuck in the middle of the track on the exit of Sector 2, just before Sector 3. Gets back going again, nothing major there. And then we've had an incident for Jonas Dahl. And I think this is still Brian Peters. This is the 172. No, this is, I think this was Brian Peters once again, running slightly wide. Nothing major there. I'm not sure what happened. Let's have another look back. We'll try and get the replay back up. There we go. That's more like it. This is Jonas still in the LMP2. Down the back straight in towards turn 1. Actually 3 wide on the way in. Does he get collected by the GTE leader? A bit of a moment there. Gets spun around on an axis and gets back going again. 3 into 1 definitely doesn't go. So that was our GTE leader, Oscar Wilkins, getting caught up in that. And for me, that's just 3 into 1 doesn't go, and traffic management is starting to take its toll on a few of these drivers.
Yeah, I mean, after such a long race, obviously we're pretty much into the same conditions or very similar conditions that we actually started this race. Considering I think we started at 4 o'clock iRacing time, I believe, so or maybe 3 o'clock iRacing time. So we are very close to see how it all ends, and hopefully everybody's not so tired they can keep going. Obviously, there's only 2.25 hours left, people, so keep pushing through, making sure that you can actually get to the end of this car. And Oscar Wilkins here, I'm sure, will be a very good position. He'll be very pleased with how his team and how he's inherited the car now.
Absolutely, and I think we are going to go for a break in a few minutes' time. However, I do want to give them a quick rundown through the order. So in the lead of the race altogether is Ben Cornett, the Australian, for Apex Hunters United LMP2, led for a sizable amount of the race now, doing a great job behind the wheel of the Delara. Paul Searle in second for CXR Project Black. Then it's Max van Splutteren for Next Level Racing by SJS Esports. That's definitely not a mouthful. Then it's Max Hack for Team DRC Orange, great livery on that car. And it's Joris Blom in the second of the Next Level Racing LMP2s. Harry Pipes for Project Dynamic in 6th. Budwig Kuster for PM Esports. Keep an eye on them, trying to work their way back up through the order in the closing stages of the race. Christian Furs in 8th for 4 Elements Racing Team Red. Then it's Marcus Gruhl in the .exe Esports machine, the number 10. Then it's Jonas Doe for Apex Racing Team in 10th. Jensen Delo for Kart Academy in 11th. And then it's Scott Rankin in the 4 Elements Racing Team Blue machine. And Jacko, I'll let you run them through the GTEs.
Yeah, Oscar Wilkins there, as we know, is in the Sim-controlled Volante Esports car in first place, with Harry Pinakin in the Team DRC red car. Matthew Briggs in the .exe Esports car now, with Sonny Rosario taking the reign for the Digital Apex Racing car. So there has been a bit of a change there in the GTE class, and back again going the way of Matthew Briggs. Peter Kasbergen in the IRNL orange car, with he's in 5th place, with Raymond Sheffers in the DRC blue in 6th. Brian Peters in the IRNL black car. It's getting quite hard to say that. In 7th place, with Justin Nair in the Next Level Racing GTE category in the 8th place. And Nick Stoop rounding out the field, as we've spoke to Adam Christodoulou before. He's had a bit of a problem with the Roaring Chicken Nuggets car, and that may be an explanation why they're in 9th place in the GTE, and also why they've got a bit of a broken car.
Absolutely, it looks like they've been through the wars, and this beautiful sounding, beautiful looking Audi R8 LMS is in the lead of the GT3 category. Wouter Timolda for DSCDA Esports Silver, the number 2162, over 2.5 minutes in front of Will Egby in the Project Dynamic 2 machine. That's obviously Adam Christo's entry. Great little car that, and like you say, it's trying to close the gap to the leader. However, it doesn't seem like it's coming to them as much as they'd like, but still plenty of racing still to go. 3 hours and 10 minutes left of the race, so you never know what could happen. Rene Douwen in the IRNL Blue iRacing Netherlands entry, the 222, still continuing on. And IRNL, they've really brought everything that they can to this event. Lots of entries up and down the order. AJ Southgate in 4th position in the CXR Project Black Audi. Richard Verschoor in the Trackside Wolfpack Mercedes, the number 210. Good little comeback drive from themselves. Then it's Ian Roots in the Simracersworld Esports entry, number 246. And I've got a feeling I know why he's chosen 46. I'm a massive fan of Valentino Rossi. Casper Engels in the CCTS Esport Endurance in 7th. Jelle Stomborg in the DSCDA Esports Red, obviously stablemate of the class leader, in 8th place. Che van Walkum in the Trackside Esports Orange machine in 9th place. In 10th in the GT category is Niels de Kuiper in the Radeon Motorsport machine. And I think the last of our runners, the last in the GT3 category, is Davey Reitsma in the IRNL White, 6 minutes back from Niels de Kuiper. But like I said, you could be in 32nd overall as it stands at the moment, but lots can happen. It's still an endurance race. But that is a full rundown of the entire order. We are going to put you on board with our leader, and actually we'll put you on board with the GT3 leader. We haven't really ridden on board with the GT3 for a while, so we'll stick you on board with Wouter Mulder, and we will be back in about 5 minutes time. back, everybody. We hope you enjoyed riding on board with Wouter Team Older. Very, very clean, very smooth driving, I've got to say. And great traffic management shows how good they are doing. That is Eric Valet dropping off the jacks and leaving the pit lane in the Next Level Racing machine. And I think we had a couple of incidents, sadly, while we were away. I think Scott Rankin has had multiple. You'll have to excuse the name at the bottom of the screen. That isn't the correct one. Here he is going through the S's. A big jump over the curb. Does he collect the second one? No. Just a quick 360. Locks everything up, grabs first, and gets back going again. That was the first one. 3 laps later, he had another little incident. This is on the run up towards turn 1. Up the hill. Does he just lock it up on the brakes, over-rotate the rear? Yep, that's textbook for the LMP2s, ends up pointing the wrong way. And just little mistakes, nothing major, but they're so easy to come by, aren't they, in these LMP2s? When you're driving on the ragged edge, and these LMP2s, they're so stiff with the setup, and just a slight little overcompensation for maybe a slight mistake that's already happening, and it can spit you out, can't it?
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, these, as I said before, the LMPs and the GT3s, in my opinion, are actually the easiest cars to just jump in and drive. But they are. The LMPs are ridiculously hard and unstable as soon as you get towards the limit. GTEs are actually very difficult with their lack of driver rates. But yeah, it's a difficult car to get right. The LMPs, they're so on a knife edge, especially when they're sort of losing their tyres a little bit below them. But with a lot of downforce and everything, the high-speed corners are actually a lot easier in these cars than the low-speed, and the low-speed is always where we see in the LMPs just over-rotate the rear. A little bit of braking while putting in some steering can really be detrimental. He hits the curb there, which can also really unsettle an LMP2 car. Yeah, not ideal for him, but I'm sure it's no big damage done. He'll be fine.
Yeah, looks like it was all good. You've got to be so careful with the curbs as well in the LMP2s. They are very low, much like the GTEs and the GT3s. However, LMPs are prone to a little bit of floor damage, much like a Formula 1 car. You damage the floor, it can massively affect the downforce produced, and as talking from experience, if you hit the floor too hard, it can I think it can damage the cooling or damage the engine. With it being in the tail end of the car, racing at Monza, I've maybe been slightly confident or overconfident into the chicane, hit the sausage curb, and it's sent me skywards, and it does something to the underside of the car, therefore hurting the engine. There is Ian Roots in the number 246 Simracersworld Esports machine. I think he's got about 10-15 minutes left of his stint, so not long left now, and then he'll hand the car over to Bod Boland. Bod will drive the car around the COTA circuit for about an hour and then hand it back over to Ian Roots for the final 45 minutes or whatever the difference is come the end of Bod's stint. And the SRW car, as much as I don't want to sound biased, they've done really well, to be fair, with the damage on the car and having getting caught out at the start of the race. One of the most important parts of the race, of course, when if you make a mistake now, you'd be lucky or you'd be lucky if you lost a position almost, because losing a position at this stage in the race, it must be a rather large incident. But spinning at the start of the race, you've got an absolute freight train of cars to come by. To work their way back up to 6th in class after the incidents and after 22 hours of racing, they're doing quite well. I had to go and say it. I'm sorry, Ian.
Damn it, Jack!
That's commentator's curse. I told you my commentator's curse is strong. I am sorry, Ian. At this point in the race, yeah, he could bring it into the pit lane, hand it over to Bod Boland. There you go. That's what I thought would happen. With 2 hours of the race remaining, hand it over to Bod for the next hour, and then Ian get back in. And just as the hour swaps over for the final one, and you might be able to get back in the car. But I'm sorry, Ian. I know you're watching. I am sorry.
Yeah, I think that'll be your last endurance race on the comms there, Jack. Crikey Moses. No, I think obviously Ian, he was probably just aiming to get into the pits, and he was just doing it with style. And to be fair, I was also going to say that he's one of the closest battles on the grid, on the circuit, actually, is between Bod Boland, who is now in the Simracers Esports car, Niels Costa just ahead, and Casper Engels. I thought there was actually a spin going on there, but here is Costa. How has he gained on his car just ahead? It was Harry Pipes that he was actually trying to track down. Here is Harry Pipes on your screen now. And actually, there's a 2-minute gap between these cars now. So I'm not entirely sure what would have happened there, because I'm pretty sure... Oh, no, there's always a 2-minute gap. Sorry, it's less than 1 lap, though. It has come down ever so slightly. It was about 2:30, I think, when Custer jumped in the car. So he is getting his way down. Sorry, up the order, Custer, but he's only taking a second out per lap, so Pipes might just be about to get away with this one.
Yeah, you've got to think that might be what happened. Just casually, what? Yeah, 30 seconds taking out the car ahead. I mean, we've all done it, of course. But
Obviously.
yeah, you're just looking at the previous lap times. That was Budenkuster, yeah, like you say, lapping just over a second quicker than Harry Pipes and Project Dynamic. And there's still obviously pit stops to be made. 2 hours of the race still left to go. I didn't really see how many laps you can complete in an hour in these LMP2 cars. I'll just do a quick bit of maths to try and figure it out. What are we on? We are on lap 680. We'll just divide that by 60, so you can get I think 113 laps per hour. I think I might be lying, to be honest. Yeah, that's definitely not right at all. It's just my maths clearly suck at the moment.
It's like doing a maths exam with
yeah.
like a couple of hundred people watching,
Yeah,
whoever will watch this back.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, so just completely ignore me. My maths is completely wrong. But I think if he plays his cards right, everything works with traffic, and the strategy for the PM Esports car is dialed in. Just working around the incidents. There's still a chance that Budenkuster could catch Harry Pipes. Just that was now down to 2 minutes. However, still within touching distance, 30 seconds back, is Christian Furs for 4 Elements Racing Team. It only takes a little mistake from Budenkuster to drop him back into the clutches of the number 6 machine. These are the closest cars on the circuit by the looks of it. And like you say, now we have Bod Boland behind the wheel of the Simracersworld Esports entry. They did lose a position in that pit stop. It's Casper Engels now in front, 1 minute and 5 seconds to the good. And I don't think Bod Boland has got much pressure from behind, bearing in mind Jelle Stomborg in the DSCDA Esports Red Audi is 9 minutes and 50 seconds back. So I think Bod Boland is safe in that department.
Yeah, he is. We obviously saw what Bod Boland really loves to do is go aggressive and try and make his way up the order. We saw that in his first stint, and it worked to a good degree as well, but he hasn't really got anybody to be doing that towards now, so it'll be seeing whether he can just hunker down and start driving as best he can. A more sort of standard endurance race stint, shall we say, as we're on board with Jonas Dow in the Apex Racing team in 10th place. I'm sure they'll be pretty pleased. They've got 30 seconds back to Jensen DeLu in the Kart Academy car. So the car that you actually see directly behind them is actually the PM Esports car, and Bovan Kuster, who obviously, as we know, is absolutely fine. You can see the difference in the speed between the 10th place car and the 7th place car. The 7th place car is about to lap the 10th place car yet again, and it's obviously there's lapping, there's blue flags, you got to let the car pass and everything like that, but the actual speed that he caught the number 11 car up and then overtook him, and we'll see the speed that he actually leaves him for dead as well. Kuster's really got that car underneath him.
He really does, knows what he's doing, does Budwin, especially with the gap slowly starting to close to the car ahead. Christian Furs keeping up a similar pace. However, last time by, crosses the line now. Let's have a quick look over at the times. About 7 tenths slower on the lap prior, but on a 5-kilometre circuit, that is it's not a major amount when you think about it. We've still got Oscar Wilkins in the lead of the GTE class, now 6.5 minutes over Perry Pinarken in the Team PLC Red Porsche, the 121 machine. And I've got to say, Oscar Wilkins, he's got that car hooked up even after the previous incidents. He's really started to get the bit between his teeth, and he's left his team in a very nice position, very comfortable for his other drivers going into the final couple of hours of the race.
Yeah, indeed, we are into the final 2 hours, as you say, Jack, and it sort of all comes down to this, really, doesn't it? It's the final stint, and it may sound, 2 hours is a long time, and if it was a sprint race, obviously you could classify that as a long time. It's a very long race, but when it comes down to 24 hours, it's really not that long at all. And yeah, it is sort of the last bit, the light at the end of the tunnel, as you start to think about, oh, it's nearly over. But in actual fact, like I said before, 2 hours is still quite a long time. There's an awful lot of laps, even by your dodgy maths, Jack. But it's still an awful lot of laps to be going, and they need to stay concentrating. Don't relax, keep going until the final whistle, until the checkered flag drops.
Absolutely, like Niki Lauda said multiple times, the race isn't over until it's over. The only time you'll know that you finished is when you cross the line, because anything can happen. Like we've seen at Le Mans, Toyota in the lead for like 99% of the race, and with an issue on the final 2 laps, they had to give up the lead. And let's hope nothing of the like is caused today. However, that is something you can't rule out. Less than 2 hours remaining now. This is Jonas Dahl in the number 11 machine. 29 seconds back from him is Jensen de Loo in the Kart Academy number 84 LMP2 entry. And that gap, I've been watching it little by little. It comes down and then goes back out again. So fluctuating gaps, something to do with traffic, I think, could just slowly start to affect this battle. And once again, 30 seconds over 22 hours. Oh yeah, over 22 hours of racing now. For it to be 30 seconds apart from the car ahead, and we've got multiple cars that are that close, is good to see. However, I've just looked over. We've got cars 6 seconds apart for the first time in a long while. This is Sonny Rosario for the Digital Apex Racing team, the number 117. Dennis Neidhart, 6.5 seconds up the road.
Yeah, I think Dennis. Well, we saw before we went for our little break to go and get a drink and stuff. We saw Rosario actually taking the .exe Esports car into third place. So Dennis Neidhart's clearly gotten into the car. He's been handed it over. We know how quick he was. He was leading the race in the GTE category for a long time, Neidhart. So we know how he can hustle this car around this track, and he's extending that gap now. So all of a sudden, they've put their potentially one of the number 1 drivers into that car, and he's doing a good job as well. He's back up to third place, hoping to extend it. And here's the Simracersworld car going very sideways, and that was a replay of Bod Boland, and that'll really hurt his tyres. There'll be a small vibration, I'm sure, and maybe that'll hurts him a little bit, and he's having to wait for such a long time before he gets back on the track there. It's really difficult to see out of these cars. It's not exactly good visibility, even in the sim world, and it's taking him a long time to get going. There he is, and that means he hasn't lost any positions, but it certainly hasn't helped him try and catch Casper Engels back up, and we're back on board with Dennis Neidhart.
Yeah, not at all. Casper Engels now in the pit lane as well, so we'll keep an eye on Bod Boland. There he is, crossing the line. So although he does get the position back, that lead deficit that he had going into the pit window will have massively dropped back now. We'll keep an eye on Casper Engels. There he is, still up on the jacks. Drops down now, grabs first gear in a few moments' time and should get going again. I think just waiting for the final splash of fuel. There we go. So Casper Engels rolling down the pit lane in the CCTS Esport Endurance team. In the Mercedes, and there is Bod Boland. So he's got about a sector in hand, but yeah, like you say, that will have hurt his tyres as well. So come the end of Bod's stint, that might cost him a fair bit. However, that will be all to come. You can see in the background there, that's Marcus Grul trying to work his way by in that beautiful .exe livery. I've got to say, the Ford and the LMP2, they just suit that livery so nicely, and I think Chaz would be foaming at the mouth just looking at this livery, because you've got the spec map with the matte black, and then it almost looks like some sort of satin finish on the colour variation from the front to the back. So definitely up there with one of my favourite liveries. You can see he's got, I think that's number 84 machine trying to get by. That is Jensen de Loo in the Kart Academy car. So these two not vying for position as it stands. That is Marcus Grau in 9th position, Jensen de Loo in 11th. Let's just have a quick look. It looks like he is only a lap back, so this is Jensen trying to unlap himself, and doing that now with still 1 hour and 50 minutes of the race remaining. That could help him with strategy still having time to play out. If you can get the overtake done now, unlap yourself, and you don't know what can happen into the final part of the race. Although it's just unlapping, it could add up to a position come the end of the race.
Yeah, it's what he's going to have to be focusing on now, the Kart Academy car. And Jensen de Loo, he's going to try his best. He's obviously got a good pace about him, although that last lap was obviously a 59, but I think that was the outlap that you were saying. Yeah, it's starting to sort of, little stories are starting to appear in the final couple of hours now. It's about they've stuck their faster driver back in the car, the driver that certainly started the race. Quite a few of these drivers have now done the sort of full circle of rotations, and they're going to try and push as hard as they can. Nick Foster's back in the car for the Apex Hunters United car at the very front end of the field as well. So we saw him, I think he was the first or second stint in the Apex Hunters United car. I think he handed over to Chris Delulu, I think he did anyway. But yeah, we've seen him play it before. We know he's quick, and he's got a 2-lap gap between himself and Paul Searle in the CXR Project Black car, and I'm sure he'll be confident in driving this one home. as long as he doesn't get any sort of massive engine failures or anything like that, just sort of out the blue sort of iRacing failures, because that'll be absolutely heartbreaking for them. They've done a really good job, and they've been leading this for, I think, about the last 20 hours. So, yeah, they've done. I mean, you can't argue with a driver, with a car and a driver team that's led that for that long.
Yeah, definitely shown that the team has gelled together with the car, of course, as well. They had the help of Shane van Gisbergen earlier on in the race. It would be nice to see him back out behind the wheel. We've still got, I think, 2 pit stops left, possibly 3 for the LMP2 class. And the last time Nick Foster, or the last time that car came into the pits was 2 laps ago, and with it being a 40-minute stint just over, and with there being over a stint left in this hour, and then obviously the extra hour continued, I think there could be 3 pit stops left for that car. So the strategy maybe not working out quite to, or maybe not working out for them as much as they'd like. Maybe a splash and dash towards the end of the race. PM Esports now in the pit lane. Budwin Kuster sat in his pit box. Whether the driver changes or not, I don't think so. So the number 37 in the box there is Jensen below now in the pit lane, meaning that Marcus Kroll can continue on without too much of an issue, and without
Christian Ferd has got past Kuster by the looks of it as well in that pit stop.
Let's just have a quick look. Yes, he has. Good spot there, Jacko. There is Christian Ferd, number 6 now in front.
Yeah, it's a 22-second gap basically between Kuster and Furs, and from when we've been broadcasting this, at least, they're on equal amounts of pit stops. So they both had 4 pit stops now. So this could come down to a slight change of strategy, or it could come down to whoever's got the pace. But 22 seconds with Kuster at the wheel, I wouldn't be surprised to see a battle for position heating up sooner rather than later, unless Christian Furs thinks he doesn't really need that battle for now, and he'll jump into the pit slightly earlier and try and get those new tyres on and maybe chase him down.
Yeah, definitely something to keep an eye on if that's what's on the cards. I wouldn't be surprised, like you say, if Budwin Kuster started to whittle that gap down. I think we've got DRC Max in chat saying that Team DRC out there getting best of the rest in the LMP2, and they are at the moment 4th overall with Fido, would it be Fido or Fedo Coman behind the wheel of the number 14. He's got a 10-minute gap up to Freak Schockhorst in the next level racing by SGS Esports machine. Then it's a 5-minute and 50-second gap up to Paul Searle, and then it's a 3-minute and 12 gap up to Nick Foster. So the gaps in the LMP2s are really starting to open up. The closest in the LMP2 class obviously being Budwin Kuster and Christian Furs, 22 seconds apart now. Closest cars on circuit, I think, is this little battle here. This is Sonny Rosario for Digital Apex Racing. 10 seconds back from Dennis Neidhart now. So Dennis got a bit between his teeth, finally got into that rhythm that he wanted, and he's starting to extend that gap.
He is indeed. I'm just having a look at the drivers' briefing sheet that they've put together for all these drivers, just to have a look and see whether there was any chance of any kind of rain or anything ever going to be put on. But I don't think iRacing supports rain, does it? So I think it would make it a lot easier for practicing, wouldn't it? That if you knew the conditions beforehand. But I can't see anywhere that it sort of outlines the conditions. So all these drivers have had to sort of practice and do as much as they can in sort of guessing what the temperatures will be as well in the track conditions. And obviously, as the car and the track gets more rubbered in, it presents itself with sort of new challenges. So, the drivers that have started this race compared to the drivers that are finishing this race, it's a vastly different machine and vastly different track that they're driving on. So, that's very interesting to see, really. It's probably one of the bugbears in iRacing. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jack, but there is no wet in iRacing, is there?
No, there isn't as of yet. I'm hoping that they do get, or that we get rain in the future. It would be nice to see, obviously, adding that extra level of immersion. I think just trying to sink the rain for everybody would be quite a challenge in itself, because obviously iRacing don't just want to put rain in and it be like half as good as it should be. They want to make sure if they introduce rain, it's the same for everybody, and they really don't cut any corners. It's perfect. And I think at some point we will end up seeing rain on the iRacing service. I think they're just focusing on content at the moment, obviously with the little teasers being posted through various social media sites. I saw a couple of photos on Twitter just hinting towards the Long Beach circuit and the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 being added. I think those will be the next editions, and there's also talks of the Aston Martin being added in next year, the GT3. I think possibly the GTE. It would make more sense if it was the Vantage GTE, and that would be very nice to see. But all that is on the way. And somebody else that's on the way is Dennis Neidhart. That gap now over 10 seconds, almost 11 seconds to the good now, Dennis Neidhart. He crosses the line now, does a 2:03.294. There is Sonny Rosario driving towards the line. What does he do? He responds with a 2:03.321, so lapping very, very similarly to the Ford in front. We've had an incident for Gert in the, let's try and find it, in the 217 Audi. What happened here to the digital Apex racing machine? Hit the curb? No, it's going, gone, and all the way around he goes, jumps on the brakes after touching the grass, grabs reverse. Thankfully, nothing's coming immediately, grabs first gear and gets back going again. Clever driving, more than happy to go well wide just to stay out of everybody's way. And then back on the road once again. An odd incident though, because it was, I was expecting him to hit the sausage curb, the rather aggressive sausage curbs on the inside of the S's, but it was just sort of on its way, and eventually the rear overtook the front. I think that could be linked back to the damage on that car.
It potentially could, yeah. It's either that or the tyres just giving out and just sort of giving up on such a hard sort of corner for it. But I'd be slightly surprised. They do have unlimited tyres in this race, so they can pit every minute or every lap if they really wanted, but he goes straight on there as well. I don't know whether that means his tyres overheated, or I don't know, because if he had damage on that car that was causing him to spin on an aggressive turn, then I can understand that, but the same sort of damage wouldn't necessarily mean he just outbrakes himself in a straight line. So I think he's either overheated the tyres or the tyres have gone underneath him. But like I said before, you could technically pit every single lap and get new fresh tyres every single lap in this 24-hour race. It would be silly and ridiculous, but it is legally possible. So I can't believe that they would double stint tyres, apart from to save some time, but triple stinting tyres would be really dangerous for him. I don't know, maybe some guys in the chat can shed some light on that one and what's happening to Gert, but it doesn't look easily driven. He's not coming into the pits.
Just continuing on like nothing has happened. Of course, the DSCDA Esports Red, stablemate of the GT3 leader Kevin Onk, in the DSCDA Esports Silver entry, looking very much cleaner than his teammate. All the body panels nice and straight on there, looking almost factory fresh. Just needs a bit of a clean. It looks like possibly they've taken their fast repair, or they have just driven an incredibly clean race, nice and consistent as well. And I think that's just what it comes down to in these endurance races. If you're racing for more than a couple of hours, it's really just about consistency. Scott Rankin has had another issue. We've seen him have a couple of spins behind the wheel of his LMP2. What happened here through the S's once again? Does he hit the curb? Much like the first incident we see, goes one way, goes the other, and then on the brakes all the way backwards, pitches the car the way he wants it, and then eventually grabs first gear. Back going once again, an easy mistake to make, especially on those sausage curbs. They are there for a reason, of course, just to stop any track extension. And back going once again, fairly innocent little incident there. It didn't look like he hit it too hard. The suspension probably took most of the impact there, but little mistakes like that, we've seen a couple for Scott already in his stint. They will add up pretty quickly, and the last thing we want is any sort of major incident. He is 12th in class as it stands, 10 minutes and 10 seconds up to Jensen Delo, the next car, in 11th. But Scott Rankin, the way he's going, it looks like the car maybe just isn't quite working for him, and if it keeps going that way, that gap's only going to extend further.
It absolutely is. But one driver who is actually in the interview waiting room is the big boss Ian Roots, and obviously you were driving in the SRW car, Ian, and I may have dragged you in a bit prematurely if you're eating or something, apologies, but give us a little bit of a story behind the Simracersworld car at the moment, because it looks like it's a little bit bruised and battered at the moment.
Yeah, morning guys. Yeah, it was a bit of a tough night, a very, very unlucky incident at the very end of Bod's last night shift on the final corner before coming into the pits. He had an LMP2 spin in front of him and he had nowhere to go. So we've got a slightly bent car. It's affecting turning a little bit. Camber's out, ride height's out, towing's out. So it's a little bit of a beast to drive at the minute, but Bod's doing great. He's back in the car now for the penultimate stint. But yeah, my stint, I've just got out of the car. As I've just said in the chat, I need to sack my crew chief, which is me, because I forgot to tick the tyres. So I went out on 30-lap old tyres from the previous driver,
Ooh.
and shall we say it was a bit slidey.
Yeah, well, we saw a little incident, I think, with you as well, having a bit of a slip and a slide, shall we say? But let's ignore that for the moment, Ian. Obviously, you're back in the car, aren't you, after Bod's short stint to bring it home? Is that correct?
It depends on if we're in a fight for 5th. If we are, because we seem to be swapping pit stops at the moment. If we're in a fight, then Bod doesn't know it yet. He's going to stay in the car. Because he's about 2 seconds a lap quicker than I am. So if we're not in a fight and we have settled for 6th, then I'll be doing the final stint.
Well, that's very interesting to know that even now you're still sort of umming and ahhing about the strategy, really. But I suppose that is the sort of fluid nature of endurance racing, isn't it? Are you enjoying the evening? Well, I say the evening. Obviously, I'm so used to saying it's a sprint racing, but you're enjoying the 24-hour challenge. Is it something that you're quite used to? Obviously, I'm relatively new to Simracersworld, so is it something you like to take part in whenever we have these special events on the broadcast?
Yeah, we haven't done anything within the team for about a year, really. I think we did constant official, the 12 hours of Bathurst, 10 hours of Road Atlanta, and 24 hours of Spa. We did it constantly for 3 years. We hammered every single event. We've had a few wins at several events. I think I've won 3 out of the top 4 GT3 endurance iRacing in our splits, obviously. But we didn't do anything in 2020. It's been a bit of a strange year, but this is the first long event we've done for a long time. This is my first time back in a GT3 car for 12 months. So it's been a very, very good weekend. I've really enjoyed it. It's kind of ignited the passion for team events again. I kind of lost the love after doing it for so many times in such a short period of time. But no, it's been great. It's been a great weekend. The team have been fantastic.
Yeah, I didn't. To be fair, after all your sort of outgoings on a Monday night, I didn't even know you could turn right. But you're doing a very good job. But yeah, obviously I'll hand over to Jack. But congrats on the sort of solid stint, Ian. Hopefully you'll be able to actually tick your tyres this time round. And if you do kick Bod out the driving seat, good luck for the final stint.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It's been fantastic, and I'm looking forward to taking it over the flag at the end. Actually, to be honest, it's been a long time since I've done anything like this, but the guys have been great. It's a team effort, and if we finish 6th, then it's an absolutely outstanding result because there's some top guys in this field, and yeah, we've done all right.
You have indeed, mate. One quick statement from me. I think it's more of an apology because we were bigging you up. We're saying, we think you've chosen the number 46 purely because of your love for Valentino Rossi. But then, as we were talking about you and saying, you're very clean, very consistent with the damage, I think I might have dropped my commentator's curse on you because within about 30 seconds of me saying that, you were pointing backwards. So I am sorry about that.
No, it's fine. Like I said, the tyres at that point were 50 laps old, and the rear just let go with no warning whatsoever. So it was time to nip in the pit lane, and it didn't affect us actually because we'd have either had to do a short stint at the end or a short stint then. So it's worked very well. So now we've got 2 full sets of tyres to run through to the end of the race. So it made no difference. We just lost a few seconds by me facing in the wrong direction.
Well, style it out, Ian.
Definitely.
No major loss there. You were just making sure that that bit of the track got a bit of attention. Of course, nothing major. And the Mercedes is a car that is renowned for its understeer. The deeper you go into the stints, obviously with it being front-engined, it's got the big V8 lump over the front axle. Is that something that you've struggled with understeer, or have you dialed it out with a bit of setup work?
In my opinion, this setup does suffer from understeer anyway. This is the first time I've driven the new tyre model, so compared to the last one, I think it's awful, but I think a lot of people love it. It does take a little bit more smoothness in the driving, which is not me. I'm a late breaker, turn in late, hit the pedal as hard as I can on the way out. That's my style, so I've had to retrain my brain with this car after driving it for 5 years, I think, constant. It's a very different beast. We call it the shopping trolley in the team because it seems to go wherever it wants to go. But if you're smooth and you're lighter with your steering inputs and you find the apexes it's actually a very quick car, as Bod Bod proves. I think he did a 2:07 in the night, which is incredible. But in my hands at the moment, I've still got a lot to learn on it, but it does suffer. Yeah, it does suffer with understeer badly once you get those tyres worn. And on 50 laps worth of tyres, it understeers a lot.
Yeah, I can imagine there was very little rubber left on the boots. Before we let you go, of course, is there anybody you'd like to thank or shout out while you're on the stream?
Yeah, just obviously let's do the organisers this time. Next Level Racing organised a great event. The live stewards, they've been in the booth for the whole 24-hour and swapping and driving as well, I believe. But they've done a great job. It's their first major event, I believe, and it's been very successful, and we've really enjoyed it. So yeah, big shout out to Simon and his team.
Great stuff. Well, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box, and good luck to yourself and Bod and everybody else in the team for the rest of the race. It looks like you're slowly starting to gain on the car ahead. So let's hope you give us something to look at in the closing stages of the race.
Yeah, we'll do. Thanks, guys. Thanks again, you two, and enjoy the end of the show.
Will do. That's the boss man there, Ian Reeds, joining us in the commentary box. We were looking at Bod Boland throughout Ian's interview, Jack, and that was some very smooth driving from Bod. He hasn't really put a foot wrong. Maybe a couple of missed apexes, but that could just be the conservative style of his driving at the moment, because he's literally just been keeping it on the black stuff, no major mistakes, and that's all you need at this late on in the race.
Yeah, I think you're pushing the commentator's curse to its absolute maximum there, but yeah, no, he has done really well, and yeah, we asked Ian obviously what was wrong with the car, because it looks like there's an awful lot wrong with it, and we weren't wrong. I think it would have been easier for Ian to probably list off things that feel good about the Mercedes right at this moment, but yeah, they're still powering along, and as he said, it's still in flux about whether they actually let Bod carry on in that car or whether Ian jumps into it for the final stint, but. We'll see as the evening progresses. Bod might have just had enough if he's done all that sort of stint in the at night as well. He might just be a bit too tired for it. But one person who I'm sure is not too tired for it and is chasing a podium position is .ex Esports car, Dennis Neidhart. He'll be bitterly gutted that he's obviously retaken over this car and it's not in the lead where he left it on the first stint. But he's got some really strong candidates around him in the GTE category. It seems to be really competitive this time round in this event, and it is often the way we see it. Sometimes the LMP cars, they space themselves out. We expected them to space themselves out a lot sooner, but the GTE cars have been fighting pretty much right into the end. There's always seems to be a little bit of a battle, and Sonny Rosario is pushing Dennis Neidhart, although it sounds like 11 seconds is an awful long time. In a 15-minute race, it would be. In a 24-hour race, if you break up that sort of the amount of time that Neidhart's gained on Rosario, 11 seconds over 24 hours, and the amount of laps they've had, far too hard maths for me to do. It really isn't that much of a gain that Neidhart's managed to put on him.
No, when you think about it, he was extending that gap very early on, and now everything's levelled out where the tyres are at a very similar sort of age, or a similar sort of wear. Everything's got up to temperature, and obviously the track is evolving for both drivers. They've got to respond with how they feel necessary with the track evolution. So I think it's only going to bring the pair closer together the deeper we go into the race, and all it takes is a little mistake to put them back together, or to swing the other way and Dennis Neidhart extend his gap even further. And once again, these two are the closest cars on circuit, and then it's back to Bod Boland, 29 seconds in front of Casper Eng. And we've still got a little bit of a battle evolving further up. 40 seconds between Marcus Graul and Jonas Dahl, and then in front of these two, it's Boudwin Kuster and Freddie Schittini in the 4 Elements Racing Team red entry. I think it's the red one, because there are obviously multiple entries. There we go. There is the 4 Elements red entry. Very nice looking car. I think they're actually catching up on their teammate just in front. But yeah, for the moment, it looks like everything's started to level out. Everything's starting to calm down. 1.5 hours of the race remaining. This is where, as a driver, you just sit behind the wheel and do what you can. There's no need to push incredibly hard unless you're being pressured into doing it. As long as you keep it on the track, I think at this point it's a one-way train to the finish line.
It is indeed, yeah. 90 minutes to go, pretty much bang on. We just tipped over the 22 hours, 30 minutes, and now 15 seconds on the lap time, and so. Yeah, it all comes down to this, obviously, and those drivers, I'm sure, who are in the car now, they'll probably be talking to their teammates, discussing a little similar to what Ian was talking about before. You know, do we keep Bod in? Do we put Ian back in? And the whole, you know, no matter what car's out there at the moment, they'll be having a similar discussion. I'm sure some drivers are more accompanied to doing longer stints. So if they've been out there for an hour already, they won't mind at all for doing the last hour and a half as well. Some drivers like to be swapping and changing pretty much as soon as they can. You know, doing almost like sprint race stints between each other. So it's all going to be down to personal preference on the team's basis. But I think no matter what, as I said before, when we rejoined this server, we expected to see, well, I certainly did anyway, I don't know about you, Jack, I certainly expected to see a lot more DNFs, a lot more cars that just aren't finishing. I expected at least 10. And the fact that since we've been streaming, we haven't actually seen any more DNFs come our way in the race so far. It's really impressive. And I know iRacing is a little bit easier because you just have that virtual pit crew that can repair anything, even if it takes 40 minutes. You know, it's still an impressive feat, and I'm very glad to see that a lot of teams haven't just given up on it.
Yeah, it is nice to see, and yeah, like you say, I was expecting to see a fair few DNFs, not in a bad way, of course, but that is just the nature of endurance racing. You will see people that have sadly had to retire, but it's great to see the amount of people that are still running is very much respectable, and plenty of cars still left in each class battling away. And yeah, like you say, it's just nice to see so many people are still together and battling away. Yeah, 22 hours and 32 minutes into this race, and you've got cars separated by less than 10 seconds. This is Sonny Rosario in the Digital Apex Racing 117 Porsche, 9.3 seconds back from Dennis Neidhart now. So whether Dennis has just lost a bit of pace in some traffic or Sonny has really got the bit between his teeth, but for the moment it looks like those two cars are getting closer and closer together. And yeah, 22 hours and 32 minutes, and we're still seeing bits that we wouldn't expect to see at all. It just shows that endurance racing really is just a key part of sim racing.
Yeah, it's the most important thing, this consistency, and this sort of like, well, it's what people love to see about endurance racing. I mean, I've always been a fan in motorsport of sprint racing. I've always said I much prefer sprint racing over endurance events. And, you know, since actually getting involved with the likes of the VLA and commentary as a whole, to be honest, I've actually gained a sort of appreciation for endurance events, because it is sort of the ultimate test of not only the car, but the drivers as well, and the teams that are involved. It's sort of the cream always rises, shall we say. And in a 15-minute sprint race, that doesn't necessarily always happen if they get involved in some unlucky incidents. But in endurance events, especially like the 24-hour events, the cream always rises to the top. Is a proper cliche that I'm going to use now. And it gives the opportunity to sort of get back into the race and show that you are the quickest and most consistent cars, even if you've had a bit of an unlucky period right at the start of the race. And it is sort of the pinnacle of motorsport. Especially the likes of the 24-hour Nürburgring, or even like 24-hour Spa, or even these sort of events, the 24-hour COTA. So, yeah, really appreciate endurance events now, and it's certainly changed my mind. I've still probably edged my way towards sprint events as my favourite, but the appreciation towards endurance events is unparalleled.
Yeah, I can 100% understand why. There's so many different aspects to endurance racing that you just don't get with sprint racing. Obviously, the massive play on strategy in sprint racing. Obviously, you can work your strategy. You can pit earlier or later than anybody else. And obviously, then with endurance racing, if you pit earlier, you might have to pit earlier for the rest of the race. So that's something the teams will definitely have to think about. We've got the second place car in the pit lane. Aaron Taylor now back behind the wheel of the CXR Project Black, number 46 machine. Obviously, Aaron started the car, built up that massive gap at the start of the race. He's now got quite the deficit to make up, 4 minutes and 12 seconds, and it's only growing while he's sat stationary in the pit lane up to Nick Foster. Nick doing a great job behind the wheel consistently in the 1 minute 54s, which is what you need. Obviously, he has the quick lap here and there, but it's consistency, which is what you need in an endurance race. It's Freak Schopphorst in the Next Level Racing by SJS Esports, number 69 entry with its livery now. I did manage to get that all loaded up for you, and that's they've been lapping very, very quickly, 1 minute 52.88. That's only a second off their personal fastest lap. And if we just get it up at the top end of your screen, if we have a look at the best time in class, their best time is a 1 minute 51.39. So just 1.5 seconds back from their overall fastest time, probably set in what Who was it that mentioned it? I can't remember who it was.
Chris.
Said, it was Chris, yeah. It was Chris, though. He said that it was the happy hour in the early hours of the morning when the track is at its coolest. You can start to see again, and you've got through the night, so you tend to be a bit more comfortable behind the wheel. And if you're only 1.5 seconds off that sort of time, it just shows that Next Level Racing, they've really started to get going now. 11 seconds back is Fido Coman for Team DRC Orange, and Aaron Taylor is 5 minutes 30 seconds up the road, so quite the gap to make up. I don't think it will happen, but we don't know what can happen. A little mistake or an even larger one could drop Aaron back into the clutches of Freak.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron Taylor, he obviously led the race right at the start, and he led it with a dominant nature as well. As I said, in the first 3 hours or so, he was actually about 40 seconds ahead of the Apex Hunters United LMP2 car, with Nick Foster currently at the wheel, currently leading the race as well. So Aaron Taylor, he's proven a very quick driver. Obviously, they lost that lead as I think it was SVG jumped into the car and started to put some absolute flying laps in. Aaron Taylor obviously passed the car over for the CXR Project Black car as well, and that sort of shifted the momentum the way of the Apex team. But Aaron is a very quick driver by the looks of it, and he'll be hoping to take this home and put in some absolute flying laps now.
Yeah, that will be what he needs to do. I'm just looking, it looks like Oscar Wilkins has had a bit of an issue. Let's have a look, see what has happened to the lead GTE. That's the lead GTE coming together with the lead LMP2 hard into the wall, on its roof, over onto its, like I say, over onto its roof, sliding down the track. What happened there? That was Nick Foster that got caught up with that. We'll look back, and it looks like that was rather late for me, I've got to say. I probably wouldn't have gone for that. Now riding on board with Nick Foster, I can't quite get it to the point where we see the incident. Let's go with this one, see what happens there. Nick Foster right on board, so there's the gap. He goes for it, and I think maybe just unsighted by Oscar Wilkins. Oscar has returned to the pit lane, obviously unable to flip the car back onto its wheels. We'll go back live with that's back live with our leader. We'll have a look at Oscar Wilkins. There he is, picking up the repairs. Obviously, he will have to wait for the iRacing tow. And from that section of the circuit, you're looking at, what, 4 or 5 minutes worth of tow back to the pit lane. And then the team can get to work with getting the car repaired and maybe swapping drivers to try and get some try and get a fresh driver in. Obviously, if you are the driver that has been caught up in that, it can play on your mind for quite a while. They have landed on their feet with that, though. They've got a 6 minute and 22 second gap to Lucas de Vries, who is also in the pit lane. So, of all the times to have an incident, obviously you don't want one, but that was quite a good time to do it because they've already got that lead margin. And bearing in mind the car behind is in the pit lane as well, it has played to their strengths a little bit there. But has this turned the race on its head in GTE? Possibly also LMP2, because does that mean Nick Foster's now carrying damage?
Well, that's exactly it. That's the sort of incident that can throw this wide open. To be honest, the GTE class is all of a sudden really going to be struggling to keep hold of that massive lead that they obviously had. Lucas de Vries is actually back out now in the Team DRC red car. And that means that Oscar Wilkins will just be sat in the pit, waiting, just counting down the seconds, looking at his screen to before he can actually get going again. It's really difficult for him, but you do have to feel sorry for him because it was a little bit of a. Jack mentioned the LMP2 car. Maybe it was a little bit late for him to dive up straight up the inside. And I think I probably would agree with him. To be honest, there's Nick Stoop with the Roaring Chicken Nuggets car, looking a bit like the chicken nuggets have been put in the bin and then dragged back out by the looks of it. Freddie Schittini as well, 8th place. He's actually, I'm trying to have a look at the gap between himself and the next car because we've been keeping an eye on the 4 Elements Racing team, and Custer is about 6 minutes. And here's Aaron Taylor, doing a good job. Let's have a look at his last lap comparison. Still about 7 tenths down on Nick Foster, and here is back on with Schittini, who is. Have a look. I think Jack's just left this on exciting, so apologies that we're jumping about a little bit. But Eric Valet in the Next Level Racing car, laps and laps between all these drivers now. It's getting a good sort of appreciation for all these sort of liveries, and yeah, it's going to be really wide open at GTE class now. Oscar Wilkins is still in the pit. Lucas de Vries Let's see where he is on track at the moment. He must be making up time now. I think it's about a 6-minute 50-second gap between himself and Oscar Wilkins, and he'll be hoping to just eat that time up for as long as Wilkins is in the pit box. He won't know how long. In fact, he's going back in the pits.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. Apparently he had an incident on leaving the pit lane. So this is him crashing, apparently. This is going in towards the pit lane. Apparently that was an incident. I'm not sure what happened. There was a big lockup on the way in. Missed the pit box, or missed the pit entry. And he might pick up a penalty for that, for an unsafe pit entrance. So we will keep an eye on that, which might also play into the hands of the Sim Controls team. Looks like a drive-through penalty straight through the pit lane. Is that because of maybe a speeding in the pit lane after their most recent pit stop? Possibly. But of all the times for Oscar Wilkins to get caught up in an incident, he's really picked the right moment, because Lucas de Vries was already in the pit lane. Oscar Wilkins has taken the tow back to his pit box. He will be getting repairs as we speak, and now Lucas de Vries with the drive-through penalty, so might just be the saving grace for the GTE leader.
Oscar de Vries there will be absolutely kicking himself if the rest of the team aren't doing that for him, because he had the opportunity there to break it wide open. And to be fair, I mean, it's not as if Oscar Wilkins is back out yet. As we said, we don't know when Oscar's going to be back out, but it's actually, if anything, increased Oscar Wilkins' lead, the fact that Oscar had to come in, do a pit stop, and then had to go back in to do a drive-through penalty. So, to be honest, probably the driver that's gained most out of this is Dennis Neidhart, but he's so far back from the leader of Oscar Wilkins that even with a 5, 6, 7 minute pit stop for the repairs, Dennis Neidhart is far too far back. Really, I think he's about 14 minutes back from Oscar Wilkins. So, yeah, not really going to help him too much. It's just going to sort of bring him towards touching distance, painfully close, but not quite close enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got to think, obviously, Dennis Neidhart, he will be pushing to try and increase that gap to Sonny Rosario in the Digital Apex Racing number 117 Porsche. Still 9.5 seconds the gap between the pair of them. We've had a couple of little incidents throughout the field. This is Raymond Sheff as what has happened on the run up towards turn 1. Up the hill we go. Does the car swap ends, aiming towards the apex. As he reaches the crest, obviously the car gets light. That's a very easy mistake to make, and grabs reverse, which obviously it's safe enough because nothing's coming, and then gets back going again. We've had an incident for Marcus Grau as well. What has happened here? This is on the exit of the S's on the run up through the left-hander. Now, does he hit the sausage curb? Does he ever? The front of the car off the road, jumps on the brakes. That will definitely hurt the tyres, and then just has to wait for the traffic to come screaming by, but not what we wanted to see from Marcus Grau. Obviously, he's in 9th in class at the moment. We'll find him there. 2 minutes is the gap to Jensen Dilau, and then 25 seconds back from Jensen is Peri Oostova in the Apex Racing Team number 11 car. Who was asking in chat? Was it the Mew that asked? Yeah, how big is the gap between the lead LMP2 and second? So Nick Foster, there he is at the moment in the lead of the class, in the lead of the race, the number 3 machine. 4 minutes and 36 seconds, best part of 4 minutes and 37 seconds in front of Aaron Taylor. We are now seeing a few LMP2s dive into the pit lane. There is Max Hack in the Team DRC Orange, number 14, sat up on the Airjacks, drops down now, grabs first gear and gets going again. You can see that is Marcus Grau streaming by him, side by side out the pit lane. You've got to be so careful doing that. What happens between the pair of them? Marcus Grau decides to just sit behind there, and that does mean now that the gap to Jensen Dilau has come down a fair bit, and I think, yeah, the gap to Joris Blom has come down between himself and Max Hack, because that now means that Joris Blom has, in theory, unlapped himself. Yeah, they are now both on the same lap. So Next Level Racing LMP2 back in the mix for the top 4, and it looks like the race has slowly started to settle down again, because the closest cars we've got on the road, believe it or not, 23 seconds apart. That is Casper Engels slowly taking little tenths out of Bod Boland.
He is indeed, yeah, and they've just quickly jump back to the GTEs. I'm sorry for that, GT3s, but Oscar Wilkins, I think, is back out and is lapping now. So that pit stop wasn't quite as long as we thought it was, but yeah, it was basically squandered. The opportunity was squandered by Lucas de Vries and the Team DRC red car. So the GTEs are back underway, and there's still a substantial gap, about 3 laps between the likes of Neidhart Actually, to be fair, there's only about a lap between Neidhart and De Vries, but it's still long enough to be considered a healthy margin. Unlike this battle here that you alluded to, Jack, Bod Boland and Casper Engels on the same lap, 23 seconds is the gap, and like you said, he's just taking tenths of a second out each and every lap. Not quite enough to really maybe worry Bob Boland just right now, because he's got an hour and 15 minutes left, which is, will feel like a sprint race to him. But it's whether or not actually Bod has to come in for yet another pit stop. And obviously the other GT3 cars, we often see them at about the hour mark. So within 15 minutes to half an hour, we'll see whether they decide to take another pit stop. They probably will have to for fuel. It's just whether or not they go for tyres and they go for driver change as well, which can all add onto the pit stop timer as the DS CDA Esports Silver car, you can see lapping now, leader of the field.
He is indeed doing a great job. He's been up front for quite some time now, still continuing on, ticking the laps off and doing that at a very rapid rate as well. Looks like we've had a couple of cars go off the road, the first being Freddie Schittini. What happened here? Maybe just a slight off track at turn 1, running slightly wide. Let's see what happens. Jumping over the curb, all fours off the ground. I want to slow that down because that is a very similar incident to what I alluded to that I had at Monza. So turning in towards the apex, there's the big sausage curb, jumps, hits the tail of the car, which is where the engine is located. That's where all the hydraulics are located, all the important bits to keep that car running at race pace. Has just received a massive impact from that sausage curb. So let's hope that doesn't then hurt the performance of that car. But they are in 8th place at the moment, and they were gaining on Boudwin Kuster. 1 minute and 2 seconds up the road is Boudwin. I think Boudwin might have just had a couple of slow laps in between traffic, but that has thrown Schittini and 4 Elements Racing Team into the unknown. What has that little incident caused? Has it damaged the car, or is it just like a little knock that won't really take effect? We'll find out in the coming laps.
Yeah, it looked like a little puppy, didn't it? As soon as, have you ever seen a little puppy or anything in long grass or snow, as it sort of leaps with all 4 paws up in the air and does a little jump? But not that a thing you want to happen in an LMP2 car, don't get me wrong. You'd rather have all 4 wheels stuck to the floor using all that aero at your advantage. The last thing you need is air underneath the car. And obviously that impact on the tyres. But we have seen plenty of LMP cars really sort of take a little bit too much curb, and it's just sort of lack of judgment or concentration or sort of all those sort of things that don't really factor into obviously your strategy and all that sort of thing. It's one thing making contact with another car or another car making contact with you. Yeah, curbs are sort of almost like the silent killer to an endurance event. You need to really stay off them, especially if you're in such a low-slung car as the LMPs.
Absolutely, you've got to be so careful when you're driving a car, like you say, that low. Any little knock to the underside of the car can massively shape the rest of your race. And let's hope that Freddie Schittini can continue on. We've had a little off-track moment for Scott Rankin. Let's hope it's nothing of the same. This is through the long right-hander at the final 3 corners. I think that's another hit on a sausage curb. So once again, it's starting to take effect. That was the exit of Sector 1, heading on to Sector 2, and just another little hit on the sausage curve, starting to take effect now. The track limits, I think they were referred to as the Verstoppers, after Verstappen's overtake on Kimi Räikkönen in 2018, maybe before that, and they introduced a load more sausage curbs throughout the circuit just to try and restrict what drivers can do in regards to track extension, and they're really starting to affect the drivers. That could be just because they've been running for so long, 22 hours and 50 minutes now. The drivers must be getting a bit weary. The cars will start to feel a little bit second-hand, managing damage, managing strategy. Very easy to get tired, and little mistakes like that, they're not really uncommon this late on in a race.
They're not at all, no, and yeah, it's starting to, everybody's getting a little bit skitty really about the sort of nervousness about finishing this race. Obviously, you probably come to terms with where you are, and that is the very damaged looking Oscar Wilkins. They clearly didn't take all the damage that they needed to, or they could have done, sorry, to try and get the car out as soon as possible. I think you alluded to it earlier, Jack, or if not yesterday, to be honest. It's all blurred into one. About iRacing, you can sort of pick and choose how much damage you can repair, and I think you said there was going to be a squeeze there, almost very close to be another incident for the Sim Controls car. That's the last thing they need. But then, yeah, I think you were saying there's a certain amount of damage you have to replace, and the rest of it you have sort of an option to. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's definitely correct. You've obviously got the required repairs. If you've got 10 minutes of required repairs, you have to sit there for 10 minutes. There's no way around it. I think it's just to make sure when you go out on circuit, the car is safe to drive and the steering's not bent. And they pretty much help you. They make the car as easy to drive as possible while also simulating damage to the car. And then the optional repairs are what it sounds like, really. You can decide to take them or not. Personally, I would rather take them. Some teams can sort of manage when they take them. They say if Oscar Wilkins and Sim Controls ex-Volante Esports have got 10 minutes of optional repairs, they could have just taken 5 minutes then, and then on the next pit stop take the next 5 minutes, or they could just go to the end of the race and not take them and just receive no fallback for it. Sometimes it's better just to go out on, yes, with a slightly slower car and lose 2 minutes over a stint than lose 5 minutes at the start of it for a car which won't really gain you back much time. So a massive play on strategy for the Sim Controls guys. They've got to try and figure this out. We do have our leader in the pit lane. That is Nick Foster for Apex Hunters United LMP2. Finds his pit box there. Does he jump out of the car and hand over to a teammate? He will have 2 pit stops left in this race. He's still sat in the car, and the car hasn't gone up on his jacks, so he will head back out for another 40-minute stint and then possibly hand the car over to a teammate for the final 40 minutes of the race. Kart Academy also in the pit lane, so that's Jensen Delo. Finds his pit box as well. Let's see what happens here. Does he go up on the jacks, or does he change driver? It would be interesting to see, just to see the variation in team strategy. No, he stays in the car stays firmly on the ground. Boudwin Kuster in the pit lane as well now. So the LMP2 is starting to come into the pit lane, starting to realise that this is their second to last, their penultimate pit window. They leave the pit lane now. All they have is one more pit stop to take, and then they can go to the end of the race. So this is where the race is arguably pretty much set out, because you will leave the pit lane knowing full well what will happen in the next 40 minutes and when you will have to pit. Boudwin Kuster getting caught out there by a bit of traffic.
Yeah, and is he going to have to now reverse, or is he going to be able to stay where he is? It looks like he's going to be able to stay where he is. But you're right, the Apex car, though, he's been there an awful long time compared to Ledoux. And actually, there you go, Kuster swaps and hands the car over to a name I'm going to have to study a little bit before I attempt to butcher. The PM Esports car has been changed of hands, and that looks like the last hour and 10 minutes is going to be handed over to Karhalainen. And I think that's about as good as I can get to there, Jack.
Yeah.
It's going to be he's going to go for tyres as well by the looks of it. So a full-on pit stop for Matthias and the PM Esports car.
Yeah, definitely what they were looking for. Clearly, they've got a driver change, they've got a fresh set of boots on the car, and with 40-minute stints, obviously limited by the fuel tank, I'm guessing Matthias will carry that car till the end of the race. The tyres will stay on until the checkered flag, I think, leaves the pit lane now. A quick pit stop, because Nick Foster was in the pit lane longer than anybody else, leaving the pit lane side by side, even with the driver change.
Yeah, I think the reason why is because we've had Artie Boschart on the chat has actually said the Apex Hunters car, which is Nick Foster, has had a 60-second stop-go penalty for an incident with the Volante car. So I'm guessing the Volante car is the leader of the GTE Oscar Wilkins, and it was Nick Foster who was the one who put him on his roof, if you remember. So he's had a 60-second stop-go penalty, which has hurt him a little bit. I mean, it's reduced the gap, but realistically, you won't be too worried because it's still 4.5 minutes between Aaron Taylor and Nick Foster. But yeah, not ideal for them, and they have been reprimanded for that. So good eye, Artie Boschart, in the chat for that one.
Yeah, so that now means it has thrown Nick Foster under the bus, really. However, it looks like Aaron Taylor can't really do much in the way of gaining back the required time. 4 minutes and 36 seconds back from Nick Foster is Aaron Taylor and the CXR Project Black team. So still quite the margin there. 4 seconds apart, however, is Matthias, Karhalainen for PM.
Karhalainen was what I was going for.
Yeah, I'll go with that as well for PM Esports, the number 37. Like I say, 4.5 seconds back from Freddie Scattini with that that skyward moment for that car. Are they down on pace, and is that the reason why that gap's come down? 3.7 seconds now. Obviously, he's caught behind a little bit of traffic. That's Bod Boland in the SRW Esports car. So Freddie Scattini very quickly coming under pressure from PM Esports.
Yeah, and this is the sort of thing we'd love to see come at the end of the race. Something that I didn't expect, I'll be honest, after we started this stream up with 4 hours ago. But that's why Freddie Scattini is jumping into the pits, and just when we thought we were going to get an out-and-out battle on track, Scattini probably thinks it's not worth that just yet. We need to take a pit stop. Let's jump into it. But it's an interesting dynamic, really, isn't it? Because obviously we've got about an hour left. Let's say, for the easy sake of it, it's an hour left. These cars only run for 40 minutes, which means they have a 20-minute period come the end where they have to come in. And I'm going to guess they're all just going to do a splash and dash for fuel. But depending on how much fuel each car uses, maybe some absolutely chew their tyres up. That could really be a bit of a sprint race towards the end, and seeing how some cars can sort of see an advantage that they may be able to take.
Yeah, this is where the strategy will really start to take effect. You've got to look into the future. In theory, with your team, you've got to decide what's going to happen in what, an hour's time, and see where that will place you. The closest cars on the road are only getting closer. This is Casper Engels now 18 seconds adrift of Bod Boland, so definitely catching up to the tail end is the CCTS Esports Endurance team. Another little incident for Scott Rankin here. Let's see what happens. Crosses the line now on the run up towards turn 1. Does he just overtake himself once again? Turns in towards the apex, tail end of the car gets light, and there you go, round it goes. Seen that so many times throughout all of the classes, and I think that's the second time Scott Rankin has fallen foul of that one. And it's just so easy to do. That little incident there, or the little spin, I would be surprised if 99% of these cars haven't done that throughout this race. Like, every time I've turned a lap here, I've definitely done that. It's so easy, just as the car gets light, and I think that just adds to the nature of the circuit. It adds to the character and the undulation that this circuit holds, and that's probably what makes it a bit special in a few people's eyes, just that it's such a demanding circuit. You've got to make sure you're on it all the time.
Well, it is one of those Marmite sort of circuits, isn't it? I mean, it's obviously strung together with a whole host of inspiration from other major circuits around the around the world. And I know you said at the beginning of our first stint, Jack, that it wasn't really your favourite track in the world. And I know what you mean, really, because but a lot of people really like it. And I know what you mean because I'm not a fan. I'm a bit of a controversial view of Brands Hatch. Now, a circuit that an awful lot of drivers love, and it's because it's so demanding. Not one corner is the same as any other corner in the world, really. But I just can't get to grips with it. I cannot drive it, whether it's in the sim or real life. I've really struggled, and sometimes if you're not good around a track, you just don't like it, do you? And yeah, these guys are obviously very capable around the circuits of the America, but it's sometimes it's just one of those, isn't it? It's a bit of a Marmite, and I think the circuit of the Americas is a bit of a Marmite track. Yeah,
definitely. Yeah, like you say, you love it or you hate it, and I know for the majority, the people that are out there, I think they quite rightly love it at the moment because it's such a nice circuit when you get it right. And like you say, yeah, you tend to love the circuits you're quick at and hate the circuits you're slow at. And for me, well, apparently I'll hate a hell of a lot of circuits because I'm not really quick, not really quick anywhere. But for me, yeah, Brands Hatch is one that's right the way up there on my list. A few months ago here on Simracersworld TV, we had the final round of season 1 of the Porsche Club GB Sim Racing Series at Brands Hatch. So that's 911 Cup cars, my favourite car in iRacing, around my favourite track, not just in iRacing, but my favourite track in real life as well. So that was an absolute pleasure to commentate on with Chaz Draycott and Peter Mackay. We've still got quite a while of racing to go, just over an hour left of this 24-hour race. If you are a driver and you are watching along on the stream, feel free to join the Simracersworld TV Discord, jump into the interview waiting room, and we'll be more than happy to talk to you and get a little bit of an insight into what it's like out there in the closing stages of the race. And it would be nice just to get extra little bits of information, because then we can convert that back into commentary, can't we, Jacko?
We can indeed, yeah. It's with these sort of stints, especially Ed and Hass. I know they did a whole host of driver interviews, and it's almost like when it gets to this point of the race, you're almost like you're presenting a podcast more than actually you're commentating on a race, or like a sprint race or anything like that. As Casper Engels giving the flash of the lights to the Audi just up ahead of him. But it is like commentating over a podcast, really, because it's sort of more about the conversation, stories, thought-provoking things, basically, that's going through the drivers' heads. That's really interesting. And yeah, just like Jack said, if anybody's out there watching and wants to come and have a chat, then you're more than welcome. You're always welcome here on SRW. It just adds to that sort of extra flavour of the race, doesn't it, really?
Yeah, it really does. I'm just looking back. Carsten V, if you are watching, I will show you the replay of Oscar Wilkins' little moment. Obviously, this could be the one that shaped the race for both lead drivers. There is Oscar Wilkins getting elbowed out wide to the car, then pitches sideways. It's so unlucky because if we have a look in slow motion, when we get back to it, there is the initial impact, of course, there, and then he gets elbowed out wide, and then he goes to correct it, and then the car then snaps there in towards the barrier, touches the grass, and then it's one way straight into the Armco. Big old hit, and then the car goes end over end and slides down the hill on its roof, whereas Nick Foster, he pretty much gets away with that. He just continues on without too much of an issue. He probably just thought he hit a bug or something. He was thinking, what was that? But yeah, it continued on without too much of an issue. Oscar Wilkins, obviously he was in the pit lane for quite a substantial amount of time. Still continued on in the lead though. 2 minutes and 24 seconds to the good at the front of the GTE class.
Yeah, Nick Foster did get that stop go as well, the 60-second stop go, but realistically, he's been fine with that. He's still about a lap and a half ahead of Alan Taylor, so neither car, luckily for them, really impacted by that incident. But it is a sort of incident right at the start that can really feel so demoralising, and at the end, it probably feels even more demoralising because it's you worked so hard. You don't think you really put too many feet wrong. You may be having a really clean stint for the last 6 hours, and all of a sudden, an LMP2 car comes up your inside, or a GTE car turns into the corner you were hoping to turn into the apex. You know, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other sort of thing, and it is really demoralising. But as we said, luckily neither car has really been overly affected. I think Oscar Wilkins got really lucky that Lucas de Vries actually got a drive-through penalty after he's speeding into the pit lane. I think, missing the pit lane and unsafe entry. Because otherwise we could be looking at a bit of a sprint finish here for the last hour for the race win on the GTE category.
Yeah, it's definitely blowing this race wide open. We've got cars 7/10 apart, not 7 minutes, not 7 seconds, 7/10 apart. Look at this. This is Jensen De Leeuw and Perry Oosterhoven in the background, just following him along, trying to negotiate a little bit of traffic. And this is the closest we've seen cars for hours now, 7/10 apart, 8/10 apart now. I think Jensen De Leeuw is starting to get the message. I think we've actually missed that overtake. Let's have another look back to see what happened. So this is crossing the start line. That's Perry Oosterhoven. Where is Jensen? Oh, that's Jensen De Leeuw. Where is Perry? Oh, Perry was coming back out of the pit lane. So that's where the overtake happened. But now that's happened, it's started a little bit of a battle now, Jacko. 6/10 apart, the pair of them.
Yeah, exactly. It's what we love to see, and well, it's just getting closer and closer, isn't it? Under braking there, Oosterhoven. It just looked like he overstretched the braking zone there, but he managed to get the apex and the clean exit as well. So he's right on the tail of the COTA Academy car just ahead. Jensen, I'm sure, will be looking at his mirrors, and there we go. He's already trying to defend halfway down the straight. We saw so many opportunistic moves at the end of this straight in the first 4 hours. Are we about to see another one of the first 4 hours? This will be the first time we've actually seen a clean swap for position after a battle on track, and he's trying to hold around the outside for the Apex Racing team. He slots up the inside, he has the move done, and on those clean, fresh new tyres, Perry Oosterhoven has managed to move his way up to the top 10. But it looks like he's going to have a challenge as Jensen lunges up the inside. Jack, this could go on for a lap or two. This is brilliant.
It really could. They're still nose to tail, battling each other around. Perry Oosterhoven in the lead. Jensen De Leeuw now the trail car. How long this lasts, I don't know. We've got traffic on the way. The SRW Esports car peels over to the left-hand side. I think he's going into the pit lane, so expect to see either Ian Roots get in the car or Bod Boland stay behind the wheel. That will be decided, so their strategy will be shown in the next couple of seconds. There is Jensen De Leeuw, and that gap has opened up a little bit, but how long that lasts I don't know, because Jensen is in that critical 1 second margin, so he will have the draft assistant, of course, as well. And who is that has got in on the mix? Is that Jeffrey Keimel? No, it's not. I think that's Harry Pipes. It is indeed. So Harry Pipes is now catching on to the tail end of this battle, while Harry has been slowly gaining on Jeffrey Keimel for next level racing. So the last thing he wants to do is get caught up in somebody else's battle. 2 seconds the gap now between the pair of them. I think that was Jensen De Leeuw maybe getting caught up by a little bit of traffic there.
Yeah, he's got clean air in front of him now. He'll be hoping to maybe use the number 18 car of, was that Harry Pipes he was saying, the Project Dynamic car, maybe helping him along with a bit of slipstream. So maybe the easiest, cleanest thing he could do is to let the car pass and use him to catch back up to the car ahead. But it's whether or not at this stage of the race he really thinks that's worth it, the COTA Academy car. As you see the draft getting worked here, the number 18 car. So the 84 has lost his opportunity to use the draft to catch up maybe, but Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see. Hopefully, Perry will keep everything clean. But by the looks of it, it's it was the closest battle we had on track for a short while. And by the looks of it, we've had some heated discussion in the chat about that P1 versus P1 incident that happened a while ago. Obviously, we saw that replay. It is just really unfortunate between Nick Fox and Oscar Wilkins, and it is one of those things from our perspective that often you see in endurance racing. It's a shame, but it can happen. The closing speeds between LMP cars and GTE cars, they are substantial, especially going through a corner. And maybe Foster just didn't think that it would be. Maybe Foster just thought he had the opportunity to go for the gap. Maybe Oscar Wilkins thought that the LMP car was far enough back that he could safely take the corner and then let the LMP car go without risking too much damage either way in terms of its lap time. But it's one of those things, guys. Luckily, everybody's all right, and they are still leading their categories, and it wasn't race ending for either of them. So, all's fair in love and war. Hopefully, we can just move on a little bit from that. And yeah, if anybody's wondering when the Apex Hunters guys actually took their penalty, they did get a penalty. They got 60-second stop and go, and they took that a while back. We had it on the broadcast as well. So, they've served all the penalties. Everyone's done as much as they can or need to do in terms of their pit stops, and we're away again. And by the looks of it, I'm just having a look. Oscar Wilkins will have a slightly damaged car to try and get home to the end. I think he's about 2 minutes and 20 seconds ahead of Lucas de Vries. Which is about a lap around here, to be fair, just over a lap. And we're looking on board with Perry Ustaveer, who has now got a nearly 5-second gap for Jensen DeLue. So Ustaveer obviously does have those fresh set of tyres on as he carves through the traffic a little bit. And he'll be very happy indeed with the sort of performance that he's been putting out on that out lap and this first flying lap as well. Having a look as well on the GT3 category, Kevin Hunk is still out in the lead, and I'm just having a look at his last I think 2 minutes 8.2, about half a second quicker than Louis Egerton, sorry. So it's very unlikely that we'll see those two nice and close. So 4 minutes 17 second to gap. And I think we're the closest battle that we've had on circuit is actually now Ian Roots has retaken the Simracersworld Esports car. Casper Engels has gone past, but I believe Casper Engels will have to take one more pit stop than the Simracersworld. He was Ian. I know he came into the chat before and he was saying about the differential between himself and Bob Boland, who he's just taken the car over from. It's about 2 seconds a lap slower is Ian, but obviously they've decided to make the switch and settle in for 6th or 7th place. And making sure that they're just getting home to the end now. As an awful lot of these drivers are, that's exactly what you need to keep going around a track like this, around an endurance event like this as well, as Perry Ustaveer is actually coming up to the SRW car there, looking really rather battered, but he's still rotating, as you would expect, as all these cars are. And again, a big shout out to the drivers and the teams that have carried on. I mean, there's a lot of these drivers who have retired, the likes of the Stage 1 Racing, KF Motorsport, Apex Hunters, IRNL, Red, Next Level Racing, and Bazinga Motorsport. We haven't seen what caused their incident. It may well have been during the evening, during the night race. Well, it was during the night race. It could have been absolutely huge 40-minute incidents that they had to go into the pits, which means they could have probably got back out, but it's whether or not they feel like it's justified. And obviously those guys decided that it wasn't. Which is a bit of a shame, but brilliant to see everybody else still rotating in the track and on the event. So brilliant to have them along. If you want to catch more events like this, SRW, as I said, are hosting events and leagues all throughout the winter. Well, all throughout the year, to be fair, but the winter is one of the busiest times for us, and you can get involved if you want to do that. Just head on over to the SRW page, and wherever you're watching it from, there's always a contact information you can have a chat to anybody like there. Normally it's the likes of Chaz Draycott or even Ian Roots himself, and get involved in some of our leagues, and you can be involved with on-screen action like you're seeing here, and it's brilliant to be involved. And I believe Jack Well is back with us. So Jack, are you with us there?
Yes, I am. Sorry about that. Just had to run away just to sort something out. very, very quickly. And we've had a couple of incidents while I'm away, and this can't be my fault because I was away. So your commentator's curse is taking effect, evidently, Jacko. Casper Engels, the first one to fall foul. Through sector 1, through the twisty bits. Does he touch the sausage curb on the right hand side there? Yes, he does, and then there you go. Spits him towards the barrier, does keep it out the wall after locking up everything on that Mercedes, and gets back going once again. Nick Stoop has had an issue as well in the Roaring Chicken Nuggets Ferrari. Through the penultimate corner, what happens here? There's an LMP2 behind. It doesn't look like anything happens there. Oh, that's Ian Root sideways in the middle of the road. That's a big old hit. T-boned Ian Root. Let's see what happened to Ian. So on the way through, we saw a spin for him in the previous stint. Going, gone. Holds the brakes hard into the side of him, flips him over, somehow manages to stay on all fours, gets back going again. That is a big old hit. That's going to be a lot of repairs on that SRW car. Where is the Roaring Chicken Nuggets car? I think I've just seen it go through the bottom of shot. Just trying to find it. There he is. No, I didn't. That's a very, very second-hand looking Ferrari. That 142 has really been in the wars today. But Ian Roos, after what was looking to be a very good stint from himself, it's dropped him right back. But he does have the time in hand. I think he's lost one position to Casper Engels, but he has still got 11 minutes back to Gert in the DSCD8 Esports Red number 217 Audi. So only one position lost, and let's hope that Ian Roos can still get to the end of the race.
Yeah, he won't be at all amused about that. I'm sure he was obviously hoping for a really good stint to end the race on. But like you said, he's not under any too much threat to. Sorry, I got a bit of wind trapped in my windpipe, weirdly. He's not under that much threat to lose out another position. I'm sure he'll be pleased with the sort of overall performance. Obviously, he'll probably be a little bit peeved, shall we say, at the incident that he's just had. But it was Jeremy van der Klatz, who's currently leading the GT3 race. 4 minutes 19 seconds between himself and Louis Eggertson, and that'll be the last pit stop for him. So, barring an absolute complete disaster, one of which we haven't seen really happen to any cars, the closest being Oscar Wilkins, who obviously ended up on his roof and still managed to get out with plenty of time between himself and the second place car. I think Jeremy is probably pretty confident in taking this checkered flag and really enjoying it. However, said that, still 38 minutes to go, so I'll keep my mouth shut.
Yeah, still lots can change. Cars 7 seconds apart. This is Peri Ustrova pulling out that gap now for Apex Racing Team. We saw the overtake earlier on, 7.6, 7.7 seconds now in front, as Jensen just disposes of the IRNL Ferrari. That's Martin Dizio, number 112 machine, and it looks like the race once again starting to open up. Those are the closest cars on circuit, 7 seconds apart. 8 seconds now is the gap between Perry and Jensen, and the next smallest gap in theory is 30 seconds between Matt Lubser and Dennis Neidhart. Dennis is now back out on the road, having pitted on the lap prior, I think we saw him in the pit lane just fueling to the end of the race. So any GT that pits from now forward obviously will be able to go till the end of the race. Apex Racing Team, Peri Ustrova in the pit lane. However, there is over 40 minutes of the race remaining, so I think he might have to pit within the final 5 minutes just for a quick splash and dash to the end, unless he can get some absolute monster of a draft and save enough fuel to get to the end. But quite an odd little strategy here. Maybe he had to pit either way. Either he would run out of fuel now or run out of fuel at the end of the race. So I think he's just decided to pull the car into the pits, get a full tank of fuel, and see how far he can go with that.
Yeah, I'm not really sure on that one, because obviously we saw Peri Ustrova having a battle, and whether that's his little splash and dash or whether he had a stop-go penalty, I'm not really sure on that one, to be honest, because we saw him coming out the pits and then really putting the pressure and overtaking and pulling away from Jensen DeLue. Maybe he had a bit of an Ian Roots moment and didn't click to replace his tyres or put enough fuel in the car or something, so just made a small mistake. But that could be pretty costly, to be fair, because he's now lost the position that he fought so hard to gain against the Kart Academy team. So, yeah, an odd one. I can only assume it was a human error in terms of the sort of amount of fuel or the tyre. Well, he didn't replace the tyres. The amount of fuel that he maybe put in the car.
Yeah, an odd little strategy there. Maybe they know something we don't. Maybe you can get 45 to 50 minutes out of a tank of fuel. From experience, I don't think you can. But whether there's been an update or they've worked their setup around saving fuel, towards the end of the race. I don't know. The trouble is you spend so much of this circuit flat out, and then you've got the tight, twisty bits, which obviously will take their toll on the tyres. And this long back straight, which is just flat out, so you're going to be burning so much fuel down there. I'm not sure what the play is for the Apex Racing team guys, whether they decide that they can get to the end. We'll have to keep an eye on that. We've had an incident for Jelle Stomborg. Let's see what has happened here. This is going through the S's. That's a very quick Porsche coming up behind. The number 170 just goes into the barrier. And let's have another look back. There was no contact there, I don't think, at all. So looking back, you can see the Porsche behind, no contact at all, miles away, and it just starts to go. There you go, in the wall. And we've seen that already once from that team. It seems like the Audi, with that damage, is just maybe losing that, maybe losing the tail end a little too easily. And yeah, it's not really helped by all that damage that they've got on board. It could be something to do with tyres as well.
Yeah, the tyre wall just doesn't seem to be holding on as much as they would like. And to be honest, if I was them, I realise they're sort of mid-pack in the GT3 class. I don't want to lose any more time or positions, but I'd come in and maybe let iRacing make a few changes in the pit strategy there, and just take your medicine. Just have a car that is drivable, because the worse that gets. You never know, it could end up in a wall, and you end up getting even worse damage than you do now, and you can end up losing more time than if you just took the medicine, jumped into the pits, and carried on. Let's see what they do as they come up towards the pit entry. They've actually got, I think that's Engels, who's just behind in the Mercedes GT3, and he doesn't come into the pits, so Stomberg clearly thinks he can get this car to the end of the last 45 minutes. Without another incident. I'm not entirely convinced, but I'm not driving the car. So let's see, keep an eye on them. And that's actually Enrico Martins, who's now in the CCTS Esports endurance cars. And we just had a quick look at the chat on YouTube as well. Simon Van Dyke, thank you very much for the kind words, making us blush here. We'll pass on all the kind words as well to the likes of Hasser and Ed, who did a brilliant job in the night. And of course, Chaz Draycott, who wasn't necessarily talking, but kept an eye on all the stream, and obviously the cameras and stuff like that as well. So thank you very much, guys, for the kind words in chat.
Absolutely, that was very kind of you, Simon. And yeah, it's been a mega event. It's been a proper team effort from everybody involved. Ed May, Hassel Ayman, myself, Jack Worrell, and Jack Oliphant, and of course Chaz for staying up throughout the night. I was on a call with him in Discord until about 3 in the morning. I had to go to bed at that point purely because I knew I'd have to get up for commentary. But he just sat there till I think it was 6 o'clock, and then handed over to Hassett. So massive thanks to Chaz for keeping the stream running throughout the night and making sure everybody stays updated with the incidents and the overtakes throughout. Looking at Aaron Taylor, 3 minutes and 7 seconds back from Nick Foster now, and Apex Hunters United LMP2, when we are very quickly closing on 40 minutes of the race remaining, which does mean if an LMP2 pits about now, they should be able to get to the end of the race. Speaking of pitting now, Harry Pipes in the pit lane for Project Dynamic, up on the jacks, getting a fresh set of tyres. I think he's remaining in the car for the moment, so we'll keep an eye on that. So the number 18 coming into the pit lane, deciding that this is going to be their final pit stop. Really going to be running it close to the end of their strategy, but I think they might just be able to get to the end. We've had a bit of an incident for Jeroen van den Berg, and he's been off the track. What happened here? This is going through the penultimate corner, maybe just running wide. We've seen it happen once, and there you go, yeah, just running wide. It says he went off the track, but nothing major there. Keeps everything under control. And speaking of Jeroen van den Berg, that car has been through the wars. We've seen it in all sorts of positions. We've seen it at the front, at the back, and now they're in the middle. But where they are, remaining in the top 5 for the moment, and they're safe from behind. 3 minutes 24 seconds behind, 3 minutes 24 seconds in front. That has been a great comeback drive from those guys after incidents and penalties and different bits on strategy. They've done a good job.
Yeah, I mean, considering they started on pole, it's a bit of an odd statement, isn't it, to say that they've done a good job to stay within the top 5, but it is. I mean, if anybody wants more clarification on how much of a good job it is by the Trackside Wolfpack car, then tune into the first 4 hours of this race, because they really did have everything stacked up against them, and they've pushed through, they've carried on, and they've they've excelled in this sort of final stage, and they're probably pretty happy when they look back at everything that happened to them about where they are finishing. Apologies there. But yeah, they've done a good job. They're clearly very quick drivers. They'll have better luck than this in endurance events, I'm sure. But they'll have to sort of try and push on, learn from their mistakes, and see what happens in the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. It wasn't helped, obviously, by their jump start. So nobody else really caused that. That was just them eager to get going. And yeah, like you say, they've done a really good job to remain in the top 5. Ian Root's still in the pit lane now. There he is, just waiting for the iRacing repairs to take place. We heard he had already used his iRacing fast repair. It looks like after that hit they did have some required repairs, so they've sat in the pit lane for a while. I might have to send a quick message over to Bod Boland just to get an update on what is going on down in the Simracersworld Esports garage. But back up through the order, Dennis Neidhart 31 seconds in front of Matt Lubser, which does mean, for me, if Dennis can keep it on the road, he is looking for the final spot on the podium. But as we've seen so many times, with 40 minutes of the race remaining, anything can happen. That's still within, if you blow the engine, that would be race saver, because it takes about 50 minutes to an hour to replace an engine. So, touch wood, if something were to happen in regards to the mechanicals of the car, that would put you out of the race at this point.
Yeah, it would, and it's one of those things that you just sort of don't. You're praying as you're rotating around the circuit. You're just praying that nothing's going to go wrong. You're confident enough in your own driver ability. You're confident enough in what the car is going to do, as long as it stays predictable. You're praying that no one's going to be an idiot and dive bomb you, but you're all in the same boat now. You all just want to get to the end. The last thing you want to do is maybe see an LMP car jumping up your inside. Hopefully, he just drives around his outside. I don't know. I'm not sure. There he is, the PM Esports LMP car. But the last thing you want, obviously, like you said, Jack, is an engine blowout or something that you just really don't expect. Engine blowout, a puncture from nowhere, yeah, a car flying up your inside. You know, because I'm sure that Neidhart will be very, very confident about his own ability. And as long as the car is, you know, still underneath him and stays as predictable as he thinks it will be, I think, yeah, I'm pretty confident that he's going to be potentially taking this podium position on pure pace and consistency alone.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of pace from the car behind of Matt Lubser to close that gap. 31 seconds. It's started to stabilise a little bit. 203.650 for the .exe machine. We'll keep an eye on what Matt Lubser does when he crosses the line. Starting to see the LMP2s peel off into the pit lane. 4 Elements Racing, Team Red in the pit box. So is Next Level Racing by SJS Esports. So at this point, that will be their final pit stop confirmed. They will not have to go back out. Martin Dizio in the IRNL orange machine, leaving the pit lane. 17th overall, 5th in class. So we'll see what happens to them. Niels de Kuiper for Radeon Motorsport just entering the pit lane in that very poorly looking Audi after a couple of little incidents, I think. Yes, Ian Rees has now lost out to Jelle Stomborg in the DSCDA Esports Red entry. And I've just realised how many DSCDA cars there are out on the road, because you've got obviously a DSCDA Esports Silver leading the way, and then a DSCDA Esports Red car, and a very similar liveried Radeon Motorsport Audi. In regards to the rear wing, of course, it's pretty much a carbon copy of Jelle Stromborg. They've both pretty much traded wings at this point. And I'm sure there are lots of Audi spares littered around the circuit, so they might be able to pick up a few as they go around. And I'm surprised that that car's still tracking straight, because we know after a big hit, sometimes the car struggles to point in a straight line. But after the hits we've seen, it seems like it's still wanting to point the right way, just through the tight and twisty sections, and then through the high downforce bits where the Audi should be able to cope with the damage. It's just not quite hanging on. We'll see what they do this time through, Jacko.
Yeah, I mean, I remember last week Ed was involved with a Demolition Derby style event on a different channel, and it looks like the Audi that we've got here rotating was involved with that event, to be honest, by the looks of his beaten up R8. But it's still rotating, it's still tracking just about straight. Maybe we can get a quick onboard to see if the car is absolutely working as it should be. But it's very interesting, really, to see how these guys are still attacking this circuit, even this late on, with all the damage that's been involved in this. It's a big compliment to them as well, as we're about to round out to the last 35 minutes, and here it is. And look, that wheel is bang on the straight, isn't it, to be fair to it? Sounds okay. Doesn't sound like it's struggling too much with the engine, which again is quite amazing. And if it was a real life car, I'm sure that the cooling system would have been absolutely blown to smithereens. But I don't think he looks like he's got that problem, especially the Porsches. The Porsches are notorious for, especially the Carrera Cup, the GT3 Cup cars. They're notorious. Their coolant and their radiator is placed so far forward in the car. And I mean, it's the furthest forward component. The only bit that's in between the road and the coolant is about ½ an inch worth of plastic. And as soon as you touch the front end, the radiator breaks. Luckily, we don't seem to have had that problem in this iRacing event. I'm not sure if they are that accurately simulated, but yeah, the way that these Audis and Porsches are looking, I would be amazed if we didn't have some kind of engine problem from the end.
Yeah, it's amazing that the car is still rotating. Speaking of a car that's rotating somehow, Ian Reit's back out on the road. I've spoken to Seb Herbera. I just said, "What's the score on the car?" He says, "Pretty much done," and then expressed his opinion on the incident. And he says what he's going to do is the car's going to keep on rotating. If it's safe and they're comfortable behind the wheel, they will continue to the end. If they feel like they're going to be a danger to the other drivers, they might just pull into the pit box and sit there until the last lap, just so they can take the checkered, which is a nice little way to round off the event. Obviously, that's not what you'd like to see. I'm also hearing the reason why the Roaring Chicken Nuggets car looks so poorly today is obviously they had that incident during the night, but that incident during the night was between the Roaring Chicken Nuggets car and the SRW Esports car. So they've had a bit of a mean rivalry throughout, and that is what used up this car's iRacing fast repair. And it seems like they've come together quite heavily today, where Ian Reeves could really do with a fast repair, but sadly nothing of the like has come around for him, and that SRW Esports car is looking very poorly once again. Let's hope that Ian stays out on the road. It looks pretty safe, and well, we'll have a quick ride on board just to assess the steering angle. We'll see what happens when he straightens the car up. So the car's straight, the steering wheel pretty much straight. Doesn't look like there's anything out of the ordinary there. Continues on, does he? Yep, so heading towards the final corner. Nice to see that the SRW Esports car is still going to rotate until the end. Oh! That was very, very close. That was the number 77.
Yeah, that was squeaky bum time, I think Sir Alex Ferguson once called that. It's very close, and I think Ian Roots will probably be a bit more clenched than he was earlier. Luckily, he's got away with it, as the 77 car, the next level racing of Colwell, has just about drifted through, and now he's focusing on the Team DLC orange car that's just lapped himself and the SRW car yet again of Max Hark. Yeah, that was a close one, but you're right. I think it's as long as the car can rotate safely and tracking straight, and you can just about get the car stopped. You know, at this moment in time, you're 22 minutes away from the end. 32 minutes away from the end. You'd really want to just get the race done now. You've come this far. Do anything you can to just finish the race and say, you know, you completed it. You're not exactly last, so let's just get it done and enjoy it.
Yeah, it seems like that is the way to go. And looking up through the order, the cars have started to separate out once again. 33 seconds are the biggest gaps. Dennis Neidhart, Matt Loopser, 32 seconds apart. Up the road, Marcus Goebel and Jensen Delau, also 32 seconds apart. And it's getting to that part in the race where everybody's just separated. However, still with half an hour of the race remaining, I'm guessing within the next 30 minutes we'll start to see some battles evolve once again.
We absolutely will, yeah. And here is the Kart Academy car, Jensen Delau. Yeah, on the same lap, 30 seconds ahead of Perry Ostavir, which, as I said before, was an interesting pit strategy they went for. But to be fair, I think Jensen Delau has actually got to go into the pits yet again, so that 30-second gap may well come back towards Ostavir. Marcus Goebel is actually on the same lap as Jensen, but he's an awful long way ahead, 1 minute and 9 seconds. So I don't expect that that's going to be a change for 9th place, but we could well see a change for 10th. Everybody in the chat, you guys have... No, your guys are the one that's amazing. No. Thank you very much for all the kind words. We're glad that you actually were enjoying the event, and hopefully you return, you know, hit that subscribe button if you want to do. You know, we're not in charge of you, so you don't have to, but it'd be brilliant if you do. And hopefully we'll have another opportunity to maybe get one of these events back up for next level, because it's been really fun, and the racing has been very competitive, and we've certainly enjoyed every minute of it. And yeah, I think, Jack, we're coming to the end. I think I think most things have sorted themselves out. I can see a potential pit stop strategy overtake for Perry Ostavir against Jensen Delau, but I think that's it's going to be pretty level for the rest of the field now.
Yeah, it seems like that is the way it's going. And just to echo your sentiments, this is also our 100th broadcast here on Simracersworld TV, so thank you very much, anybody that has been along at any point of the journey. You are a massive help, and you give us the motivation to carry on. And like Jacko says, if you want to see more content, much of the likes of today, feel free to subscribe and like and hit that little bell icon so you know exactly when we go live. We do have events on the way as well, so tonight, believe it or not, we do have another 2-hour stream for you. That is the Sunday Drivers MX5 series, sponsored by H20 Esports. It's at Alton Park, in which it is myself and Hasselema. You have listened to us both today at some point along the lines. We are both commentating on that, and we also have our resident wizard, Chaz Draycott, who you will have had the delight of watching on the cameras throughout the night. He is racing in that for Sancho Esports, so keep an eye out for that this evening. And then tomorrow, on Monday, we have another stream. It's the Simracersworld NASCAR Dynamics NASCAR series at Phoenix, in which, yes, Jacko is very happy, and it's himself and Hasso once again. And then on Tuesday, we've got the Z1 Dashboard Simracersworld TCR series from Road America, a great little circuit there, and that is Chaz Draycott and Peter Mackay. And then we do get a couple of days break, and then next weekend, next Saturday, December the 5th, get it marked down in your calendars, 3 o'clock GMT. It is the Dynamics Simulators 6 hours of Spa, in which it's myself and Ed May in for that one. So lots of events on the way. Please make sure you mark them down in your diary, and like I said, feel free to subscribe and hit the bell icon so you know when we go live. Busy couple of events on the way, and it just shows that these long haul events really can't really overshadow anything else, because all the events, they are all great, no matter how long or short they are. Specifically the 24 hours I really do enjoy, but you can't really beat the SRW TCR series, because you've got 3 races in one night, and it's all nose to tail, proper nip and tuck action. But we've seen something of the like today as well, haven't we?
We have indeed, yeah. I'm just having a look, keeping an eye on the chat as well. Charles Draco's joined in on the chat, and he's snaking as our fellow SRW commentators, Pete Mackay. They're both up for the VCO Simi Awards, although Chaz has only mentioned himself. But obviously, he's everybody wanting the votes for him as well. But either way, make your way over to the Twitter, the VCO Simi Awards Twitter, and you'll be able to see and be able to vote on a whole host of categories. But obviously, our own Chaz Draycott and Pete Mackay have both been awarded the opportunity to win the Up-and-Coming Commentators Award. So it's brilliant to have them guys all involved in such a prestigious award. And anybody watching here, head on over to that Twitter, because you can certainly show some support for the SRW team in voting for either of those two guys.
Great stuff. They definitely deserve it, both of them. And I've got to say, if I could have multiple votes, I would probably vote for them both. However, I have voted for one and not the other. And
oh, are you going to be brave enough to announce which one?
No, I don't want to mention that on this stream. But I have voted for one and not the other, of course. I've got to make my decision. And one of my older teams, Fiercely Forward, has also been brought up for the newcomers team to the VCO Simi Awards. So there's lots of great little categories that you can vote on, and lots of famous names. You'll see Max Verstappen and Seb Job and Lando Norris all there in the various different categories among others, and it is a great little thing that they've put together. There is a race going on apparently, Jacko. I didn't get the memo, but apparently there is a race going on in the background. We've got loads of LMP2s in the pit lane. There is Matthias, what did we decide it was? Karhalainen?
Karhalainen, I think we were going
yes, for PM Esports, the number 37 in 7th place. The Finn bringing the car into the pit lane. Peri Ustrava in the pit lane now as well. And I think, let's just have a look what lap we're on. I think Jensen De Lau has, no, I thought he had just left the pit lane, but he's just passing the pit lane now. Does he pick up a position? I think he does. He will pass Peri Austrava. No, he won't, because Peri's already going back down the hill. So that battle's reignited. 6.8 seconds between the pair of them. And the number 84 Karts Academy car we're looking at the moment will be on the hotter tyres. Peri Ustrava on the fresher rubber. However, Jensen De Lau has already got his car up to temperature.
Yeah, and it's going to be a couple of key laps now to see the battle between those two drivers, which has been going on for about the last hour. See how that finally develops, and they're easily the closest battle we've seen for a while, really, Ustrava and De Lau. But this is now on board with Harry Pipes, who obviously is following this little battle. So he seems to have popped up more often than than not. Mainly not because he's actually in his own little battle, but actually because he's always in the traffic around the battle we're trying to focus on as Colmore comes into the pits.
Yeah, so the next level racing LMP2 machine finding his way to his pit box. Sadly, the livery hasn't loaded, but we'll see what we can do. Leaders in the pit lane. Jacko, Nick Foster has decided to bring the car into the box, taking their splash and dash early, like you mentioned. So they've done that now. They come into the pit lane, and with 25 minutes of the race remaining, my God, that's gone incredibly quickly. We might see a driver change. However, driver changes do take a small amount of time. However, they've got a 3-minute and 11-second lead. So let's be honest, they have got the time in hand to do so. Nick Foster still in the car for the moment. We may see them blink in and out of existence if they do a driver change. However, the car's staying down on the ground, taking the fuel to the end of the race, and it looks like Nick Foster is going to stay behind the wheel. And who was that has just left the pit lane? No, it wasn't the number 14 machine, was it Max Hark? I can't quite figure out who's just left the pit lane. Let's have another look. Harry Pipes is in the pit lane. There he is. And it was Jeffrey Coleman that has just left the pit lane in the luminous green Next Level Racing LMP2.
Yeah, and as you say before, this is going to be the final stop for the LMP2s. Just a quick slash and dash, and make sure they're getting out there. I think it's pretty safe to say that a lot of these drivers are going to be as they were, apart from this battle for the top 10, obviously, with Perry Osterveer and Jensen Dalu in the COTA Academy car that you're currently on board with the number 84 car. It may be towards the bottom of the order, but this will mean everything to them, won't it? It'll be like trying to go for that race win, really. It doesn't matter what particular battle you're in. Everybody out there who's ever raced sim racing or real life will always see it doesn't matter what battle you're in terms of whether it's for first place or 20th place or 30th place. If you're in a battle with another car, you want to win it. And these guys are doing exactly that. We're on board with Oscar Wilkins now, exactly, who is actually getting in the way a little bit of Jensen, but he jumps out of the way now, and of course he's got his own little battle to worry about, but it's, to be fair, it's actually come down. It's 1 minute 50 seconds between Lucas de Vries and Oscar Wilkins, so that gap has come down, but with 25 minutes to go, I can't see it coming down enough to worry the Sim Controls Volante car. They're probably just maintaining the gap, to be honest, even though the last lap was 2 seconds quicker by Lucas.
It was indeed, definitely bringing that gap down. Here is Perry Osterveer, the man we were just looking at, who was chasing, or getting chased down by Jensen Dalu. In towards the hairpin at the bottom of the straight. Does he overtake himself? He does indeed. On the brakes, cold tyres, loops the car around. Style points, definitely. Definitely deserves to stay in the top 10 for that one. Although that will have massively hurt his fresh set of tyres, and that does mean now that Jensen Dalu and COTA Academy 1.6 seconds behind, so definitely brought them within touching distance, and with still just over 20 minutes of the race remaining, if Jensen gets within that crucial 1 second margin, he will have that draft assistance and he can make it pretty easy on himself and his team, but a lot can happen.
Yeah, I was watching Strictly Come Dancing last night after my stint, and I think Perry Osterveer has actually given the best spin I've seen over the weekend. He's managed to just style it out, but now obviously it's pulled the COTA Academy car really close, and now it's just about a second the gap between these two drivers. They won't be very pleased about that. Osterveer, I'm sure, will be a bit annoyed, and they'll have overcooked his tyres as well, which means he'll have to just manage and get the car back down to temperature and make sure that he's able to get the car underneath him before he starts pushing again, because although he's been cool, calm and collected, when you do a little spin like that towards the right at the end of the race, and then you see a potential overtaking car come up behind you, an actual battle for position, that can really get in your head, can't it, Jack? It's a bit of a struggle then. You sort of start overthinking, you start overdriving, and that'll play into the hands of Jensen Dalu more than it will do Perry Osterveer.
Yeah, absolutely. It will just stick with you, knowing that you've made that mistake, and what it's going to have done is it will have pretty much pushed Jensen Dalu up to him. He will be thinking, right, he's made that mistake. I've got the momentum with me now. All I need to do is stay within 1 second, stay within that draft. And as soon as you see the car in front that you have been fighting, you've been fighting for that position over the entire race, it eggs you on even more. So Jensen Dalu expects some very, very quick laps from himself once he's back within the draft range. 1.1 seconds now. Got a slightly worse run going onto the straight after hitting the sausage curb. CXR Project Black says they're out of the race, just doing a quick driver change. I think Aaron Taylor behind the wheel of the second place car now. Keep on this battle though. 1.2 seconds between the pair of them. And just to put this into perspective, 23 hours and 40 minutes of racing. So a lot of the race, over what's that? Almost over 90% of the race completed. And it's come down to the final 20 minutes for the battle for the top 10. Peder Justrøve and Jensen Delo 1 second apart once again. And it's only going to start putting the pressure on Peder Justrøve, so more mistakes might be on the cards. Let's hope not. I want to see a proper door-to-door battle and see what we can get going into the final few stages of the race. But you think for the first 3.5 hours of our commentary, we've seen very few battles. A couple of cars within a couple of minutes, 99% of the time, but we've now got them within a second of each other, Jacko. We're really being treated to this, aren't we?
We are. Well, it's not like we've had a boring 3.5 hours, to be fair. We've had plenty of interesting and stimulating conversation from various driver interviews, but and obviously conversation between ourselves, Jack. But yeah, this is a real treat coming up to the final stages of this. What has been a very, very good endurance 24-hour event hosted by Next Level, obviously. And at the moment, the Apex Racing team and the COTA Academy team are stealing the show as less than a second of the gap now. It's 0.8 as the Jensen Delo used a little bit of the slipstream from the Audi ahead, and now used an awful lot of the slipstream for the Apex Racing team just ahead. And I think we're going to potentially have a change for this top 10 position within the next lap.
Yeah, it does look like that is on the cards. We'll use the chopper cam. We haven't used it much. You can really see the gap between the pair of them now. Now we're up in the skies. Jensen Delo really getting close through the twisty sector 3. Now through the very tight left-hander. Doesn't look that tight from the chopper cam, but believe me, when you're behind the wheel, it does approach very, very quickly. 5 tenths between the pair of them, half a second, getting much, much closer now, heading towards the penultimate corner. 4 tenths separating the pair of them. Jensen Delo, I'm guessing he's going to take no prisoners here. He's going to get the overtake done nice and cleanly, and hopefully to Peder Justrøve's demise, he might just slowly start to disappear into the distance. That will be the plan. Easier said than done though up here in the commentary box. Because it looks like the COTA Academy car quicker through the twisty bits on the straights. Apex Racing team seem to have the legs a little look just to fill his mirrors, put him off maybe just before the apex, but these cars are only going to get closer, Jacko, and like you say, I think you hit the nail on the head there. This overtake is coming within the next couple of minutes, I think. Yeah,
and to be fair to the Apex Racing team, they look like they've just been reeled in. They're going really slowly. There is a tow in effect here. There is a draft that the COTA Academy car obviously is using. And as soon as the COTA Academy car gets past, which we will assume is probably going to be at the end of the back straight, because that's the most common place for this overtake to happen. The Apex Racing team, as long as they stay within that sort of 8 tenths to a second margin, he will be able to use the opportunity to go for the draft as well. And as we're going onto the back straight now, they're overtaking. They've got an IRNL car in the way, and away we go. The COTA Academy car has actually dropped back just a touch, so he might not have the opportunity to overtake him.
Yeah, I think that wasn't helped by the COTA Academy car there. Maybe just had to slow Jensen Delo down a little bit on the apex. Obviously, it's not 100% required that the slower car moves out of the way. It's advisable. Obviously, you listen to the blue flags. You don't have to go miles offline. You can just maybe leave it wide at a corner or something like that, but you're not required to immediately get out of the way. After a while, obviously, you will receive a penalty for ignoring blue flags, but the IRNL car did everything he had to at that point. And Jensen Delo, this gap has opened up a little bit now. This time last lap we were half a second apart. This time now we are a second apart, so they're slowly starting to lose a bit of time on each other while they've got that gap. We've had a bit of an off-track moment for Nick Stoop. What happened here? This is heading through the final sector, sideways, 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 and that's once again the Roaring Chicken Nuggets machine. Does he grab reverse, or does he just grab first and go straight onto the track? He gets going again once there's no traffic on the way. Does he head into the pit lane? No, heads towards the final corner and continues on. We'll have to go back live with this battle, mainly because it's opened up 1 second, make that 8 tenths of a second. He's really getting close. However, they do now have, I think that is the number 69 machine separating them.
Yeah, I thought that was the battle. I was like, that didn't look like 8 tenths of a second, but it's because they've got a car in between, and they've got a car. Yeah, they have got just a car in between. I thought there was going to be a car ahead as well. So, I'm sure the lapped car, I'm not sure who it is actually, will jump out of the way as soon as possible of the 84 car. But looking at the inside there, the 69 car, I'm actually getting mixed up with who is wearing this little battle.
Yeah, so it's Freak Schroeder who was the car in third place, trying to get by and lose as little time as possible. But while that has happened, that has now given the draft assistance to Perry Ostrava, and obviously by all means he is more than welcome to do this. Tucked up underneath the rear wing, got the draft assistance now back in front, so he's done what he needs to do. Put a car in between himself and Jensen Deleu. A big look up the inside by the number 69 machine. That's Freak now back in front, runs wide, touches the AstroTurf, doesn't get the best run out of there. They're still side by side, no overlap anymore as they meet the apex, but these two are now closer together than they have ever been, within 0.2 of a second. Jensen Deleu really tucked underneath the rear wing now, maybe on the start finish line. A big look up the inside here. Can he get it slowed down? He does. Grabs the apex. It will become the outside for the triple apex right-hander. Heading through the final sector now. Perry Ostrava somehow still in front in the number 11 machine, but the number 84, the Kart Academy LMP2 entry, still hot on the heels through the penultimate corner now, and they're still nose to tail within 0.2 of a second. If it's not on the start finish straight, I don't know where. Has another look up the inside. Does Jensen Deleu. Almost contact there. Compromises his line on the way in. That might just give Perry Ostrava that crucial margin that he needs on the run up towards turn 1, Jacko.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 hours and 45 minutes, and it's all come down to this for these two cars. Traffic playing its part, tone playing a part, setup playing a part, strategy maybe even playing a part as well. But it's certainly heating up nicely, and it's exactly what we want to see. They're clearly so closely matched between each other, 0.6 the gap now. It just keeps opening up, coming away, opening up, coming away. And to be fair to the likes of Kart Academy car of Jensen Deleu, he'll be cursing the traffic because it's 2 laps now that he's not had the opportunity to get past, thanks to the fact that there's been traffic involved, whether he's had to slow up to get past a GTE car or whether Perry Ostrava has been able to get the tow from an overtaking Freak Stockhorst. But he's going to potentially have an opportunity now, although he's gapped away a little bit and there's even more traffic, which means Perry Ostrava may well have the tow as well, as you see a little bit of traffic just ahead. So yeah, it doesn't seem to be quite going the way of Jensen yet, as that is Jerome Vandenberg in the trackside Wolfpack car getting in the middle. But it depends on where they meet this Audi now. Is Jensen going to have to dive him up the inside, or will he be able to just about get past him without losing too much time? This is all sort of things that you have to start thinking about as a driver. There's probably just mute your teammates. Nothing about strategy can help you now. It's all down to the drivers that are in the car trying to finish this race.
It is indeed 1.5 seconds separating the pair of them now. The car in P9 in the pit lane, that's Marcus Goebel. So he is coming for his final stop. Only a few minutes of the race remaining, 12 minutes just about now. I didn't think that .exe car would get to the end, and he's had to drop into the pit lane just to grab the final few drips of fuel. And now look, this is the traffic that is going to play the part and decide whether Jensen Deleu will get into the top 10 or not. Kart Academy car still chasing down the Apex Racing Team machine. We'll have a look up the road. He's put another car between himself. This is all he needs to do. Just keep putting lapped car after lapped car after lapped car between himself and Jensen Deleu. However, he's run out of traffic now. The only thing in front of him is the number 69 Next Level Racing machine, so not something that he would be able to put between himself and the number 84 machine. Here is Jensen Deleu still charging on. Where is Perry Ostrava? Up the road, almost 2 seconds in front now. That's dropped down massively, 1.1 seconds. A very quick couple of corners there from Jensen Deleu in response. 1.2 seconds still floating around here, but once again we're starting to see traffic play a massive part in deciding this battle. Just over 10 minutes of the race remaining after 23 hours and 48 minutes of the race gone. This battle is only going to be decided when they cross the line.
It's incredible to think, really, isn't it? We've gone so long on this race, and as you said, even on this broadcast, we didn't expect anything to be really happening in the final 30 minutes. We thought we'd just be recapping and sort of telling stories throughout the race and making sure everybody's up to speed with all the top 10s in each category. But it's absolutely not the case, because these two are really stealing the show and stealing the last 4 hours spotlight as well, to be fair. It's giving us something to cheer about and something to cheer people on and for, and giving everybody who's watching as well something to have a look at, as the Kart Academy car has now just dropped away 1.8 seconds, so not quite the lap time that he's been hoping for, but you never know, he'll be able to push that on. Maybe he's tuned his tyres up a little bit and overheated there a touch against Perry Ostrava. That's what we're going to have to probably have a look at about this time next lap and see where the gap is then.
Yeah, we'll have to have a look. This is Rene Sinker. What has happened here? Big hit on the sausage curb. Not what you want in the final few minutes of the race. That's the GTE leader, Oscar Wilkins, nearly going into the side. Does the clever thing, grabs reverse gear, makes sure he's well and truly out of the way. Great sportsmanship driving from himself, making sure he doesn't compromise any fellow drivers. Joins the track, trying to avoid the grass and then back up on to pace there. But still the sausage curves under the final few minutes of the race, catching people out. The gaps come out to about 1.6 seconds now. So like you say, it could just be the tyres have been worn down a little bit by Jensen de Leeuw. He's just pulled back a little bit, still within fighting range, of course, 1.5 seconds there. But he could just be reassessing the situation, letting the car cool down, and then re-attack in the final few minutes of the race. And 10 minutes of the race remaining, Jacko, and it's still up in the air as who's going to get into the top 10. 1.2 seconds the gap now.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Sprint race, basically, time, isn't it? As more traffic is playing a part for these two LMP cars. The last thing they want to do is go into the back of any of them, but I think that's, the gap now down to below a second yet again, because obviously Perry was actually in the middle of those two GT3 cars, and now as Jensen is able to just drift past them, let's see if he's able to go to the inside of this GT3 car. The last thing he wants to do is be held up again and let that gap to go over a second. He dives at the inside, and he just keeps it to about 9/10 of a second, so he is within touching distance, but it's not quite as close as he wants to be at this stage of the race. You can see 10th place in his eyes. It's just whether or not he can actually get his car racing yellow MP2 car, LMP2 car, up to that finishing order. But a great race, and as you said, Nick Foster is still very far ahead of Aaron Taylor, and the next level racing by SJS, Fred Stockcourt as well. He's in third place. So there's been no change in any of the other positions, so this is the one we're focusing on.
Yeah, these are the closest cars on track, the closest we've seen cars on track for hours on end. 1.2 seconds still the gap. And really, at this point, Jensen de Leeuw, although it looks like he's dropping back and he's not really within touching distance anymore, he is the one in the driving seat. All he needs to do is sit behind to see what he can do, put the pressure on. He doesn't necessarily have to overtake him. It could just be Perry Oosterhoeve making a slight mistake. However, looking at Perry's performance throughout the race, it seems like he has got this under control, but look how much closer they have got now. That bit of traffic has really slowed Perry Oosterhoeve down, now back down to 0.4 of a second. Jensen de Leeuw will get through once again, and it just shows traffic has halved the margin between the pair of them, almost within half a second now. 0.6 between the number 11 and the number 84. Who was that managed to get in the way? I think that was the Project Dynamic 2 car. Yeah, obviously through no fault of his own, he's just brought that battle right up and close. Once again, Perry Oosterhoeve now negotiating a bit of traffic. He will get the draft assistance off the next level racing Porsche in front, but look who is right underneath his rear wing once again. Yeah,
it's just never ending. If you're an LMP2 car, you're the fastest car out there at the moment in terms of class. It's pretty much never ending, the traffic. You may get half a lap of clean air before you catch one of the GTEs or GT3s. There's just so many more of them than the LMP2s that they don't really have to worry too much about. So yeah, I mean, he could have a lap of clean air where you do see Perry maybe just pull a little bit of a gap, but as soon as he catches a car up, it's almost halved. It just looks like maybe Jensen doesn't quite have these sort of the last 5% to really push the car past the Apex Racing team. But you never know, it could come out. I mean, you've raced in these sort of situations before, Jack. What's going through the driver's head, starting with potentially Perry Oosterhoeve? What do you reckon he's thinking right now? After 23 hours and 53 minutes, what would you be thinking?
The pressure is monumental. You're saying in your head, don't let it get to me, don't let it get to me. It's not what you want. You don't want a car following you everywhere around the circuit. You're just looking at the car ahead. You're thinking, right, that's a back marker, and the only thing that you want to do is get in front of it, put under the car in between you. If you can have a car in between you, yes, you give the toe back to the car behind, but they will have a slower car. So if you can get past now, it'd be perfect for Perry, because it means that the GTE will slow down Jensen de Leeuw, but he is getting slowed down himself now. 0.2 of a second the gap between the pair of them, and it shows traffic can work with you, but it can definitely work against you now. Look at Jensen de Leeuw. He's going to get back by once again. Very similar situation to the lap prior. So Perry Oosterhoeve, all this pressure that I'm telling him to avoid, he is going to be under mountains of it now. Jensen de Leeuw's thinking, right, come on, let's be having it. He will be pushing every single ounce of performance out of that Dallara P217 in towards the hairpin. He will have the massive amounts of draft assistance off the car ahead. Look how close he is this time, Jacko. And this is the point where Jensen de Leeuw's thinking, right, I need to size up my move, make sure I don't lock up, look for my braking zone, brake a couple of meters earlier just because you're on the inside. Depending on which way he goes, is Perry Oosterhoeve going to go defensive? He moves the car over to the left-hand side. Jensen de Leeuw over to the right-hand side. He's going to have to be very brave on the brakes to get the move done there. However, he could look for the cutback, compromises his line on the way in, maybe flips over to the left-hand side, doesn't get the best run on the way out. They still remain as they are, but they're much, much closer than they've ever been once again.
Yeah, good defensive drive on Perry Osterveer. They're going into the middle of the circuit and just stopping just enough on the apex. Oh, it's up the inside nose. Oh, Jensen. Close, but no cigar. Yeah, good defensive drive from Perry going after that sort of back straight, really just going to the middle of the circuit and stopping on the apex just enough that Jensen couldn't quite get the room to make the cutback work for him. So the number 11 car showing his racecraft now. He may well know that it's not really working, that everything pretty much is working against him in terms of conceding this top 10 position, but he's trying his best. We just entered the last 5 minutes of this race. 23 hours, 55 minutes complete. 24 hours is the target, 5 minutes to go. And, well, all of a sudden, the last half an hour, we've been out of breath just looking at this battle. But the whole field has absolutely done an amazing job as well. Looking back over the last 24 hours, I mean, our 4 hours since, I'm sure Hasso and Ed will agree, it's been incredible driving up and down, very memorable for all these drivers to be a part of. A little bit of the hit of the curve there by Perry Osterveer. I'm very surprised that he got away with that, to be honest. It's the last thing he'll be wanting to do, but that's what happens when you start driving in your mirrors.
Yeah, it's a very easy mistake to make. The .exe Esports car, the number 10, Marcus Goebel, leaving the pit lane now, so he will be going to the end. The closest battle on the circuit, apart from these two, is 53 seconds apart. That's between Matt Lubser and Dennis Neidhart. Those two have been getting further and further away, whereas these two have been getting closer and closer. However, I think Jensen de Leeuw got held up by a little bit of traffic there. The gap's back out to 1 second. I think, well, I'm not going to say it, but traffic is the only thing that will flip this battle on its head. Once again, Petty Ubser has put another car, or Oosterhover, pardon me, I will eventually get it right, has put another car in between himself and Jensen de Leeuw. Jensen dispatches of the IRNL Porsche, and once again he's set his target high and he's going back towards Petty Oosterhover. Let's see what happens here. Is that the GT3 leader? It is indeed. So there is Jeremy van der Kratz in the 216, and the gap has come out very nicely for Petty Oosterhover. Jensen de Leeuw has another car to dispatch of. There we go, they are back where they want to be. Penultimate corner for Jensen de Leeuw, heading towards the final corner now, and with only, 3 laps maximum of this race remaining, trying to figure out where the leader is. Nick Foster is coming up on this battle as well, so keep an eye on him if he finds some almighty pace on the final couple of laps. But it looks like across the line now, 23 minutes and 57 of the race gone, 3 minutes of the race remaining. It looks like 2 laps, so Jensen de Leeuw has got it all to do. Yeah,
he does, and that will be actually really rather satisfying to those people who like even numbers, because I think the lap counter is going to end on lap 740, so that's somewhat satisfying, isn't it? There's something about that that's, yeah, very satisfying. But the Apex Hunters car of Nick Foster and the entire team have done an absolutely brilliant job, as has, like I said, most of the field, to be honest. Oh, it's gone very, very close. I think that must have been a lot of traffic, and that's actually Oscar Wilkins, I think, has gotten in the way there of in the Sim Controls X Volante car. And here they go, all of a sudden, it's darting to the outside. Not Wilkins, Oosterveer is having to defend, already going into the hairpin, but Jensen de Leeuw knew exactly what he was doing. It's all about the exit rather than the entry into that corner. And does he have the slipstream now? We've seen that Oosterveer doesn't mind going defensive into the corner. You can see the closing speed, maybe. It doesn't look that pronounced, actually, as Oosterveer is still going slightly defensive. Under braking now, he's having to brake slightly earlier. Jensen de Leeuw with the cutback, maybe. No, not close enough. And I thought the closing speed was going to be a lot quicker there, but it wasn't quite, as Oosterveer is still not taking the optimal racing line. Jensen de Leeuw is taking that responsibility. And this is a great shot as they attack these curves. Oh, the inside, big lunge into the contact there. Oosterveer has been turned around by Jensen de Leeuw. And as I said, 23 hours, 58 and a half minutes, and it's come down to contact. That's not what we wanted to see, as Oosterveer will be turned around. I'm sure we'll be having a word to the stewards.
Yeah, it was very close there. I'm not sure how Jensen de Leeuw avoided the contact there. There was half a gap, and then Oosterveer just went for the apex. Maybe not aware that Jensen de Leeuw would be brave enough to go for that move. And there you go. That is Oosterveer pointing the wrong way. And Jensen de Leeuw continues on without too much of an issue. Not what we like to see, and that has put 3 seconds between the pair of them now. So that great little battle, I'm afraid, has come to an end all too soon, as I think Nick Foster is on to the final lap of the race. So 23 hours and 59 minutes completed, 24 hours, 1 minute away, and Nick Foster and Apex Hunters United LMP2, they got to the front after taking CXR Project Black earlier on in the race, and they have dominated from the front, and it's been an absolute standout performance from themselves.
It has been indeed. We have to focus on the leaders for each category, to be fair as well, but obviously Nick Foster, they weren't in first place. It's not like they led from the front completely. They got there about within 3 hours, which sounds like a long time, but it's not really when you think about the 24 hours that we've been doing. And since then, they've been dominant. We haven't seen any information that tells us they haven't been leading throughout the evening and throughout the night race. They've come in today and they've just absolutely smashed it, as has Oscar Wilkins in the Sim Controls Volante car, and Jeremy van der Klat, and also all their teammates as well in the CDA Esports Silver car. So each of the leading drivers, that's Lucas de Vries in second place in the GTE category. But obviously we're going to try and focus on Nick Foster, because he is the car that's going to take the checkered flag and instigate the checkered flag being rained on everybody else. And you said, Jack, it's been a dominant display. It's been absolutely that. No mistakes from what we've seen between Nick Foster and the rest of them, as he just lets one of the last cars through, probably to make it so that they don't take the checkered flag or something.
Yeah, maybe giving them an extra lap's worth of racing. However, Nick Foster through the penultimate corner, the number 3 for Apex Hunters United LMP2. You can see the checkered flag being ready through the final corner for the final time after 24 hours of racing. The Apex Hunters United LMP2 team crossed the line to win the 24 hours of the Circuit of the Americas by Next Level Racing. Great job by the number 3 team. Oscar Wilkins through the final corner to win the GTE class for Sim Controls X Volante Esports. A great comeback drive from themselves, and that is very, very nicely timed. Jeremy van der Krat for the 216 for DSCDA Esports Silver towards the line for the final time, wins the GT3 category. So all the leaders across the line. A great job by everybody involved. CXR Project Black and Aaron Taylor crossed the line to finish in second place, and Freak Schotthorst through the second sector. So still got quite a while until they get to the line. However, I do think we have our GTE podium that's crossed the line. Lots going on at the top of turn 1. Look at that. Nick Foster celebrating in style, donuts with all of his teammates, and we've still got people trying to finish the race.
Yeah, oh, what a feeling Nick Foster must be feeling now, as well as everybody else as well involved in that team. This is Matt Labser as well coming up to finish the race in what looks like a very dirty Porsche GTE car. The Next Level Racing SJS Esports guys are coming up to this as well. There's the SRW car that we've kept an extra biased eye on, let's face it, being the SRW broadcasters. But they've done a good job as well, and they've had some notable stories as well throughout the evening and the day. So it's Ian Roots taking the SRW car across the line, as everybody else seems to as well. This is the 69 car in third place at the moment, the Next Level Racing by SJS Esports. And as long as they don't get hit up the rear by the LMP2 just behind, I'm sure they'll be coming across the line to take third place. And the 77 car as well is the Next Level Racing LMP2, who takes fifth. So that's all the LMP cars, apart from Apex Racing team, actually, taking the line. And wow, what 24 hours we've had. It's been brilliant racing. I hope you guys have enjoyed it, obviously watching at home, or if you've been involved in it. It's been fantastic from our point of view. Congratulations to all the drivers, all the winners, and the podium sitters and everything like that, and as well the stewards and everybody who's organised it. Absolutely awesome. Well done.
Yeah, it's great stuff from everybody involved. Thank you very much, everybody that's joined us in the commentary box. If you're a driver, if you're a team member, anything, if you've been viewing, thank you very much. You do really make it worthwhile. You can see everybody enjoying themselves at the top of turn 1, and I think we do have some results for you. So Jacko, I am going to give you the honours of bringing us through the LMP2 results.
Cool. Hopefully I don't butcher any names, but it'll be very interesting to have them appear on our screens as soon as possible.
Yeah, we don't have them available to us as it stands, annoyingly. We'll give it another go. Nope, nothing's popping up. We might just have to wait for a couple of seconds. I don't think there's anybody still yet to finish, but yeah, can't quite get the results on screen just as yet.
That's all right. I'm sure everyone will be willing to sort of take note and just wait a couple of seconds. Hopefully, iRacing kicks itself into gear sooner rather than later. To be fair, I might just need to reload the overlay, but we'll see what happens and if iRacing is allowing us to get those results to us sooner rather than later.
We'll give it a go, and I think there you go. I'll let you run our viewers through the LMP2 results.
Yeah, in first place then, as we saw on the road, piloted by Nick Foster in that final stint, Apex Hunters United, LMP2 winning the LMP2 class and obviously the overall race as well. CXR Project Black in second place, only 1 lap down. Next Level Racing by SGS Esports rounding out the podium, 3 laps down. And then there was an almighty gap, to be fair, between the top 3 and the rest of the field. Team DRC Orange was the best of the rest in 10 laps down, but in 4th place. Next Level Racing in 5th. Project Dynamic, who ended up in 6th place. PM Esports, after a strong start, ended up down in 7th place. 4 Elements Racing Team Red Blue was in 8th. .exe Esports Friends in 9th place. Apex Racing Team in 10th in the end. Kart Academy in 11th, with 12th place being 4 Elements Racing Team Blue. Stage 1 Racing Junior in 13th. Next Level Racing Endurance Team in 14th. And while the stewards of 24-hour COTA 740 laps down, obviously they weren't actually racing. So, yeah, a good standard down. Just having a look and seeing that top 10 battle. How did it actually finish in the end? Jensen DeLue was ahead of Perry Osterveer, so that may get corrected. But at the moment, that's how we stand.
Yeah, so these are, of course, the provisional results. Whether they get changed by the stewards at the end, I don't know. But thank you very much for running us through the LMP2 results, Jacko. We'll bring everybody through the GTE results. So Sim Controls X Volante Esports finish on the top step of the podium. The number 101 machine, a brilliant comeback drive throughout the entire race. They did a brilliant job to get back up to the top and stay there. Team DRC Red, the number 121 machine, finishes in 2nd. And .exe Esports family, they were a long-time race leader, the sole Ford on the grid. They round out your podium. Digital Apex Racing, the number 117, finishes in 4th. IRNL Orange, iRacing Netherlands, in their... what car were they in? Let's just have a quick look over. They were in the Ferrari, one of the Ferraris we had in the GTE class. They finish in 5th. Team DRC Blue finish in 6th. IRNL Black finish in 7th. Next Level Racing Netherlands finish in 8th. The number 142 Roaring Chicken Nuggets Ferrari finishes in 9th after what was quite an eventful race for themselves. And then I think we do get to our retirements. IRNL Red finish in 10th, and Apex Hunters United GTE finish in 11th. And I'm going to hand you over to Jacko to run you through the GT3 results.
Absolutely, yeah, we got a couple of drivers in the interview waiting room as well, so we'll try and get them prepped while I run through the GT3 results. It was DS CDA Esports Silver in first place, taking the overall win for GT3s, and a lap down was Project Dynamic 2. But very close behind them as well was IRNL Blue in 3rd place, rounding out the podium. 5 laps down was the best of the rest, CXR Project Black, with 5th being Trackside Wolfpack. After qualifying on pole, they had a hard race, but they did well to finish in the top 5. CCTS Esports Endurance was 6th. DSCDA Esports Red was in 7th. Simracersworld Esports ended up in 8th place overall. Radion Motorsport were in 9th. And rounding out the top 10 was the IRNL White, iRacing Netherlands team. Trackside Esports Orange were 11th. Bazinga Motorsport ended up 446 laps down, but we'll read them out. 12th place. And KS Motorsport 550 laps down was in 13th. So that is the entirety of the field. And I think, Jack, we've got a few driver interviews waiting in the interview waiting room.
We do indeed. I'm just going to get a replay ready for the for a few of the interviews, and you can probably tell who I'm going to bring in. Let me just grab him and drag him into the commentary box. Oscar Wilkins, welcome to the commentary box. That was a damn good race from yourself and your teammates. What a comeback drive, I've got to say. That was brilliant.
Well, that was, yeah, first of all, thank you very much. This race was a real endurance race, full of up and downs. Actually, a lot of stress in this last hour when the leading LMP2 put it on a roof. It was a bit unexpected, but fortunately, not a huge amount of repair. But with the tow and then with the repair and then the pit stop, we lost almost all our lead. But yeah, fortunately it was still enough to take the win, but it was very difficult to drive the car after that. It was much slower. I had to, well, push as much as I could just to keep Lucas away. But because he was gaining quickly, maybe a second or 2 seconds a lap. So, but it was enough. The race ended and we took the win. We're super happy about it.
Yeah, you definitely should be. It was an amazing result, and like you say, it was you didn't exactly get it easy. You had lots to deal with along the way. In terms of strategy, we've asked everybody we've had in the commentary box what went on with strategies in your department. Like, what was the goal going into the race? Because obviously after the incidents and after, I think you ended up picking up a penalty at one point, didn't you? Did that affect the strategy at any point, or was it just sort of play it by ear? If something happens, just work the strategy around that.
Well, we had the basic strategy for the race, of course, but yeah, you have to improvise a bit when these things happen, when you have like an incident or a drive-through. So we had to adjust by this. So yeah, fortunately this last hour we had to do another splash and dash for some fuel. Otherwise, maybe this wasn't necessary. But yeah, we just managed us with these races. You have to manage as you go as well, because you never know. There's a lot of unexpected things that can happen, like actually happen. So yeah.
Well, it definitely they definitely made you work for it, and this is obviously a 24-hour race, and going into it, obviously you've got to make sure you go in level-headed, you stay nice and calm, and you don't want to set your goals too high. What was your goal going into it? Was it just to finish, or was it to make sure you keep it clean and consistent, and then aim for that podium?
Well, we wanted to go for the win, of course, because we believe we had the pace, especially because all 5 of us are doing pretty much equal lap times, and I think that this actually resulted in us taking the win today. Well, most of our competitors, they had like 1 or 2 drivers in the team that were doing our speed, and then the other 2 a bit slower. So overall, the race, I would say this allowed us to pull away and create such a gap. Even though we were in the beginning of the race with problems, we were almost 3 laps down, and we managed to almost bring it up to 4 laps ahead. So yeah, very good pace, I think, when it comes to the race. And yeah. Let's try again next time as well.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing you out on track very soon. But before we let you go from the commentary box, is there anybody you'd like to thank or shout out while you're live on Simracersworld TV?
Of course, all my teammates for doing an amazing job. We did our best. We pushed as much as we could, tried to keep it clean. Volante Racing, of course, for giving us this car, working together. Karsten, Carter. And of course, Sim Controls for sponsoring us today. And yeah, you guys for doing an awesome job with the commentary, and the organization for organizing this race was good fun.
Well, great stuff. Thank you very much for the kind words, and a massive well done from myself and everybody here at Simracersworld to yourself and your team, of course. You definitely worked for it, and you definitely deserved it today. So thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box, and we hope to see you very soon.
Yes, thank you very much. See you next time.
That was Oscar Wilkins there. From the number 101 Sim Controls X Volante Esports GTE winning Porsche, and it was a great performance from himself and his team. And Jacko, I'm going to give you Hela Bielen.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, congratulations on 3rd place. It looked like a hard race, well, as any 24 hours one. You must be pretty pleased with the podium.
Yeah, podium is always better than nothing. So yeah, we're happy that we finished the race. I think P2 would have been possible, but yeah, P1 was just too quick.
Yeah, well, and they certainly were absolutely rapid, weren't they? And but to be honest, I mean, what was the key for you to get the podium? Did you take advantage of some strategy? Was it consistency? Sort of talk us through the race from your perspective about how it sort of was broken down, I suppose, and sort of how you took advantage to get that 3rd place podium.
Yeah, well, for us it was actually broken down in lap 1. We had a great start going from 5th to 2nd, and then I think it was turn 6 or 7, I believe, that the winners hit us. We spun around, dropped back to the last position in the LMP class. But from that moment I was actually quite well able to get back to the front, and after 4 stints for me, which was 2 hours and 40 minutes, I was back in P3. But then there was already quite a gap with the guys up front, and we never really were able to catch them anymore. And as soon as we had a little bit of troubles, and the last troubles during the night, they cost us. One mistake from ourselves by Kevin not putting on the pit limiter soon enough, which resulted in a 40-second penalty. And then we had a incident which cost us a drive-through and a crash, which wasn't our fault. that cost us, I think, about a minute. So yeah, if you calculate it back a bit, we could have been second, but yeah, first was just too quick.
Yeah, well, talk us through a little bit on your sort of strategy in terms of driver changes, because there's a question that I asked our co-commentator Jack in the first 4 hours of our stint. How did you sort of designate who was going to go during the evening stint or the night stint or the day stint? Was that something you decided early on when you actually made that sort of decision to participate in this race? Is it just something that you guys have practiced for over a length of time, or was it something that you decided yesterday? Okay, this is how we're going to go.
Well, the final schedule we made yesterday, indeed. But as soon as we started driving, we saw some strength and some weaknesses with one another driver. And especially Freek and Kevin, they were very fast in the dark. So yeah, as soon as the darkness fell over the circuit, we completely changed our schedule. And we completely put Freek and Kevin on the night. I was myself also fast enough for the night, but they were just a tiny bit faster, and I didn't want to risk it. So yeah, we changed that schedule, and then the rest actually we left a bit as we planned already. So yeah, most of it was done yesterday morning already as a finalized schedule. But yeah, you always make some adjustments while you're driving.
That's a fascinating insight from a person who's never actually driven any of these kind of events before. But yeah, I've also noticed that you had 5 sort of team members for this race. Do you think that's pretty much bang on the money of the amount of drivers that you like to have? Because obviously then you don't have too long a gap in between your racing, but obviously you're not too long in the car. Do you reckon? Because obviously you were allowed between 2 and 6. Drivers. Were you happy with the 5? Was that a conscious decision that you guys made as soon as you saw the rules?
No, it's not because of the rules, but the most important reason we took 5 drivers is that yeah, we want a spotter at all time. So also today or the last 24 hours, you could see that a spotter is quite important. So that's the reason for 5 drivers, and also to give each other enough rest, because yeah, you know, it's something different compared to real racing. I'm more used to real racing than to sim racing, and you know the how do you say, the screens there, they can be very tiring for your eyes. So yeah, it's both from the spotter point of view and for the rest point of view. So yeah, that's why.
Well, fair enough. Well, in true Simracersworld tradition, is there anybody you'd like to give a quick shout out to before you go and enjoy your podium position with your teammates?
Shout out. Well, I think the organization has done a really good job putting it like it is today. I think it was a hard choice to take COTA as a track, especially in the dark, and it was very tough on incident counts. But yeah, big shout out to them, and thanks for organizing it.
Awesome. So, well, thank you very much, Jelle, and congratulations on P3. We'll let you go and celebrate it with your teammates. If any of them are still awake, that is. And go get some rest yourself.
Yeah, it's perfect. Thanks, guys.
That was Helle Elan, and obviously 3rd place in the next level racing car. We haven't actually got any more interviews in sort of lined up, Jack, so it's probably a reasonable time to start wrapping everything up. If Jack is there, which there is potential that he may not be. I'm sure he's probably just...
Hello.
Ah, you are there.
Sorry about that. I muted my mic, obviously, because it was your interview. I didn't want to encroach. But yeah, I forgot to unmute it, so sorry about that. But yeah, I hate the downtime. It's such a shame to say goodbye, because I love these long events. It's so good. Everybody pulls together, not just within Simracersworld TV. Everybody that works behind the scenes, all of the teams. It's a proper event, a proper team effort, and I really do love it. So thank you very much, everybody involved, no matter what you've done, whether you've made a logo, whether you've made a setup, whether you've been driving, whether you've been spotting, whether you've been like broadcasting it elsewhere, of course, and whether you've been on the cameras just stewarding. Thank you very much, no matter what you've done. It really does make the streams and the event what it is, and it's such a shame that it's over.
It is indeed, yeah. A big shout out to those who have commented as well, because obviously us commentators, we can't necessarily spot everything. So it's a fantastic insight for everybody who's involved in the chat and everybody watching at home and everybody who's subscribed, liked, basically everybody. I think Jack wrapped it up just as nicely there. So I don't think there is anybody in the interview waiting room. So I think Jack, it's a sad time, but we're gonna have to say goodbye.
Yeah, it very much feels like the end of the Belcar stream. It was just such a shame to say goodbye to everybody, but I'm afraid it's the time to do that. You'll see the message at the bottom of the screen, just echoing our comments. Thank you very much, everyone. It's been a pleasure to bring this race to you. This is also our 100th broadcast, so thank you for being part of our journey. It really does mean the world to us, and well done to everybody involved. Thank you very much to the sponsors, of course, as well. Everybody's been involved, like SimLab, Rubix, and Snelle, Jelle Sims. And obviously everybody else here at Simracersworld, or from ourselves at Simracersworld, thank you very much for everything you do. Thank you, Jacko, for putting up with me for hours on end. Thank you, Chaz, for doing the cameras during the middle of the night. And of course, Hassa and Ed for filling the bits in between. And yeah, it's that time to say goodbye. So thank you very much for watching, everybody. I'm sure we will see you very soon out on the track or in the paddock. But other than that, thank you very much for watching. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.